Chapter 804. As far as the eye can see, everything is hazy. In the vast heavens, I am truly alone. In the vast heavens, there is no one who can stand shoulder to shoulder with me. Wuxia sighed softly in his heart. He stood on top of the kingdom of God, and slowly swept his gaze across. There was no change in his expression on his handsome face. He was as still as the most ancient sea. No one could see the expression in his eyes, and no one could guess what he was thinking. Those who were familiar with him in the past, those who were of the same generation as him, could not help but lower their heads when his gaze met theirs. They were filled with fear and horror. Their view of Wuxia had long changed. They could no longer see him as the leader of their generation, and could no longer see him as the invincible figure of the younger generation. The current Wuxia was the real master behind the dark celestial court. He was a ruthless man who schemed against the heavens and killed the upper realm. Many orthodoxies and galaxies were destroyed because of him. Many of the young heavenly prides here were trembling because of this. They could not imagine that one day they would come into contact with such a terrifying truth. It was truly hair-raising, and they felt cold all over. Even their spirits were frozen. Those who had set Wuxia as their goal and wanted to catch up to him were even more shocked. Their mouths were wide open in disbelief. In the end, their eyes were filled with fear, and they could not help but tremble. However, at this moment, those who had the most complicated and fearful emotions were actually the imperishable orthodoxies, the supreme sects, and some of the older generation. In just a few short decades, how many universes and how many races had the dark celestial court taken over? This was a terrifying number that could not be counted. Before Wuxia got married, he was known as the most brilliant heavenly pride in the upper realm. His brilliance was dazzling, and his talent was terrifying. He suppressed his peers so much that they could not lift their heads or breathe. Who would have thought, and who would have dared to think, that he would be the biggest mastermind behind this? From the beginning, Wuxia had been planning a big game of chess. Everyone was a chess piece in his hands. Even the members of the Longevity Gu family did not know about this. They had never even guessed in this direction. However, Wuxia was able to hide from everyone. He was like a shadow in the dark, without the slightest trace or ripple. Just like that, he silently plotted and schemed behind the upper realm. Many young geniuses had even regarded him as a role model. They felt that he was righteous, elegant, easygoing, and had a good reputation in front of others. They had never thought that he would be associated with such a ruthless person. Looking at it now, the so-called inheritor of the demonic arts was actually just a show directed and acted out by Wuxia. He told a big lie, and the entire upper realm was kept in the dark by him and played by him. How many of his peers had died at his hands because of this? Just thinking about it made people's hair stand on end. They could not help but tremble. What kind of terrifying method and scheme was this? He hid it too well. Before the Heavenly Emperor Mountain and the Endless Fire Nation were destroyed, they tried to frame Wuxia as the inheritor of the demonic arts. Who would have thought that they were actually right? At that time, everyone felt that the Heavenly Emperor Mountain and the Endless Fire Nation were deliberately splashing dirty water on Wuxia. Without any evidence, they only knew how to frame him. Everyone was cursing and crying injustice for Wuxia. Haha, looking at it now, don't you think it's ironic? It's the biggest joke in the world. In the Eternal Divine Nation's main hall, many of the older generation had a bitter smile on their faces. They felt that the scene back then was really funny and ironic. Especially Wuxia, who had raised the banner of justice to eliminate the inheritor of the demonic arts, causing people to support him everywhere. I'm afraid that Wuxia's shadow was also involved in the sudden outbreak of the Days disaster. It's really terrifying. The epic tree was actually in the 8 Desolates 10 regions from the beginning. It was just that Wuxia took it first and kept it a secret from the world. Later on, he used it as bait. Thinking of this at this time, a lot of things could be thought through. Everyone laughed bitterly in their hearts and trembled. They felt that this method was really terrifying. If it did not really happen, perhaps no one would dare to think in this direction. Wuxia took in everyone's expressions, but his expression still did not change. The reason why he showed his true appearance today was, on one hand, because the appearance of the dark heavenly court needed to be announced to the world. On the other hand, he wanted to tell the upper realm a fact. The current upper realm was not like before, chaotic, and without a master. The immortal divine nation had just been established and ruled the heavens, and he was the true master of the upper realm. Those who submitted to him would live, and those who disobeyed would die. The divine nation's palace was so vast, and the cultivators and living beings who entered and came here were so many. They came from thousands of heavens, from different races and orthodoxies. There were people of the divine nation, and naturally, there were also cultivators from the outside world. But now they were strangely calm. No one spoke again, and they all looked at Gu Chang'e, waiting for him to speak. They knew that Gu Chang'e must have another purpose for establishing the divine nation. I want to establish the immortal bestowment role. Anyone who enters the divine nation can enter the role and become an immortal. They will be worshipped by the divine nation and will never die. Gu Chang'e said slowly. His eyes were deep, as if there were universes evolving in them. All kinds of terrifying scenes in the heavens flashed by with unparalleled majesty. He did not explain what the immortal bestowment role was, but everyone here could understand, and they were extremely shocked. The immortal bestowment role, as the name suggested, was a list of immortals. Did it mean one could become an immortal if they entered the role? Becoming an immortal? Becoming immortal? Surpassing those who had achieved the Tao. After all, judging from the current situation, Gu Chang'e was the only immortal Tao existence in the heavens. Even the epic tree was in his hands. No one had seen the epic Tao fruit with their own eyes. Didn't that mean that he had a way to help the others become immortals? The cultivators who had already entered the ranks of the divine nation had never seen the epic Tao fruit before. They were extremely eager to hear the news. However, they were aware that those who entered the immortal bestowment role might not be as free as before. They would be bound by the rules, and might even submit to Gu Chang'e and the dark heavenly court. It was even possible that their lives would be controlled by the immortal bestowment role. It was not a simple matter. It was a huge risk, so they had to consider it carefully. The eyes of the cultivators flickered. They suppressed the excitement in their hearts, and did not show it on their faces. The immortal bestowment role is very tempting, but it's also very risky. There's no doubt that Gu Chang'e isn't a good person. He won't do good deeds for no reason. Judging from his behavior, there must be a huge trap behind this. We have to consider it carefully. The cultivators exchanged glances with one another. They could see the vigilance in each other's eyes. The myriad realms of the heavens were so vast that they could be said to be endless. Even the immortal Tao existence dared not say they could see everything clearly, let alone see what was happening in the other worlds. They also knew the secrets of the heavens and earth, and how many terrifying existences were hiding in the world. Gu Chang'e was no exception. He wanted to establish the immortal bestowment role mainly because he wanted to truly take over the heavens and the heavens. It was not like now, where the imperishable Taoism factions and supreme factions were only afraid of him. He still had a lot of things to do. Everything was just the beginning when he established the deity nation. Therefore, Gu Chang'e was not surprised by their expressions at all. After all, he had not even started to refine the immortal bestowment role. It was still too early for him to truly make cultivators become immortals. He only said that because he wanted to shock the heavens and earth. Because Gu Chang'e had other plans. He glanced around again and said calmly, all beings in the world, regardless of race, can enter the immortal bestowment role. I want to reproduce the rules of the heavens and earth. Those above the supremacy level can enter the role and comprehend the rules of the immortal Tao. What? Those above the supremacy level can enter the role? Doesn't that mean that we all have a chance? As soon as he said that, there was an uproar in the hall. Apart from the younger generation, almost everyone's expression changed. They were shocked, horrified, and even in disbelief. Because from what Gu Chang'e said, the immortal bestowment role was not created for the cultivators with a strong foundation. Previously, they all felt that they were not fated to be on the role. After all, the number of cultivators with a strong foundation was too rare, especially after the Kuan-ji disaster. On the contrary, The number of supremacy-level cultivators, quasi-emperors, and Tao attainments was the highest. However, if they wanted to become a cultivator with a strong foundation, they would have to cultivate for many years. Therefore, they were not very interested in the immortal bestowment role, and knew that it had nothing to do with them. However, Guchanga now said that those above the supremacy level could enter the role. Didn't that mean that they could use a shortcut to become immortals? Directly save many years of bitter cultivation? Such a temptation was simply too shocking. Who could sit still? It had to be said that after Guchanga said that, the hall was in an uproar. Everyone became excited, and the expressions of many cultivators changed drastically. They felt very uneasy, and felt that there was a great competition. Initially, they were still very cautious. But after hearing that, it directly meant that other people could also enter the immortal bestowment role, and it had nothing to do with them. In fact, the purpose of the role was to force them to make a choice. After all, if they did not enter the role, some supremacies, quasi-emperors, and those who had achieved the Tao would enter the role. How could they be willing to break the rules of heaven and earth in the simplest and most direct way to become an immortal? How could they not do something when they saw such a scene with their own eyes? What a ruthless heart. To be precise, once the role is out, it is forcing those who do not have a strong foundation to enter the role. Then other quasi-emperors, or those who have achieved the Tao will enter the role. When they understood this, many cultivators shuddered and felt a chill in their hearts. The Khanate does not exist, and the postnatal is reversed. The great Tao is formless, and all rules are evolved. If the Khanate can appear, then the postnatal can naturally evolve again. Then, as if to prove what he said, Guchanga directly sat cross-legged in the center of the divine nation like a supreme Khanate god. He began to preach the Tao to the people of the divine nation, discussing cultivation methods and the essentials of the great Tao. These were the scriptures of the great Tao, incomparably mysterious, and belonged to the understanding of the immortal Tao. Many strange phenomena appeared in heaven and earth. In the outer sky, the stars with life were affected and began to tremble, as if they were about to fall. They were all shining brightly. Starlight sprinkled down, illuminating all directions. In the divine nation, a divine tree grew. It was boundlessly huge, and rich light appeared around it, as if it was nurturing a new world. As if it was about to materialize and grow between heaven and earth. Inside, it was as if there was an ancient vault of heaven, opening up with this divine tree. Wisps of chaotic chi rose and fell, and the great Tao runes disappeared. Then strands of black matter hung, as if there were many withered and dead worlds. Multicolored light gushed out, showing millions of changes. World, time, creation, space, immortal ascension. All kinds of great Tao appeared at this time. The long river of time even faintly surged, shocking everyone. All the people of the divine nation felt honored and excited. They came to listen to the preaching, intoxicated and intoxicated. The scriptures filled the sky, turning into a large expanse of light rain, covering millions of miles of the star domain. Many cultivators were enlightened at the first moment, entering the state of enlightenment. The invincible figures of the restricted areas, the rulers of the other orthodoxies, in the crowd, all had complicated expressions, feeling the powerful Tao. From these short words, they felt the profound mysteries of heaven and earth, so profound that they couldn't understand. They felt like it involved the path of new life, as if it could be used as a shortcut. For an entire half a month, Guchanga sat here, preaching the Tao for the divine nation, at the same time gathering that terrifying power of faith. The entire divine nation was like its name, filled with an immortal aura. Guchanga's good fortune was present. In the void, waves of Tao sound bloomed. The chanting of scriptures resounded through heaven and earth, even spreading outside the divine nation, echoing in the various universes. Countless cultivators entered the state of enlightenment, praising the divine master's name. Tao lotuses appeared one after another, sparkling and resplendent, growing within, gushing with multicolored light. They were like dignified Buddhas, but also like holy immortals. In the vault of heaven, large amounts of sparkling flower petals descended. On the earth, divine springs gurgled, continuously flowing, boundless Tao energy surging. However, All the cultivators who came here benefited greatly, and their cultivation improved rapidly. Some even broke through on the spot, divine flames burning, primordial spirits erupting with multicolored auspicious light. There were also those who made progress in secret methods, Tao methods, and divine abilities. There were also those with great talents, their bloodlines advancing a step further, symbol bones resplendent, illuminating all directions, displaying terrifying potential. All of the space in the great hall was packed with people. There was no room for anyone else. Those who came later were all incomparably regretful, their intestines about to turn green from regret. Some ancient existences who had already achieved the Tao had great Tao revolving around them. But they also entered a state of enlightenment, gaining great benefits. Guchanga's surroundings were also filled with all types of immortal flowers, sacred stamens, auspicious beasts gathered, the Tao sea boundless, immortal mists dense, forming a holy land. Of course, he didn't do this for no reason. The essence of the great Tao he preached contained divine texts of expiation, able to silently influence the minds of cultivators, directly expiating them, turning them into the most devout believers. There is a path to immortality in the divine nation. All citizens of the divine nation can come here to listen to the Tao from time to time. Guchanga didn't say much, just casually showing what the immortal path was, letting the beings of the heavens understand what benefits there were after becoming a citizen of the divine nation. Of course, at that time, the one preaching the Tao wouldn't be him, but another existence. Chapter 805. The heavenly sound echoed, and there were shocking phenomena everywhere. Even the universe outside the divine kingdom was filled with holy and bright light. Golden lotuses were everywhere, and the great Tao surrounded them. It was too shocking. Many cultivators and living beings who had come to listen to the sermons for more than half a month had a deep understanding. At the same time, they had a deeper reverence for the dark heavenly court. Even some of the older generation with profound cultivation couldn't help but be affected, let alone the younger generation. After all, apart from the prosperous era of ancient times, no one in the current era had ever seen a sermon on the Tao. There wouldn't be any supreme powerhouses who would explain the Tao to all living beings. Now everyone cherished their own knowledge. No one would tell others their cultivation experience for no reason. The explanation of an immortal contained many ideas that contradicted the mortal world. However, it was undeniable that these ideas made people's eyes light up and see the fog. Those who enter the divine kingdom can listen to sermons at any time. Not only that, but there's also a chance to enter the immortal bestowment role. As long as one reaches the supreme realm, there's a chance. There's no need to spend so much effort to cultivate to the point where there's a foundation. For us, this is tantamount to an opportunity to reach the heavens in one step. It's too tempting. It had to be said that Guchanga's words moved the hearts of all who came here to worship. They felt that it was not impossible to submit to the divine kingdom. Even those with a foundation began to think about it. Their emotions were complicated, and it was impossible for them to sit still like before. The real way to become an immortal, and the path to immortality was in the hands of Guchanga. He could decide at will whether all living beings could become immortals. If they continued to wait, who could be sure when the path to immortality would appear? Moreover, if the path to immortality appeared, who could guarantee that Guchanga wouldn't interfere? His ruthlessness and indifference were vividly displayed during this period of time, making people tremble in fear. Moreover, the power of the divine kingdom was obvious to all. The only immortal in the upper realm was the master of the divine kingdom. In addition, the divine kingdom wanted to set up the immortal bestowment role. For those cultivators and living beings who had no hope of advancing further, it was tantamount to a bright light in the darkness, a blessing in the end of despair. At this stage of cultivation, there was basically no end in sight or hope. Suddenly, they were told that as long as they could enter the list, they would be able to reach the end and become an immortal? In this world, how many people could resist such temptation? To know that even the undefeatable heaven's favorites of the same generation could only dream of attaining the Tao. Becoming an immortal was an extravagant dream. Since ancient times, Which one of those who were able to reach the level of being a character of the foundation? Which one of them wasn't a peerlessly talented existence that was unrivaled amongst their peers? It had to be said that Guchanga's plans had a firm grasp of the current situation in the upper realm. Even those orthodoxies that had already sealed off their mountains were deeply moved. They were considering the gains and losses, somewhat unable to hold themselves back. However, Guchanga didn't say what kind of restrictions and requirements they would face once they entered the list. He didn't even reveal anything. This was something that many people couldn't grasp, worrying that there would be a huge trap. Guchanga's gaze swept across everyone in the hall. He wasn't surprised as he had already guessed their reaction. Although he had other plans for now, the immortal investiture role and the preaching of the Tao were enough. The immortal investiture role was targeted at cultivators of the supreme realm and above, while the preaching of the Tao was for cultivators of all realms, especially those with low cultivation and the largest number of ordinary cultivators. As for how to enter the immortal investiture role, in fact, Guchanga had already thought about it. He couldn't say that he was simply doing a good deed and giving the world such a shortcut. After entering the role, they had to sincerely submit to the God Nation and rely on it with their lives. They had to live and die with the God Nation and be under his control. Apart from that, they also needed to have sufficient contributions. The second point was the most important one. Guchanga couldn't say that after those cultivators had submitted to the God Nation, he would let them enter the role directly. That would be too simple. The heavens were too vast, and there were still many unknown areas waiting to be explored. These cultivators who wanted to enter the role, in Guchanga's eyes, were the simplest and also the best tools for development. The immortal investiture role sounded simple, but it involved the repetition of the laws of heaven and earth, and the creation of a true immortal with the vast power of faith. It could even cause the repulsion of heaven and earth, and cause a backlash from heaven and earth. However, these things weren't what Guchanga needed to consider at the moment, because he also knew that this kind of method of drawing a big picture, only when the big picture was taken out could it cause a real sensation. After that, many guests in the hall planned to leave and discuss this matter in detail with their families. They wouldn't make a decision so quickly. For orthodoxies like the Longevity Gu clan and the Wuxia Immortal Dynasty, they didn't have so many worries. Because in itself, the God Nation was established, and the Divine Lord was Guchanga. At the same time, he was also the future leader of the Gu clan. There was no distinction between the two, and the current empress of the Wuxia Immortal Dynasty was Guchanga's wife. From this point of view, the Longevity Gu clan, the Wuxia Immortal Dynasty, and other orthodoxies existed as the foundation of the God Nation. They didn't rely on or submit to the God Nation. There was no conflict of interest between the two. Guchanga didn't say anything. He just looked at the crowd silently with a calm expression. Many of the believers of the God Nation prostrated themselves devoutly outside. The vast power of faith surged and gathered towards the brilliant sun in the sky. Among them was the golden cauldron of fortune that Guchanga had refined. He had used a different method to refine it. Not only could it collect the power of faith, but it could also be used as a container to convert the power of faith into other origin powers. The so-called immortal investiture role was in essence created by relying on the power of faith. It allowed cultivators who hadn't reached the immortal Tao to unleash the power of the immortal Tao. In the next few days, the divine nation was established, its light illuminating the heavens. Many news related to this place had already spread, circulating in various universes. After some consideration, many orthodoxies decided to submit to the God Nation as its subjects. However, Guchanga didn't take the initiative to show himself after that day. He left all the big and small affairs of the God Nation to Mei. Previously, Mei was in charge of the affairs of the Great Yu Immortal Dynasty, the business alliance of 10,000 Paths, and other orthodoxies. She was already familiar with these matters. Besides, Guchanga also asked Ji Qingxian, who was in the chaotic star region, to assist Mei. He Yenyu from the immortal ancient continent was also a very ambitious person. After some consideration, Guchanga saw that she was loyal and gave her some authority. The god nation had just been established, so there were many things that needed to be resolved. Gu Chang'e wasn't interested in these trivial matters, and didn't want to spend time and energy on them. It saved him a lot of free time. In the past few decades he didn't slack off. While refining the Devil Lord's blood, he also sacrificially refined the 6 puppets, starting from Ada and then Agio. Aer was the Hall Master who destroyed Hell. The reincarnation ancient heavenly lord was named third by Gu Chang'e. Their strength was comparable to that of a remnant immortal, and even stronger than the 36 celestial lords. As for these 30-star venerates, they were all people with solid foundations. Some of them had their minds wiped out, and Gu Chang'e had forcibly refined them. Although their cultivations had dropped significantly, they could still easily suppress those who had comprehended the Tao. Some of them were the powerhouses of their orthodoxies. Their cultivation was profound, and they willingly submitted to Gu Chang'e to serve him. In general, the god nation wasn't inferior to any orthodoxies in terms of strength. They had many immortal weapons. Most of them were obtained by Gu Chang'e when he killed those powerhouses during the Kuan-ji calamity. In the end, they were all put into the national treasury. In the past, the imperishable orthodoxies only had 1 or 2 immortal weapons at most. They couldn't be as extravagant as the god nation. The god nation has just been established. Apart from the territories it occupies in the past, some territories in other realms can also be included. For example, the Empyrean Wilderness 10 realms. Everyone knows about your relationship with the Empyrean Dear Empyrean Maiden. She's in charge of that territory, so logically speaking, the Empyrean Wilderness 10 realms should also belong to the god nation. Then there's Empress Shi Yao in the monster realm. In the Great Hall, Gu Chang'e was quietly reading through the many jade slips in front of him, looking at the many matters he'd dealt with recently. At the side, Mei was wearing a snow-white dress. Her figure was slender and graceful, and her flawless face had a serious expression as she narrated these matters. There's no need to think too much about these issues. As for the Empyrean Dear Empyrean Maiden, when the time comes to establish the Empyrean Dear Palace in the god nation, she'll know what to do with a little effort. The same goes for Empress Shi Yao. Gu Chang'e nodded. He didn't care much about these trivial matters. The Empyrean Dear Empyrean Maiden was very smart. When the upper realm conquered the 8 desolates' 10 regions, she showed extraordinary decisiveness and rationality. At this time she definitely wouldn't say anything. She would even refute Gu Chang'e's opinion. As for Empress Shi Yao, she was probably thinking about how to lead the monster realm into the god nation. She just hadn't said anything yet. On the contrary, what Gu Chang'e was looking at now was the submission of the various orthodoxies and tribes. Compared to what he had expected, it was still much slower. But it made sense. Although the god nation was strong and had the immortal Tao in charge, the environment of the upper realm was changing. Perhaps in the near future, the immortal realm and the god nation would collide. Everything would be reshuffled again. Gu Chang'e didn't want to use force to subdue the orthodoxies like before unless it was absolutely necessary. This was because the upper realm had finally regained peace. In the eyes of ordinary cultivators, it was his creation of the god nation that solved these problems. Therefore, at this time, Gu Chang'e breaking the current situation would greatly affect the reputation of the faith and the god nation. This was contrary to his long-term plan. Creating the god nation to absorb the faith was one thing. On the other hand, Gu Chang'e considered that if the immortal realm and the upper realm connected, it would lead to a drastic change in the current situation. He had to control the upper realm. Only then could he have the initiative to speak in that situation. After all, for the immortal realm, the upper realm was the foundation. Over the years, instead of saying that the immortal realm had abandoned the upper realm, it was more like a rootless duckweed, drifting unpredictably. In fact, Gu Chang'e didn't know what the current situation of the immortal realm was. Therefore he prepared in advance. Whether the situation in the immortal realm was good or bad, it would not affect him. Master, since these problems are not considered for the time being, since the god nation has been decided, should we set up many positions like the mortal kingdoms? Over the past few days, I have collected the opinions of many orthodoxies and aristocratic families. They hope to obtain some rights within the God nation. They don't want to say that after submitting to the God nation, everything will belong to the God nation, as if they were annexed. This is also the reason why they have been considering whether to submit or not. Inmei spoke up, her brows slightly furrowed. Because the divine nation had only just been established, many matters had been dealt with casually. There was no detailed division of power and authority. Although Gu Chang'e was respectfully called the Divine Lord by the world, she was still used to calling him master in private. You should have considered these matters, right? After hearing this, Gu Chang'e nodded. He knew that since Inmei said this, she must have thought about how to deal with it. She just wanted to inform him. I have discussed with Ji Qingxian and the others. We have decided to divide the orthodoxies according to their strength. 1. 6 will be divided into 9 grades. In addition, we can further divide the levels of mortal, spirit, god, sage, emperor, immortal. According to the different levels, the territories and authority can be divided according to their strength. They can be promoted or demoted according to the changes in strength. After hearing this, Inmei nodded seriously. At the same time, she passed a very thick booklet to Gu Chang'e. The booklet detailed the process and rules of how to divide the authority and other matters. Gu Chang'e read it carefully and did not find anything inappropriate. Although this was an effective place to imitate the ordinary, in general, it was still arranged according to the strength of the orthodoxies in the upper realm. Perhaps we can use this to divide the rankings. In this world, no matter who it is difficult to escape the word reputation. It is the same for the forces, clans, and powerhouses. Inmei then mentioned another plan. All these years, she had been in charge of the 10,000 Dao Business Alliance. In some places, she had set up organizations similar to the Divine Strategy and the 10,000 Dao Heavenly Mystery. They specialized in collecting information from various places and arranged various rankings. It was quite effective. Therefore, she felt that if the heavenly nation ruled the 10,000 Dao heavens, it could naturally set up various rankings. From the people with a strong foundation, to the ordinary heavenly prides, to the aristocratic families and clans, weapons, treasures, supernatural powers, and cultivation methods, all could be listed. The advantage of this was that it could gather fate and absorb faith. This would make all living beings more obedient and identify with the heavenly nation. Your idea is quite good. I haven't thought about it carefully before. Gu Chang'e was very impressed. He knew that no matter who it was in this world, they could not escape from fame and fortune. Chapter 806. In addition to the list, Inmei also gave many useful suggestions that Gu Chang'e thought were useful. For example, when the divine nation was first established, all races would be appointed as officials. Many orthodoxies from different races would be appointed as officials in the divine nation to enjoy their duties and responsibilities. At the same time, she could see that Gu Chang'e was trying to help the ordinary cultivators in an attempt to balance the interests of the various races. For example, some orthodoxies with a long history could be asked to give up their most powerful techniques and inheritances. Then, the divine nation would reward them with many benefits to balance them out. In short, Inmei had studied this kind of imperial ruling method quite a lot. She was also very ambitious and mentioned many ways to suppress the orthodoxies. They discussed and learned from each other, and came up with many good ideas. Of course, the kingdom of God had just been established, and there was no lack of talents in all aspects. Gu Chang'e had long expected this. When she had sent the Goldfinger seeds to the myriad realms, she had thought of recruiting talents. However, the talents in this field were the children of fate. Each of them had different destinies, and were favored by the heavens. These children of fate had different abilities, and were very loyal to Gu Chang'e. They had received gifts from him when they were weak, and called themselves God's disciples. Young master, you are now the divine lord and the emperor. You should be the ruler of the divine nation. You should rule over the various realms. Everything under the heavens should belong to you. Inmei gently rubbed Gu Chang'e's forehead with her small hands as she spoke softly. She was very ambitious. Although Gu Chang'e had yet to marry a concubine or even an empress, Many of the ministers in the divine nation felt that she was very capable and managed everything well. Yu Mingkong was Gu Chang's official wife, but her power and prestige in the divine nation were far inferior to Yin Mei. It could even be said that many people felt that if Gu Chang'e were to have an empress in the future, Yin Mei would be more suitable than Yu Mingkong. Of course, Gu Chang'e was also aware of these words. He understood that this was something unavoidable after the establishment of the divine kingdom. Yin Mei, as well as Yu Mingkong, had mentioned this to him many times, asking him to take some time to solve these problems, so that the ministers of the kingdom of God wouldn't talk about it. There were many things that had to be done in consideration of the big picture, and could no longer be said to be as casual as before. In addition, Yin Mei was also a little worried that Yu Mingkong would think too much, so she asked Gu Chang'e for her opinion many times. She was ambitious for power, but she wouldn't do unreasonable things and cross the line. I have already made arrangements for these matters. Now the only thing before me is the matter of being bestowed a celestial title. In the face of absolute power, these rules can be changed and made at will. Just like now for me, isn't the establishment of the divine nation and ruling the heavens just a casual game? Whether or not the myriad races in the heavens will submit depends on whether I want to or not. Gu Chang'e smiled faintly, took the tea she handed over, and blew on it lightly. He didn't think much of the foundation of the divine nation, but only used it as a means to absorb the power of faith. Because no matter what, the divine nation's current glory was supported by him alone. If he suddenly disappeared, the divine nation would collapse overnight. Gu Chang'e wouldn't be surprised. Young master, do you know how infuriating it is to say these words? Yin Mei blinked her beautiful eyes. She felt that Gu Chang'e was being too casual, and didn't take this matter seriously. She said, "This is the everlasting divine nation. It's the only force that has been born in the upper world for so many years. It can be recorded in history, and will exist forever. I feel that even if there are drastic changes in the future, the divine nation will stand tall and live forever in the long river of time." This was her greatest ambition, to help Gu Chang'e establish such an eternal divine nation. Infuriating, Gu Chang'e smiled and reached out to pull her into his arms. His gaze fell, as if he could see through the boundless heavens and thousands of realms, overlooking everything from the top of the divine nation. Yin Mei looked at him in a daze, her eyes full of admiration and love. However, she soon thought of something and said in a slightly vexed manner, "Young master, regarding the matter of concubines and empresses, many ministers have been remonstrating during this period of time. They want to send their holy daughters, or some holy daughters into the palace. In addition, even some female great medium masters in the past, whose cultivation was the best in the world, and whose beauty was unparalleled, have expressed many times that they want to enter the palace. One of them is the heavenly maiden Jin Yang of the Great Void Divine Tribe. The heavenly maiden Jin Yang was a real existence. She had met Gu Chang'e several times before, and was a very ancient existence in the Great Void Divine Tribe. In ancient times, she dominated the world, and was sought after by countless outstanding talents. Later on, she suppressed the world and broke through to the Tao. Her cultivation was unfathomable. In fact, this kind of thing was not uncommon in the mortal countries, not to mention the divine nation that ruled the heavens. Many orthodoxies and clans wanted to use this method to gain a foothold in the vast divine nation, because this was the general trend. The news of the immortal investiture roll had spread throughout the heavens. Every universe was shocked and talking about it. Even the eternal forbidden land, which had been dormant for a long time, had a drastic change. The myriad realms of the heavens were vast and boundless. Even if one's cultivation base was exceedingly high, it was impossible for one to know every corner and know everything clearly. However, the establishment of the divine nation had shown hope to all living beings. It also showed the terrifying spirit of ruling the heavens to all orthodoxies and clans. As the lord of the divine nation, Gu Chang'e's actions had shocked every corner of the heavens. Who would not be afraid? Who would not be respectful? For the upper realm, this was an epoch making, or even a new era of change. When Gu Chang'e heard these words, his expression did not change. In fact, he had expected this. Yu Mingkong had also mentioned this to him before. After all, as the lord of the divine nation, how could he only have one empress? As the empress of the unparalleled immortal dynasty, Yu Mingkong had been in charge of the dynasty for so many years. Naturally, she knew what Gu Chang'e was going to face. She naturally did not mind. In fact, she felt that Gu Chang'e needed to consider this carefully, and at the same time, make arrangements for the many women around him. In the past, she was a little overbearing and jealous. However, since the two of them got married, many of her views and ideas had changed. In Gu Chang'e's eyes, she had the temperament of a mother model who could control everything. How many eras has that heavenly maiden Jin Yang lived for? I am actually quite surprised that even she has such thoughts. Gu Chang'e shook his head. If it was Jiang Luotian from the Great Void God tribe, who wanted to be his concubine, he would feel that it was quite normal. However, it was the heavenly maiden Jin Yang, which surprised him a little. After the Kuan-ji calamity, the number of powerful figures had decreased sharply, let alone female ones. Inmei also said helplessly, the heavenly maiden Jin Yang from the Great Void God tribe has taken the initiative to persuade you 3 times, saying that she wants to enter the divine palace and accompany you. Gu Chang'e smiled faintly and said, she has lived for so long, and her eyelashes are empty. She would not say that it was just because of admiration that she made such a decision. She is probably worried that there is a big trap in the immortal sealing role. But she is unwilling to let go of the opportunity to become an immortal, so she came up with this idea. He did not think that his charm was so great that a powerful figure would willingly enter the palace to serve him. It was just that it was not a decision made for the sake of becoming an immortal. Of course, Gu Chang'e did not have much of an emotional reaction to this. At his level, it was very difficult for him to feel happy, angry, sad, or resentful at will. Don't say that, master. To the living beings of the upper realm, you have cut through all obstacles, eliminated all disasters, and established the only immortal divine kingdom since ancient times. How heroic are you? This is a feat that countless cultivators would not even dare to think about. Moreover, young master, you are a true immortal of the present age. In terms of appearance, how many men in the world can compare to you? In terms of talent, no one can compare to you. Such a character is rare even in myths and legends. Which woman in the world won't be impressed by you? The heavenly maiden Jin Yang was a goddess in the first 400 generations. In the past, she was also a beautiful goddess with countless pursuers. It is normal for her to admire you. However, after hearing Gu Chang'e's words, Inmei's little face turned serious. Her beautiful face that was full of fox charm revealed a very serious expression as she explained. This was the image of Gu Chang'e in her heart. There was not the slightest element of adulteration. Gu Chang'e smiled and could not help but scratch her nose. He said, when did you learn how to flatter people? Looking at Inmei in front of him, his emotions were a little scattered. Back then, he had only planted a magic seed in her and let her do things for him. He planned to abandon her as a chess piece when her usefulness was almost exhausted. However, who would have thought that she would be one of the few people closest to him now? All this time, Inmei was the one who helped him a lot. In some things, even Yu Mingkong did not do as much as she did. It was fate making fun of people. I'm not talking nonsense. If you don't believe me, you can ask around yourself. Which goddess doesn't say the same thing? Inmei's little face was very serious. Gu Chang'e smiled and did not say anything else. Then he took out a booklet and placed it in front of her. He said, this was given to me by Mingkong. You can take a look. Inmei took it with some curiosity. Her gaze fell on the booklet. This booklet mainly talked about choosing an empress and taking in concubines. For example, how to divide the power of the harem. Empress, divine consort, and heavenly consort were the 3 highest ranks of concubines. There was only one empress, and 3 or 4 divine consorts. Other than that, there could be more heavenly consorts. As for the concubines after that, it was even more simple and casual. There were official concubines, secondary concubines. This was planned by the empress long ago? Inmei actually saw her position among the divine consorts. Her face revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. Without a doubt, the empress belonged only to Yu Mingkong. As for the other positions, Yu Mingkong planned to discuss with her before deciding. Chapter 807. This is the list that Mingkong was drawing up some time ago. But it's just for me to take a look. What do you think? Gu Chang'e said casually. Now that he was really free, he was willing to spend some time on concubines. Therefore, when Yu Mingkong mentioned it to him previously, he had already considered it. He had seen many of the names on the list. For example, Yu Mingkong had originally intended to abdicate the position of Emperor-Empress. However, Gu Chang'e felt that there was no need. This was a divine kingdom that he had casually created, and he found it troublesome to have so many complicated formalities. As for the 4 divine concubines, there were only Yin Mei and Jiang Chuchu. There were still 2 vacancies. However, Gu Chang'e had not officially married the 2 of them, nor had he informed the All Heavens that he was going to take concubines. Therefore, he had only drawn up the list. If he really wanted to do it, he would need to hold a proper ceremony. Gu Chang'e did not want to owe them, especially Jiang Chuchu, for this kind of thing. Below the divine concubines were the heavenly concubines. There were actually many women's names on the list. Yu Mingkong had felt that she had an inexplicable relationship with Gu Chang'e during this period of time, so she took the initiative to write them up. For example, Yan Ji, Empress Shi Yao, Sky Deer Mystic Maiden, Ji Qing Xian Su Qingge, Black Yin Yu Lin Qiuhan, and even Xiao Ruoyin, the reincarnation of the Immortal Palace's High Priest of Destiny, Tao Yao and Chan Hongyi. Gu Chang'e had a headache when it came to these things. He did not even know about them before. Yu Mingkong was very clear about them, but she had never mentioned them in front of him. Moreover, Yu Mingkong had asked him about Xian'er. In the face of these matters, even if Gu Chang'e could easily kill his way into the upper realm and intimidate the heavens, he would still find it tricky and troublesome. If he could fool them, he would. After that, Gu Chang'e gave Yu Mingkong and Yin Mei full authority to decide on the consort selection. He would not interfere. For the entire divine nation of eternity, the Divine Lord's successor was of the utmost importance. Almost all of the ministers immediately requested that Gu Chang'e establish the Empress Palace. Otherwise, as the divine nation that ruled the heavens, it would appear to lack a foundation and lose its status. Gu Chang'e thought about it and decided to accept the opinions of the ministers. In the divine nation, he instructed many craftsmen to start building the palace. As for the divine materials and immortal materials, they were to be taken from the national treasury. If they were scarce resources, Gu Chang'e would send powerhouses to extract them. He was quite diligent in this matter. There were many palaces in the rear palace, including the Empress Palace, the Divine Consort Palace, and the Heavenly Consort Palace. As for the names of the palaces, it was not up to him to decide. For example, the Empress Palace was where Yu Mingkong usually lived. As for how to name it and gather faith, it was up to her to decide. However, Gu Chang'e thought that with Yu Mingkong's personality, she might name it the Mingkong Palace. In the following days, many palaces began to appear behind the divine nation's palaces. Just the materials alone were enough to make those who had attained the Tao speechless. All types of immortal materials used to forge Tao artifacts were piled up into mountains. Every day, one could see dazzling divine light interweaving in that place. There were a few ancient deity races that were as tall as mountain ridges that appeared. Their figures were tens of thousands of zhang tall. And even the clan elders took action, personally forging a palace for Gu Chang'e. The ancient god tribe was an ancient tribe in the distant universe. They fed on stars. Every time one of them evolved and grew, a star mark would appear in the space between their eyebrows. 9-star ancient gods had the strength of those who had attained the Tao. For example, the tribe leader was a 9-star golden ancient god. His strength was monstrous. Ordinary people were no match for him. He revered and respected Gu Chang'e from the bottom of his heart. He specially brought many powerhouses of the tribe to the divine nation to pledge their allegiance to it. They were willing to serve the divine nation to establish an everlasting foundation. The process of building the palaces was not complicated or long. In just a few months, a large group of palaces rose from the ground in the divine nation. There were a few places that were even piled up from unmatched wondrous earth. There were those who achieved the Tao, who paid a great price to move over from a few forbidden holy lands. Immortal rain shone brilliantly, incomparably divine, many divine trees and wondrous roots planted here. There were also some areas that were condensed from many stars. They were vast and boundless, and there were wisps of dense fog. It was very quiet. There were also some palaces that were very simple, but outside were all kinds of medicinal fields. Many strange species were planted there, and they were all extremely precious and rare. Some could only be found in the divine nation. There were also some that were just simple scenery. They did not occupy a large area, and were more like quiet and secluded houses. However, because of the celestial rain that drifted between heaven and earth, it was stained with all kinds of sacred colors. There were mountain and river corridors, pavilions, small bridges, and flowing water. These areas were actually independent small worlds with their own rules. The environment was completely different from the outside world. There were many mysterious restrictions set up between them. Ordinary people did not even have the qualifications to come in contact with them. Of course, these independent small worlds all existed in the divine nation. After all, the divine nation was too vast. It was refined by Guchanga from many universes. The territory was boundless, and those who had attained the Tao might not be able to reach the end in their lifetime. As for the names of these areas, they all had their own characteristics. The most magnificent and majestic palace, that exuded a steady atmosphere, was called the Emperor Harem Palace, also known as the Clear Sky Palace. It was very close to the palace where Guchanga usually rested. In addition, there was the Heavenly Fox Pure Land, the Saintess Palace, and so on. In the end, Guchanga could not help but shake his head. Even that guy Gu Xian, could not help but join in the fun. He sent people to build an extremely primitive Tao field for her. There were vast palaces, endless wastelands, and celestial mist lingering. It was like a fairyland. Celestial flowers bloomed, spiritual springs surged, and silver waterfalls fell. She named it the Sienner Palace. After the palaces were built, Guchanga chose a date, and directly announced to all worlds that he was going to hold a concubine conferring ceremony. When the news spread, all worlds were shaken. The orthodoxies from various universes were deeply shocked. They all expressed their congratulations. Whether it was the ministers of the divine nation or other orthodoxies, they all sent people to send congratulatory gifts, to express their congratulations and respect. Meanwhile, on this day, the entire world was celebrating, the red decorations covering millions and millions of li vast and world-shocking. A grand banquet was held within the divine country. The upper realm was boiling. All the major figures of the orthodoxies came to congratulate. Many bygone-era existences showed up. Those who had attained the Tao, those with deep foundations. They all came to congratulate and send their most precious gifts. Guchanga's figure appeared at the peak of the divine nation. His brilliance was dazzling, as if there was endless celestial light flowing around him. He sat in the universe. His body shone with emperor light. On top of his head, a supreme crown appeared, gathering the faith of all living beings. Greetings, Divine Lord. At this moment, Guchanga's brilliance illuminated all the realms. All the cultivators and living beings kowtowed in his direction. Walala. Wu. The ancient and towering epic tree stood behind him. It exuded an ancient and desolate aura, as if it had propped up the ages. Chapter 808. Divine light shone brightly, and the stars in the sky shone brightly. All the heavens came to offer their congratulations and gifts to Guchanga outside the kingdom of God. The grandeur and shock of this grand wedding had simply surpassed many of the occasions since ancient times. It was even comparable to the grandeur of the wedding between Guchanga and Yu Mingkong. All the cultivators who were lucky enough to witness this wedding would never forget it. It even became an ancient legend for the future generations. The Divine Lord's wedding was held in the Divine Palace on the epic tree. Tao chants resounded across the 9 heavens and shook the universe. The final wedding ceremony was held in the Divine Palace on the epic tree. The earth-shattering wedding of Guchanga and his concubines lasted for half a month. Later cultivators directly called it a heavenly wedding. Lanterns and colored banners were hung everywhere in the kingdom of God. Auspicious scenes of dragons and phoenixes appeared in various universes, illuminating all the heavens. During this half a month, ancient existences kept coming to offer precious gifts and blessings. There were also many beings from extremely distant universes who came with a heart of submission. These forces and races didn't just come with gifts and blessings. They even came with resources, wanting to join the kingdom of God and become its citizens. It was inevitable that the kingdom of God would unify the heavens. Moreover, there was a huge difference between having the kingdom of God and not having the protection of the 870 countries. The further the universes from the center of the upper realm were, the more oppressed by orthodoxies that evacuated from the upper realm. If they didn't have a strong background to support them, they would be enslaved by those orthodoxies sooner or later. After all, the further they were from the center of the upper realm, the more incomplete the precepts of heaven and earth in those universes were. The most powerful beings born there were only at the level of Tao attainment. How could they resist those with immortal weapons? Therefore, when faced with a choice, these forces would rather submit to the kingdom of God than be enslaved by those orthodoxies. This kind of thing happened frequently during this period of time. However, it was actually a trivial matter to the huge kingdom of God. I fulfilled my promise to you. The starlight was dazzling, and the Milky Way was like a train. The Saintess Palace was filled with red clouds. Auspicious red lanterns were hung everywhere. It was very festive. A woman with a graceful and slender figure was sitting at the side of the wedding bed. She was clenching her little hands tightly with slight uneasiness, and she seemed to be unable to sit still, and was slightly nervous. However, when he heard Gu Changa's slightly amused voice coming from outside the hall, he was stunned. Her entire body suddenly relaxed. Then, she stretched out her jade-like small hand and removed the red veil on her head, revealing a face that was as beautiful as a flower and as exquisite as jade. With a bit of makeup on, she was even more breathtakingly beautiful. Her porcelain-like face seemed to reveal a wisp of rosy charm due to shyness, and it was unforgettable to look away. On the day of the wedding, who would personally remove their own red veil? Are you in that much of a hurry? Gu Changa looked at Jiang Chuchu, whose eyes were shining brightly. He suddenly chuckled and couldn't help but make fun of him. Ah! Hearing Gu Changa's words, Jiang Chuchu was first stunned. Her beautiful eyes blinked, and then she suddenly reacted. Did she personally remove her own veil? The rosy color on her face deepened. She didn't dare to raise her head to look at Gu Changa's teasing expression. She was full of embarrassment and anger. Seeing that Jiang Chuchu was about to put the red veil back on, Gu Changa laughed again. He directly grabbed her slender wrist and said, "How can you do that? You've already removed it, and you're still putting it back on. Do you not plan to marry me?" "No." Hearing this, Jiang Chuchu couldn't help but glare at him. However, seeing that Gu Changa came directly to her palace tonight, she couldn't help but feel a little happy and secretly happy. This heavenly marriage was very shocking. It was not inferior to Gu Changa and Yu Mingkong's wedding. Moreover, it was an open and above-board marriage. Even if there was a rule in the human ancestors' palace that the saintess of each generation was not allowed to marry outside. But so what? All the clans in the heavens and all the orthodoxies witnessed it personally. Who would dare to say a word? That's great. Jiang Chuchu suddenly hugged Gu Changa's waist and buried her head in his arms. Her face was full of happiness and satisfaction. She was deeply in love with Gu Changa. This was because Gu Changa had gone against his heart many times and done many things that could be said to be inconsistent with her ideals. In the beginning, she had never thought that there would be a day when she would give up everything for Gu Changa. Even to her, the sect that had given her a new lease on life, and the human ancestors' palace that had raised her. Not to mention the great responsibility of the people on her shoulders. To Jiang Chuchu, her feelings for Gu Changa were the kind that, even if she knew that he was a demon who was the enemy of the entire world, and was destined to be her mortal enemy, she was still willing to stand by his side and betray everything. She knew that Gu Changa might not be able to give her any status, but she had no regrets. "I'm sorry to have made you wait for so long." Looking at Jiang Chuchu in front of him, Gu Chang's expression softened. The red candles shone brightly. With a shake of his hand, they were extinguished one by one. The palace fell into darkness. The night ended in silence. This night was destined to be a sleepless one for many people. Some were happy, some were silent, and some were sad. In the Heavenly Fox mystic realm, Inmei was dressing up in front of a mirror. Her face was thin and charming. The maids behind her had been waiting on her respectfully, but they were also very frightened. After all, the divine consort of Heavenly Fox was not the only concubine the divine master was marrying in this heavenly marriage. However, the divine master had not arrived at this time of the night. The maids were naturally worried that the divine consort of Heavenly Fox was not favored by the divine master. The divine consort of Heavenly Fox was a title bestowed by Inmei. She was one of the 4 divine consorts. Currently, there were only 2 divine consorts. One was her, and the other was naturally Jiang Chuchu. You can all leave now. Inmei looked at herself in the mirror. Her expression did not change much. She waved her hand and dismissed the maids. Although she had expected this, she still felt a little disappointed, regretful, and disappointed, as well as a faint sense of grievance. However, in the latter half of the night, when she was about to go to bed, she saw Gu Chang'e quietly coming over. Her heart was filled with an indescribable surprise. Time passed quickly. Decades had passed since the establishment of the divine nation and the concubine selection. Gu Chang'e sat at the top of the divine nation, overlooking the heavens. He had also accompanied his family and lovers for hundreds of years. The divine nation had developed and expanded. According to the plan, it had conquered the heavens step by step. Its territory was already vast and boundless. Many orthodoxies and forces had also submitted to the divine nation in the past few decades. Gu Chang'e had succeeded in refining the immortal investiture role a few decades ago. She had used up a lot of precious treasures and had even accumulated a lot of vital energy over the years. On this day, after perfecting many details, a dazzling golden roll, exuding an ancient aura, appeared in the sky above the divine nation. It was boundless and was surrounded by boundless chaotic energy. It was on the same level as the nation-guarding sun, and its light covered the heavens. The 2 ancient divine characters of the immortal investiture roll reflected everything and had the divine power to suppress the heavens and the earth. Chapter 809. Golden light shone brightly, as if there was a sun rising in the heavens. Ancient Tao sounds traveled billions of miles and resounded in every part of the universe. This enormous chart was constructed from countless precious divine materials, and it was completely suffused with a faint golden glow while chaotic chi coiled around it. The 2 words celestial bestowment were ancient and majestic. It had a terrifying aura that pressured the heavens. Cultivators of any level would tremble just by looking at it, and they couldn't help but want to kneel before it. Golden lotuses of the great Tao bloomed around the board. Divine light surged, and even the surrounding stars trembled, as if they couldn't bear the aura of the board. Tao rhymes circulated, and immortal light intertwined. Soon, the board was covered by a vast fog. No cultivator could see through it. However, the heavens and realms were shocked by this board. Almost all existences couldn't calm down and couldn't sit still. A few decades ago, Gu Chang'e had talked about immortal bestowment. Cultivators above mortal supremacy could enter this board and become immortal in one step. They would no longer be bound by the rules of heaven and earth. This matter shocked the heavens and realms. Many of the existences at that time couldn't sit still. They were worried that the board would affect them. However, they weren't willing to entrust their lives to the kingdom of God and Gu Chang'e. On the other hand, the immortal bestowment could directly affect the situation in the entire upper realm. It could even affect the various races in the heavens and realms. The various universes wouldn't be peaceful. After all, this was an incredible thing that could allow people to become immortal in one step, who wouldn't be affected by bewitchment. Above supremacy, there were 3 levels: sub-emperor, Tao attainment, and foundation characters. If cultivators wanted to become immortal, they would have to spend countless years to reach the foundation characters level. Once the immortal bestowment board was released, The balance that had been maintained since ancient times would definitely be broken. Guchanga sat on the peak of the kingdom of God and looked at the board. His voice was calm, and it resounded through the heavens like a great bell. The Immortal Bestowment Board is formed. Anyone who enters this board will be blessed by providence and faith, and become immortal. As soon as he finished speaking, the Immortal Bestowment roll concealed itself. Its brilliant might vanished into the horizon, but that shocking and terrifying phenomenon was still reflected in the heavens. However, these words caused a huge commotion in the various universes. The most powerful experts of many races and sects appeared and gathered their people. They began to discuss how to deal with the situation. Although the glory of the divine nation had illuminated the heavens and was on the verge of unifying the world, the divine nation was still in a daze. However, the heavens were too vast and boundless. It was impossible to unify the heavens in such a short period of time. Over the years, many forces had submitted to the divine nation, but there were still many clans and forces hiding in the dark. Even the countries outside the divine nation had revealed themselves. It came from the outer domain outside of the upper realm. It was as ancient as the upper realm. The universe was stacked on top of each other, and the depth of its foundation was unimaginable. It was precisely because the precepts of heaven and earth in the upper realm were evolving and becoming complete that the outer realms began to reveal themselves. Time and space were the greatest forces in this world. Even those who had achieved the immortal Tao did not dare to say that they could understand these secrets, let alone know how many worlds there were in this world. The divine light disappeared, and Guchanga's figure appeared in the palace of the divine nation. His attire was very simple. He wore a green silk robe, and his hair was not tied up in a bun. He was handsome and casual. It was difficult to associate him with the divine master, who ruled the heavens, and the supreme emperor of a generation. Now, he was more like a fine young master in a chaotic world, a banished immortal who had strayed into the mortal world. He was extraordinary. Divine Master. Once the immortal investiture roll is released, there will be chaos outside the divine nation. Although the divine nation has been purging the various universes these past years, there are still remnants in some corners, creating chaos in various ways. A minister was reporting and said respectfully, during this period, there are even remnants of the destroyed orthodoxies who have sacrificed ancient remnant souls, using secret techniques, in an attempt to worship the evil immortals and disrupt the foundation of our divine nation. We are stupid and cannot get rid of them once and for all. Hearing these words, Guchanga nodded slightly, but his expression did not change. He said, I already know about this. Even if the evil immortals appear, they will not dare to appear in the divine nation. The evil immortals are not to be blamed on you. Even if they have a wisp of intelligence at their peak, they are not something that ordinary people can contend with. He did not like to call himself I, so most of the time, he referred to himself as I in front of the ministers. Things like today had happened too many times over the years. At first, the ministers were very surprised, but later they got used to it. They knew that Guchanga was not old, and did not like complicated formalities. Guchanga liked to solve many things in a straightforward and simple way. He did not like to beat around the bush. As for the evil immortals, in the end, the orthodoxies that were once destroyed by him were not completely eradicated. In the past few years, they had gathered forces in various places, and even used secret and forbidden arts to sacrifice themselves to connect to the long river of time. They wanted to find a trace or brand of their ancestors and awaken them. Zero those orthodoxies that have been destroyed, because of Guchanga, had real immortal realm ancestors. Because of the evolution of the environment, the power of the immortal realm could be seen, so the divine soul marks that had disappeared in the long river of time were also revived. This led to the so-called evil immortals. Over the years, the divine nation had destroyed no less than 10 evil immortals, and the situation was getting worse. It seems that the power of the evil suppression division is still not enough. Marquee evil suppression. Go to the ministers, sects and families and pick talented young men and women to join the evil suppression division. They will belong to the saber division and can use merit points to exchange divine powers and all kinds of treasures. The evil immortals are allowed to wreak havoc in the world, making the country uneasy and the foundation unstable. We have to get rid of them. Zero Guchanga ordered casually. The saber division, spear division, sword division and halberd were the 4 divisions that he had casually created. The 4 divisions were responsible for killing, and were one of the most terrifying forces in the divine nation in recent years. Marquis Evil Suppression was an extremely fierce and burly man. There was chaos chi around him, and his appearance could scare off evil and make children stop crying. Yes, Divine Master. After receiving the order, he immediately went to pass the order to the various clans and sects to select talents. Although the Evil Suppression Division sounded nice, it was actually created by Guchanga at the suggestion of Yin Mei. As for the purpose, it was not to get rid of evil or evil immortals, but to balance and suppress the power of the ministers of the various clans. There was no absolute peace in this world. Guchanga had long expected the evil immortals, but in fact, he did not care much about it. But he used this opportunity to create the Evil Suppression Division, in the name of selecting talents, to select talents from various clans and sects for his use. After training and cultivation, they would sincerely submit to him. In the long run, the real effect would be seen. After dealing with many affairs, Guchanga's figure turned into a wisp of clear air and disappeared. This was naturally not his real body, but a Dharma body formed by a random thought. But even if there was a foundation, it would be impossible to see the difference. During this period of time, his real body had been sitting cross-legged at the end of the void outside the divine nation, refining the true blood of the Fiend Lord. At the same time, he used his mind to contact the deity region that was connected to the upper world. In addition, Guchanga was also refining the origin accumulated by the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord, and his cultivation level was increasing at a terrifying speed. If he went through the baptism of the immortal tribulation, his realm might be able to reach an incredible level in an instant. Chapter 8:10. In fact, Guchanga left most of the matters in Divine Kingdom to Yin Mei and the others. His real body was outside the void, only appearing occasionally when he wanted to see Yu Mingkong, Jiang Chuchu, and the others. Normally, when he had to make a decision on such matters, only then would a thought materialize to deal with them. Guchanga had long planned for the immortal investiture role. After the role was taken out, the Imperial Court of Divine Kingdom would inform all the heavens. Based on the degree of trust in Divine Kingdom, one could enter the role. In the vast heavens, there were countless cultivators and creatures like a sea of smoke. Even the existences above the Supremes were too many. It was impossible for all of them to enter the role. What Guchanga wanted to do now was to show the immortal investiture role in front of everyone, to let all the heavens know that the immortal investiture role was not a lie. As for the immortal investiture role, I'll leave it to Bai Lianer. She's been studying all kinds of lists recently. As for the list, there's no need to rush. We can find some ministers who are loyal to Divine Kingdom and give them the title in public. This way, the impact will be much more far-reaching. Guchanga waved his hand in the air, and an order appeared. Then, a terrifying ripple appeared in the air, and the order flew out of the void and landed in a temple in the Divine Kingdom. Bai Lianer was the owner of the Spring Breeze Jasper Pavilion, and had the inheritance of the ancient Sha Di. Although the Sha Di called himself an emperor, his cultivation was close to that of an immortal. The inheritance he left behind was extremely terrifying. All these years, Guchanga had Bai Lianer in charge of the Azura Palace. She had been secretly training an organization called the Heaven's Net. In fact, it was similar to the Spring Breeze Jasper Pavilion. It could gather all kinds of information from all over the world, and do some shady things in the dark. Moreover, Guchanga ordered Bai Lianer to build the Tianji Hall according to Yin Mei's suggestion. They also established the Heavenly Mystery Tower, the Heavenly Mystery Hall, and so on in the various ancient cities of the myriad realms of the universe. These forces were all spies, and they could gather all sorts of information and make all sorts of rankings. For example, the prodigy rankings, weapon rankings, power rankings, beauty rankings, talent rankings, and so on. Guchanga's intention was very simple. He wanted to make the competition between the Dao domains more intense. A cultivator's life is all for fame and power. In fact, Guchanga even had plans to create heavenly Dao steels for the various cultivation realms, gathering the fate of heaven and earth, and listing out the various geniuses since ancient times. By being listed on the steels, one would be able to obtain a ranking and corresponding rewards. In addition, he also planned to open up the Void Realm. It was a realm where all living beings had faith, similar to the 9 underworlds of the underworld in myths and legends. Even though the spirit was destroyed, the incense still existed and was controlled by the divine kingdom. It could guarantee the reincarnation of the warrior, or condense the godhead in the virtual realm and become the incensing god. However, this so-called virtual realm was still in Guchanga's consideration and had not been put into action. If he really wanted to do so, it would be an extremely time-consuming and energy-consuming process. As for the reason for doing so, Guchanga found that this number was compatible with the operation of the heavenly Tao, and it was beneficial for him to comprehend and cultivate through the power of faith. At the same time, Guchanga had a premonition that some kind of shocking change might have happened in the celestial realm during this period of time. There would be terrifying things that were completely different from the rumors in the past. Before Guchangi left the upper realm, he had also told him that in the near future, the upper realm, and even the heavens would undergo a drastic change. Now that he suddenly had a sudden impulse, Guchanga also felt that he could not underestimate this matter too much. He had to plan ahead. The Tao of Fate was illusory. Unlike the other great Tao, there were many things that needed to be studied, and they all required a long time to understand. During this period of time, Guchanga carefully thought about it. He planned to break through the Tao of Fate and condense the immortal King Tao fruit. As for the origin left behind by the ancient heavenly lord of Samsara, it could only help Guchanga improve his cultivation. He still had to rely on himself to comprehend the great Tao of Fate. In addition to the Tao of Fate, Guchanga was also studying the Tao of Time and Space. Previously, he had obtained the inheritance of the ancient heavenly lord of Samsara, so he had dabbled in the Tao of Samsara and time. If he wanted to condense the immortal King Tao fruit, he could also consider the great Tao of time, space, and creation. As for the great Tao of devouring, slaughter, and other great Tao, Guchanga did not need to spend time to study and comprehend it. This was because when he was refining the true blood of the demon lord, many insights about these great Tao emerged in his mind. Previously, because of the system, he could exchange the so-called transcendence bone with destiny points. Now, in Guchanga's opinion, this was actually a kind of transaction type of rule. Through destiny points, which was the so-called value or destiny, he could exchange the transcendence bone with the equivalent value. And this transcendence bone was actually a kind of evolution of the original substance contained in the system. This kind of original substance could be understood as a strange energy. Now that Guchanga had comprehended the Tao of Fate, he increasingly felt that the system that had been silent for a long time came from him, and had a deep connection with him. Buzz! At this time, Guchanga's order quickly spread out of the void, to the Azura Palace whereby Lianer was now. She was wearing a plain light robe, and was saying something to some cultivators in front of her. Her cold and beautiful face was expressionless and dignified. Choose suitable candidates to enter the immortal bestowment list? Understood. When the order landed in front of her, she was a little surprised. The content of the order was very simple. It was to gather information about the various races, and choose the most suitable candidates to enter the immortal bestowment list. Of course, Guchanga would also give the officials a chance to recommend themselves. On the other side, at the eastern side of the divine nation, near the vast sea of stars, many islands floated in the air, surrounded by mist. It was very blurry and hazy. For many years, it was covered in a kind of cold color, and no light shone. At the center of this area was a large palace called the Ancestral Temple. It was grand and solemn, exuding an ancient atmosphere. An extremely beautiful woman, with a tear mole at the corner of her eyebrows, was calculating something on a compass. She was wearing the white robe of an officiant. Her black hair was like a waterfall, and her expression was calm. She exuded an otherworldly aura, like a fairy from the Guanghan Palace, above the 9 heavens. Of course, she was also the owner of this place. Today, the high priest of fate of the divine nation was respectfully called Lady Ruoyin. Greetings, Your Majesty. Xiao Ruoyin noticed layers of ripples spreading in the void in front of her. A trace of emotion appeared on her calm face. She waved her hand to dismiss the maids in front of her, before she bowed gracefully. Gu Cheng's figure walked out of the void. His blue silk robe was very simple. He nodded slightly. He didn't find it strange that Xiao Ruoyin called him that. Unlike the usual concubines, Xiao Ruoyin preferred to call him Your Majesty, instead of young master or divine master like Yin Mei and the others. Looks like you haven't been idle. Gu Cheng's eyes fell on the compass behind her back. There were traces of fate flowing on it. Xiao Ruoyin's expression returned to its usual calmness. She nodded and said, I've been living here for a long time and have nothing to do, so I can only cultivate and comprehend this Tao. Your Majesty, may I know why you're here today? If you want Ruoyin to serve you, just send a maid to inform me. Your Majesty, you don't have to come so far. The Divine Palace of Fate was extremely far away from the Divine Nation Palace. It could be said that it was located at the extreme east of the Divine Nation. Hearing that, Gu Chengge waved his hand. A misty light appeared in his sleeve, and then the creation fairy boat appeared. I'm actually here to talk to you about something else, he said lightly. Chapter 8:11. As a matter of fact, Xiao Ruoyin had guessed what Gu Chengge was up to when he took out the fairy boat of creation. The fairy boat of creation was a congenital object, not a man-made one. She had relied on her fateless body to resonate with the ethereal long river of fate. That was how she had made it recognize her as its owner. When the celestial palace had collapsed and she had been reincarnated, the fairy boat of creation had also been reincarnated with her. Its weapon spirit had also given birth to a physical body. That was how Jiang Chen had been born. However, the fairy boat of creation had been in Gu Chengge's hands all these years. Xiao Ruoyin had never thought of asking Gu Chengge to return it to her. Your Majesty, are you here to ask about the fairy boat of creation? Xiao Ruoyin couldn't help but guess. She laid her eyes on the fairy boat of creation. It looked like it was made of bronze, but it wasn't. It belonged to a rare immortal metal called the mother gold of creation. It had never been recorded in any ancient books. Because this material could bear fate. Even if one traveled across the long river of time, they wouldn't be contaminated by karma, let alone be punished by heaven or punished by heaven. However, it was too hard to find. Many practitioners had never heard of the mother gold in their entire lives, let alone the mother gold of creation. Xiao Ruoyin had looked up these things when she was the high priest of fate of the celestial palace. Even for her, it was extremely difficult to find another piece of the mother gold of creation. Gu Chengge glanced at Xiao Ruoyin. It's about the fairy boat of creation, but what I want to know is how well you've mastered the doctrine of fate. As he spoke, his gaze fell on the compass behind Xiao Ruoyin. It was a very simple and unadorned compass. But if one were to look closely, they would discover that there were thousands of strands of star-like matter converging on it. It looked very strange. Ordinary people certainly couldn't see it, but after studying the doctrine of fate, Gu Chengge understood that it was the so-called karma line. In this world, no matter what happened, it was difficult to escape the word cause and effect. Even he had once been seen through by Xiao Ruoyin, because of the matter of cause and effect. Needless to say, it was extraordinarily difficult to truly transcend karma and the 5 elements. The control of fate? Xiao Ruoyin was surprised. Why was Gu Chengge suddenly interested in this? As someone with the fateless physique, she was extremely sensitive to karma and destiny. Therefore, it was very easy for her to gain enlightenment in research. All these years, ever since Xiao Ruoyin regained her memories as the high priest of destiny, she had been trying to recover the Tao fruit of her previous life. The most obvious was his comprehension and control of the Tao of fate. Just now, she was indeed calculating, and she was calculating the future changes of the divine nation. Between the heavens and the earth, there would be a great momentum and motion. A truly powerful great divine ability expert would be able to see through a person's past and present life with just a glance. It even included the changes and evolutions of the billions of living beings in a great world over countless years. In this world, there were no secrets that he could not know. But at the end of time, he could see the other shore in an instant. It was truly mysterious and unimaginable. However, with Xiao Ruoyin's current strength, she was still too far away from that level. In fact, it was just an unrealistic fantasy. Gu Chang'e nodded. Recently, I've become quite interested in the Tao of Fate. I thought you would have a deep understanding of it. He wasn't lying. He had come here to look for Xiao Ruoyin, because he thought that her attainments in the Tao of Fate should be quite deep. So that's how it is. Xiao Ruoyin was enlightened. Although I have a deep understanding of this Tao, my cultivation base is still too far away from your majesties. Even if I can peer into a bit of fate, I'm afraid it won't be of much use to your majesty. Gu Chang'e's current cultivation base was unfathomable and indescribable. He was definitely walking very far on the Tao of immortality. In the Tao of Fate, it could definitely be said to be an anomaly that had never appeared since ancient times. Even those who were most proficient in this Tao could not see the future of the anomaly and the Tao of Fate. Xiao Ruoyin naturally did not dare to pry into Gu Chang'e's Tao of Fate lightly. It would be a small matter if she couldn't pry into it, but it would be a big matter if she suffered a backlash. Gu Chang'e knew that Xiao Ruoyin would say so. That was why he took out the Creation Immortal boat and let her use it to peer into fate. With the Creation Immortal boat in hand, with your current cultivation base, you should be able to peer into the divine nation's Tao of Fate, just barely? He asked slowly. Xiao Ruoyin was silent for a moment. In front of Gu Chang'e, she didn't dare to hide anything. But the chances are not high. It doesn't matter. If there is danger, you can retreat at any time. I will help you bear any backlash. Gu Chang'e shook his head. At his level of cultivation, there was a reason for any whim, just like what he was going to do now. In Gu Chang'e's opinion, this was an extremely crucial step in his deduction and comparison of the path he was going to take next. At the current realm, Gu Chang'e had deduced and summarized the paths he had taken. Generally speaking, it could be roughly divided into 4 steps. At the end of the first 3 steps, he would reach the other side of the immortal realm, which was the celestial realm. As for the 4th step, he had a feeling when he was studying Tao of Fate, it was above the celestial realm. He had to dispel the clouds and fog, reflect on himself, and achieve the Tao fruit. This was not karma, jumping out of time and space. Then he would control the 3,000 great Tao, immortality, and destruction of thousands of universes. He would transcend the Tao of self, past, present, and future. He would be the only one in history, free and unfettered for eternity. He could destroy the heavens with one hand, and the universe was eternal. He could cut through everything with one's thoughts, understand everything. Nothingness was immortal, and concepts were immortal. These were the following paths. When the fog dispersed, everything could be seen. However, Gu Chang'e still needed to deduce and verify according to Tao of Fate. I understand. Xiao Ruoyin knew that she had no choice. She immediately took the ferry boat. After countless years, it returned to her hands again, and a light trembling sound was heard. Then layers of mysterious ripples spread out. There seemed to be a wonderful sound in the world. Even the threads of karma were converging towards this place. Xiao Ruoyin, who was dressed in a priest's robe, looked holy and otherworldly. Her whole body was shrouded in boundless celestial light. A large amount of light fog appeared in front of her. It was hazy and blurry, and some blurry scenes flashed past. In these blurry scenes, there was the brilliance of the divine nation, as well as the changes of the various worlds in the heavens, and incense smoke lingered. There were sacrificial sounds everywhere, and the vast sound of the world. However, after that, there was a deathly silence and coldness. Some kind of fog swept over, covering everything. Gu Chang'e's eyes showed many terrifying scenes. At this moment, he seemed to be at the end of the vast and endless void. He was watching the changes of heaven and earth, separating the chaos. There were even lights and shadows that appeared, overlooking everything at the end of the long river of time, watching the changes of mountains and rivers, and the change of eras. The path of Tao of fate is indeed mysterious. Seeing that Xiao Ruoyin was about to be unable to hold on, and that her fair face was flushed red, Gu Changge's expression returned to calmness. With a wave of his robe, there was a sudden explosion of thunder at the end of the sky. However, it quickly dissipated. That suffocating and terrifying pressure instantly dissipated into nothingness. You've worked hard. He caught Xiao Ruoyin, who was on the verge of collapsing, and looked at her pale face. Xiao Ruoyin was indeed almost devoured. When she was deducing the fate of the divine nation, she was suddenly shrouded by a great terror. Her whole body was cold. However, the source of that great terror was unknown. It came and went quickly. She suspected that in the end, Gu Changge acted and expelled that great terror. But what was that? Chapter 8:12. Xiao Ruoyin's face was pale, not because her realm was not high enough, but because she had come into contact with an unknown terror during her divination, which had damaged her mind. In Xiao Ruoyin's opinion, this was an extremely inconceivable matter. Her understanding of fate might not be unparalleled, but there was absolutely no one in the world who could surpass her. However, when she was divining the fate of the divine kingdom, she had a premonition of unimaginable terror. What exactly was it? Xiao Ruoyin's mind was in a daze for a moment before she recovered. When she saw that she was in Gu Changge's arms, she couldn't help but get up and say, "I'm sorry to disappoint you, Your Majesty. I've seen too little about the fate of the divine kingdom." She was speaking the truth. Even with the immortal boat of destiny in her hand, she couldn't see the source of that great terror. In fact, she had almost suffered a backlash just now. After all, she had the fateless body, which was innately beyond karma. She had tried to divine Gu Changge's origins when she had just awakened her memories of her past life, but had suffered a backlash. Today was the second time in her life that she had suffered a backlash. Xiao Ruoyin was extremely shocked. Gu Changge didn't look surprised. He knew that his premonition wouldn't be wrong. When Xiao Ruoyin was divining the fate of the divine kingdom, he had seen those blurry scenes. The future couldn't be seen, but a corner of it had appeared. The world was dusky, the end of an era, and even the stars were collapsing. The entire universe was shattering. A boundless fog swept in, covering everything. The only thing that could be seen was a vast Wangyang rising and falling in the distance, one wave extinguishing an era. In the future, the upper world would indeed undergo a great change. It could even be said that the myriad worlds in the heavens, including the immortal realms, would be affected and wouldn't be spared. After confirming this, Gu Changge felt much more relieved. He didn't have many unknown speculations like before. "It's fine. Thank you for your hard work. The immortal boat of creation is now in your hands." He spoke casually, and had no intention of taking possession of the immortal vessel of creation. At most, it could be used as a tool to traverse the river of time in his hands, and it was difficult for him to bring out its true use. And now, Gu Changge's strength had already reached an unfathomable level, so he naturally didn't need to rely on external objects to cross the river of time. On the contrary, in Xiao Ruoyin's hands, the immortal boat of creation could play a greater role. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Xiao Ruoyin was stunned when she heard this. She didn't expect Gu Changge to say that he would return the boat to her. However, even with her mental state, she couldn't help but feel slightly delighted when she regained what she'd lost. Her delicate and fair hand lightly rubbed the exterior of the immortal vessel of creation that was covered in wind and frost. After recovering her memories from her previous life, Xiao Ruoyin's temperament had changed quite a bit compared to before. If it was in her previous life, all she wanted to do was figure out her fate. She was not interested in anything else, and would not even feel emotional. But in this life it was different. Not only did she have the experience of becoming an ordinary person, but she also experienced and understood the world of mortals. Now she was the eternal kingdom of God's concubine Ruoyin, one of Gu Changge's concubines. Gu Changge was the main culprit behind the destruction of the 9 heavens 10 lands, the heavens 10 lands, and the collapse of the immortal palace in her previous life. In Xiao Ruoyin's view, Even if it was explained by fate, it was still very difficult to explain. Your Majesty, are you going to rest in the Shrine of Destiny tonight? I'm going to take a bath and serve you in bed. At this moment, as if thinking of something, Xiao Ruyin raised her cold eyes and couldn't help but ask. Although she was made a concubine, this was the first time in so long that Gu Chang'e had come to the Shrine of Destiny. Although she wasn't interested in serving him in bed and fighting for his favor, she couldn't change her mind. It was hard to predict the fate of the kingdom of God, but Xiao Ruoyin knew that as long as Gu Chang'e was still around, the kingdom of God would never be destroyed. If she wanted to be detached from worldly affairs and focus on the Shrine of Destiny, not caring about the affairs of the world, and not being affected by the outside world. Most importantly, she had to at least let the ministers in the court and the various races know that she, as a concubine, still had some status in Gu Chang'e's heart. Otherwise, after being made a concubine, Gu Chang'e never stayed here. If word got out, wouldn't she, concubine Ruoyin, only exist in name? Wouldn't it be no different from being banished to the cold palace? It had to be said that Xiao Ruyin was more or less affected by the previous Xiao Ruyin, which was why she considered this. There's no need. It's getting late. You should rest early. However, what stunned Xiao Ruyin was that after hearing this, Gu Chang'e's expression didn't change much, and he gently waved his hand. That pair of deep eyes were as calm as ever, making it impossible to guess what he was thinking. After saying that, his figure turned into a flash of light and disappeared from where he was, as if he had merged into nothingness, leaving no trace behind. Yes. Xiao Ruyin was stunned for a long time before she lowered her eyes and said in a low voice, "Your concubine respectfully sees you off, Your Majesty." In fact, she had already planned to serve him in bed, but she didn't expect that Gu Chang'e's gaze didn't linger on her at all. Not to mention wanting to stay the night. It was as if she was made a concubine only because of the existence of the Shrine of Destiny. This made Xiao Ruyin feel a sense of loss. No matter what, she was still Gu Chang'e's woman. This was an undeniable fact. As the High Priest of Destiny in her previous life, from the moment she was born, she had never left the Shrine of Destiny. And in this life, before her memory was awakened, she had given herself to Gu Chang'e. Looking at the Shrine of Destiny, which seemed to be getting colder and colder, Xiao Ruyin sighed softly, and the joy of regaining the creation ferry boat also disappeared. Gu Chang'e seemed to have come tonight just to ask her about fate, and to return the creation ferry boat. Other than that, there was no other purpose. Didn't that mean that in the future, the number of times she wanted to see Gu Chang'e could actually be counted on one hand? Or was it too few to count? After leaving the Shrine of Destiny, Gu Chang'e still had a thought to create a wisp of Tao Law Dharma body in the Divine Kingdom to guard it, while his original body went out of nothingness to continue refining the drop of true blood and various origins. Through Xiao Ruoyin's matter, he determined his next path and understood what fate was. For many things, as long as you thought through it, breaking through, and so on was actually a matter of course. A few days later, outside the imperial palace, the immortal coronation ceremony began. Many ministers, according to Gu Chang'e's instructions, brought the important things of their clans, such as the scriptures of their clans, secret weapons, and so on, and waited here. Behind these ministers were the imperishable orthodoxies, the everlasting families, and the ancient clans that had migrated from the distant universe. In the past, in the upper realm, they were existences that could cause a huge earthquake with a stomp of their feet. Mighty and endless, it was enough to make any ordinary cultivator scared out of their wits and find it hard to believe. But today, these people were waiting respectfully outside the imperial palace. On the square outside, there were several huge heavenly steels, which were shining brightly. If one looked closely, one could see that those heavenly steels were made of extremely special materials, and even those who had attained the Tao could not damage them at all. And on those heavenly steels, there were spatial fluctuations flickering, and then the runes were connected, forming a terrifying black hole in the void. But the surroundings were emitting mysterious fluctuations. Many powerhouses felt their hearts palpitate just by looking at it, and they felt that it was not as simple as the entrance to the altar. Behind it, there was probably a supreme divine ability that refined a great world and made it the treasury. This is the immortal coronation altar that His Majesty refined with his supreme divine ability. At the beginning of the immortal coronation roll, the cultivator who enters the roll first will get great benefits. According to the requirements of the immortal coronation hall, as long as you put your secret treasures into the altar, you will get the corresponding immortal coronation points. With enough immortal coronation points, you can exchange for an immortal coronation order. In the beginning, the immortal coronation points for an immortal coronation order will not be very high, but later on, it will gradually increase. Moreover, the immortal coronation altar will not be open all the time. It needs a special timing. But with the immortal coronation order, you can accept the immortal coronation roll and become an immortal immediately. Above the boundless square, fog drifted, as if it was a vast universe. Many ministers were talking in low voices, looking at the immortal coronation altar at the front. Their eyes were filled with anticipation, shock, and other complicated expressions. Chapter 8:13. Outside the imperial palace was a vast square. Fog drifted around it and it was boundless. The square was filled with people, but they were all silent. Many ministers were waiting respectfully for the Divine Master to appear and host the immortal investiture ceremony. As the name suggested, the ceremony was held especially for the immortal investiture ceremony. Almost all living beings and cultivators from all corners of the universe came to witness this magnificent event with their own eyes. Many people were curious to know if the immortal investiture roll was as magical as Wuxia said. Was it able to make people become immortals immediately? Was it able to make cultivators above supremacy become immortals? At the front of the palace, the ministers stood at the front. The forces behind them were the most ancient and terrifying. They had several powerful individuals overseeing them. Apart from that, they also had celestial artifacts. Even in the current higher realm, they were still fully deserving of being overlords. In the divine nation, they enjoyed a respectable status with vast lands and great power. Of course, the Great Void Divine Clan, the Reclusive Tranquil Clan, and the Taichu Divine Sect were at the forefront. The current leader of the Great Void Divine Clan was titled Lord Great Void and was highly valued. In addition, a powerful figure in the Great Void Divine Clan, Jin Yang, was very close to a divine consort. This also led to the Great Void Divine Clan's high status in the divine nation. Even the other imperishable forces and supreme Taoist orthodoxies were very polite to them. The divine sect of Taichu, also known as the demonic sect of Taichu, could be said to be the most trusted force of the Divine Lord. It was called the national religion because the leader of the divine sect of Taichu was the grandfather of the Divine Lord Wuxia. As for the Longevity Gu clan, they were well-deserved royalty in the divine nation. At the front of the palace, the Lord of the Immortal Investiture Hall appeared. He was a tall figure wearing a bronze mask and wearing a long green robe. His face couldn't be seen clearly, but his eyes were deep and cold, as if he had no mortal emotions. His cultivation was extremely terrifying. Ordinary powerful figures would tremble in fear when facing him. This person was Yama, the former lord of the fourth hall of hell. He was also named Asam by Wuxia. His cultivation had reached the ruined immortal realm a long time ago. Other than Wuxia, there was hardly anyone in the upper realm who could easily defeat him. Behind the hall master of the celestial bestowment hall, there were many eunuchs with white faces and white beards. There were creatures of all races, and their cultivations were unfathomable. They lined up and stood respectfully outside the palace. Apart from the celestial sealing hall, the Azura Hall, the Heavenly Mystery Hall, and the 4 halls of blade, spear, sword, and halberd, many powers that belonged to the imperial family appeared. They were either leaders or managers, and they all stood respectfully outside the imperial palace. The immortal investiture ceremony was a grand event for all the realms in the universe. Even the divine concubines and celestial empress had to appear. In the vast square, all the ministers were stunned by this scene. They had clearly seen the tip of the iceberg of the divine kingdom's reserves. His Majesty has arrived, And at this time, along with the vast sound of a bell, the entire universe trembled. Countless cultivators and living beings heard the grand sound of the world resound. In every corner of the universe, the sound of worship was heard. A slender figure that seemed to be enveloped by brilliant heavenly light appeared outside the imperial palace. Even his hair was overflowing with five-colored heavenly light. From his face, he looked extremely young and was as handsome as jade. His eyes were calm and deep, as if they could see through all the secrets of the universe and see the past and present. His Dharma body appeared at the top of the divine kingdom. He was so tall that even the stars around him were as small as dust. Even the living beings in the vast universe outside the divine kingdom sensed it. They were shocked and in awe, and they respectfully knelt in the direction of the divine kingdom. Behind Guchanga, Celestial Empress Yu Mingkong, Divine Concubine Yin Mei, and Jiang Chuchu all appeared outside the imperial palace with him. Greetings, Divine Lord. The divine kingdom is immortal and will last forever. Loud and respectful voices resounded throughout the entire square. All the ministers and living beings knelt in front of the divine kingdom, not daring to show any disrespect. This was a scene that was enough to shock the universe. The world was filled with the light of worship. Strands of silver faith power gathered in the sky above the divine kingdom like a bottomless Wangyang. In the end, it flowed into the blazing sun. Sparkling light rain fell, and golden lotuses bloomed. Tao sounds resounded in the world. Almost all the cultivators and living beings felt that their divine souls were clear, and their spiritual altars were empty. Their expressions became more pious. At this moment, the divine kingdom's fate chi surged into the sky. At the end of the sky, even the sun and the moon shone together. Then the long river of time was reflected. The surging river made huge waves. From one end of the long river of time to the other end, the powerful beings of the past and the future all sensed it and were shocked. Everyone please rise. Guchanga nodded slightly. His eyes were calm as he signaled everyone on the square to rise. Finally, he looked at the immortal bestowment altar. In his opinion, this immortal bestowment ceremony was the best opportunity to show the entire upper world the opportunity to become an immortal, so it had to be grand. As the minister stood up, Guchanga gently waved his hand. Boundless light blossomed between heaven and earth as a golden board appeared. The two ancient words immortal bestowment illuminated the heavens, incomparably resplendent. There was extremely dense faith power on it. Even the edges were filled with immortal ascension intent. At this moment, even those with a strong foundation felt that this immortal bestowment roll definitely contained the opportunity to become an immortal. The epic tree and the epic Tao fruit were both in Guchanga's hands. He could easily control the opportunity to become an immortal by refining these two items. Even when the environment of the world was perfect to the point of the immortal ancient era, ordinary people would not be qualified to touch the path to becoming an immortal. After all, becoming an immortal was definitely a big deal. How could Guchanga not sense it? Could he personally witness the rise of a perfected immortal and threaten him? The birth of this immortal bestowment roll had already determined everything. After Guchanga unified the heavens, this would be the only opportunity to become an immortal. He would be conferred a title by the divine nation and enjoy the faith of the divine nation. However, he would also be restricted by the divine nation and Guchanga. His life was in his hands. At this moment, all the ministers and citizens of the divine nation were looking at the golden list at the top. It was boundless and stood above the clouds. It seemed to be able to span half the universe. The ceremony begins. As a Tao attainment eunuch shouted, the ministers at the front of the palace trembled and then walked out without hesitation. They looked at Guchanga respectfully and said without hesitation, "We are willing to follow the divine master for generations and submit to the divine nation. Heaven and earth can bear witness to this and all living beings can hear." As their words fell, they seemed to have sensed something. The heavenly steels on the square of the palace began to shine with golden light, covering their bodies. The Longevity G family offers the immortal artifact 9 Heavens Ocean Armor, the 4 Directions flag of the Cloud World, and an immortal bestowment roll. A majestic middle-aged man walked out. He was the head of the Longevity G family. he said respectfully. An ancient small world appeared behind him. Dense immortal light appeared and wrapped around the two items. Then, they turned into two streams of light and entered the immortal bestowment altar. Rumble! The heavenly steels trembled with a force that shook the heavens and earth. Mysterious light and rules flowed on them, as if they were measuring the value of the two items and whether they were worth an immortal bestowment roll. All the ministers looked at this scene in shock. The Nine Heavens Ocean Armor was one of the Longevity G family's trump cards. Once worn, even immortals would find it difficult to break through. As for the Four Directions flag of the Cloud World, it was a famous Khanate item in the upper world. It was said that it was born from the Four Directions chi of the Cloud World in ancient times. There were 4 flags in total. When waved, strange phenomena would appear, and heaven and earth would be in chaos. It could defend against enemies and seal them. If the 4 flags were gathered, they could set up a Four Directions great formation that could even kill immortals. The Longevity G family could be said to have really put in a lot of effort to obtain an immortal bestowment roll. This made the expressions of many of the Longevity family's heads change slightly. Chapter 8:14. The Nine Heavens Heavy Armor and the Cloud World's Four Directions flag were both unimaginable treasures. They could be used to protect a clan for countless years. Now they turned into 2 rays of divine light and entered the celestial bestowment altar. Instantly there were bursts of brilliance. There was even the sound of the great Tao, which resounded throughout the heavens. The golden lotus rotated, and then emitted a dazzling light. All the officials and citizens looked at it in shock. The celestial bestowment altar was like a bottomless black hole. It was dark and bottomless. It seemed to be connected to a vast world. A wisp of chi was emitted from it. Everyone's body trembled slightly. They didn't dare to go near it, for fear of being swallowed. Even Guchanga, Yu Mingkong, and the others behind him were looking at this scene quietly. They were waiting for a halo to appear on the heavenly monument. 2 immortal artifacts for 1 celestial bestowment writ. It's quite appropriate now. Inmei was dressed formally. She was dignified and elegant. She stood behind Guchanga with Jiang Chuchu. They were half a step behind Yu Mingkong. Now, she was looking at the brilliance that appeared and muttered to herself softly. She was fully in charge of the casting of the heavenly monument. Therefore, she was very clear about the current exchange standards. Won't it be very difficult to exchange for the celestial bestowment writ in the future? Jiang Chuchu blinked and couldn't help but ask Guchanga. Guchanga nodded and said, "It's not so easy to obtain the celestial bestowment writ. Now is the time for these forces to show their determination. They will hesitate and worry that their lifelines will be controlled by me in the future, and they will never be able to make a comeback. However, this is the only benefit and opportunity I'm giving them. Those forces who are watching from behind are cautious. They want to see how the situation changes before making a decision. However, it's precisely because of this that they will miss this best opportunity. If they want to enter the celestial bestowment writ in the future, the price they have to pay will not be so simple." Towards the end, Guchanga smiled meaningfully. With this explanation, Jiang Chuchu immediately understood. In fact, this was similar to a gambling game. At the beginning it was a small bet to win a big bet. If the people at the end wanted to continue to take a share of the pie, the price they would have to pay would be even higher. This was actually the simplest form of human nature. As Guchanga's words fell, boundless immortal light suddenly rushed out from all around the square. There were even illusory images of ancient palaces and pavilions that appeared and condensed there. This was a vast and shocking scene. Everyone saw an ancient celestial land appear there. The palaces and pavilions were grand. Divine halls and temples were everywhere. Immortal mountains were majestic, and immortal mists were thick. The heavenly monuments were trembling one after another. The radiance they released was too resplendent, simply illuminating the entire world. Could this be the real celestial realm, or an illusion? Even those who had a foundation were eager to see it. They looked at the shining world, which was filled with a rich longevity substance. The head of the Longevity G family, who was kneeling at the forefront, was unprecedentedly excited. He felt that there was a rich immortal factor enveloping his entire body. Every inch of his pores was devouring and absorbing it, giving birth to a strong desire. This immortal factor seeped from his skin into his lungs, blood, bones, and finally gathered in his spiritual sea. Everyone could see that the clan leader of the Longevity G family was glowing from head to toe. Immortal light was gushing out from the spiritual sea in his abdomen, and a blurry figure of an immortal could be seen sitting cross-legged there, overlooking the world. This was a terrifying aura that had not yet condensed, but it was already intimidating. All the ministers and people in the square were shocked and horrified. This is the power of an immortal. I've been recognized by the celestial bestowment writ. The head of the Longevity G family couldn't hide the joy and excitement on his face. He looked like he was about to ascend into the heavens. Behind him, many of the ancestors of the Longevity G family changed their expressions. Some were excited, some were envious, and some were regretful. The Longevity G family had considered this for a long time before making this decision. After all, these were two immortal artifacts that could suppress one's foundation. It was impossible for them not to feel heartache. Moreover, who knew what kind of shackles and restrictions would be placed on them after they entered the immortal bestowment list? Would it be true that they would be conferred the title of true immortal by the divine nation? Therefore, after thinking for a long time, they unanimously decided to elect this generation's head to test the waters. The head of the Longevity G family had just reached the supreme realm and was extremely far away from the quasi-emperor realm. Even in the Longevity G family, he was just a member of the younger generation, someone who could be replaced at any time by the patriarchs. This is indeed the power of an immortal. The faces of the people of the Longevity G family changed. They sighed and felt regret, as they deeply felt the aura that made their hearts palpitate. Compared to the reaction of the Longevity G family, the people of the other orthodoxies were even more shocked. They simply stared at the scene in front of them. Kacha, the sky cracked open, and the immortal bestowment list bloomed with boundless brilliance. Then a hazy radiance sprinkled down. One of the tokens was shrouded in five-colored brilliance, and finally fell on the head of the Longevity G family. Look! That's the name of the Longevity G family's head. Many ministers exclaimed as they saw the ancient and majestic words appear on the immortal bestowment list with their own eyes. They carried with them an awe-inspiring and sacred radiance. That was the name of the Longevity G family's head. Now it was engraved on the immortal bestowment list. After sacrificing two immortal artifacts, he was recognized as an immortal. This scene was reflected in the heavens. Many cultivators and living beings in the universe saw this shocking scene from a great distance away. The radiance of the immortal bestowment list was so dazzling that many people couldn't open their eyes. He succeeded just like that. Did we just witness the birth of an immortal? Above the square, immortal mist drifted and the figures were like a sea. All the ministers were shocked and horrified. They looked at the head of the Longevity G family, kneeling in front of the palace, with an expression of ecstasy on his face. He kept kowtowing to Guchanga. I've become an immortal. This is the power of an immortal. Thank you, Your Majesty. The Longevity G family is willing to serve the divine nation forever. The head of the Longevity G family was so excited that he couldn't speak coherently. Originally, he was a chess piece pulled out to test the waters after the family's decision-making. But who would have thought that he would really obtain unimaginable power on the immortal bestowment list? In the blink of an eye, he was qualified to look down on the Longevity G family and make the ancestors bow their heads. At this moment, his mind was clear. An immortal light was faintly discernible. Chains of order appeared around his hands and feet. He was extremely powerful. Even those who had achieved the Tao and had a foundation that he respected before were frightened by his gaze. They didn't dare to look at him, as if they had encountered a terrifying beast. But under Guchanga's gaze, he still felt deep fear. It was as if the other party could turn him into ashes countless times with just a thought. If I have the power of the immortal Tao, then His Majesty's current strength, I'm afraid he's already above the immortal Tao. This is too unbelievable. The Longevity G clan's clan master was filled with excitement. This is the power of an immortal. I'm already standing at the peak of this world. One had to admit that this power was extremely attractive and tempting. Even if he knew that there was a bonfire in front of him, he still pounced on it without a care for his life. Zero, the ancestors of the Longevity G family, had mixed feelings at this moment. They were excited, but also indescribably bitter. A junior who casually controlled their fate had become an existence that looked down on them in the blink of an eye. Even they had to respect him. This was a true immortal position, even if he was appointed by the divine nation, and was very different from a true immortal Tao existence. They were still like ants in front of him, looking at the head of the Longevity G family kneeling on the ground and kowtowing to Gu Chang'e. The ministers and people behind him couldn't help but go crazy. Many of the imperishable orthodoxies were trembling to the extreme. Their ancestors had never given birth to an immortal Tao existence, so they couldn't be called an immortal-level orthodoxy. But today, all of this seemed to be changed. 108 oceanic clans of Wuliang Mountain offer one immortal refined golden robe, and one sacred 9 heavens mysterious jade in exchange for the immortal bestowment writ. The Shrine of Conversion offers 36 Tai Bai Dao swords, one 9-leaf immortal flower, and one earth immortal purifying moon vase in exchange for the immortal bestowment writ. The Golden Divine Clan offers a remnant of the primordial Palm Divine Pagoda, one purple immortal scripture, and one Haotian, boundless golden body scripture. At this moment the square was in an uproar. The leaders of the various clans stood up, and none of the ministers could sit still. Zero, even the ancestral patriarchs of the unparalleled celestial dynasty were eager, let alone the others. The immortal bestowment writ shone across heaven and earth, bestowing rays of immortal light, and imprints were imprinted on it one after another. Gu Chang'e stood calmly at the entrance of the imperial palace. She watched the scene unfold before her eyes. In his opinion, the immortal bestowment writ was only the prelude to the next step of the divine nation's plan to unify the heavens. In the void, his real body sat there cross-legged, and a blurry long river appeared, in which different wills rose. What is immortal bestowment? It's just a group of fake immortals, not recognized by the heavens and earth. They are conferred by a country, like drifting without roots, relying on others for their lives. Since ancient times, there has never been such a move. It's tantamount to holding the future of the heavens and earth in his hands. Sooner or later, I will overthrow this dark country. Gu Chang'e's deep and cold eyes flickered, catching on to the origin of this will. It actually came from a certain spacetime in the future. His expression changed slightly. The moment the immortal bestowment writ appeared, its light illuminated the heavens, even reflecting the long river of time. But he didn't expect that it would actually cause a change in the future, giving birth to a divergent. Is this the power of destiny? Gu Chang'e softly murmured. Through the endless void, he slammed his palm down towards the spacetime in the future. The heavens and earth collapsed, the universe fell silent. With a rumbling sound, the river of destiny turned blurry. Next, the young man who made the bold statement stared in shock at the palm that slammed down from the sky. The laws of the heavens and earth retreated. The myriad of Daos hummed in unison. He didn't even have the time to realize his bold statement before he exploded, silently disappearing. It was like he suffered a backlash from the heavens. After that, the heavens and earth returned to silence once more. This didn't involve the power of the long river of time, but the karma of fate played a role. It made Gu Chang'e feel that the space-time in the future would change. With his current strength, it wouldn't be difficult for him to traverse the long river of time, but he would have to endure a huge backlash, so it wouldn't be so easy. The Tao of fate was even more mysterious than the Tao of time, and because it was a divergent, it was detached from the established path. Even if it was erased, it wouldn't have any impact on the path of the world, so naturally, there wouldn't be a backlash. Chapter 8:15. In the end, the immortal coronation ceremony ended with the 8 immortal realm cultivators being conferred the title. Although the various orthodoxies and families sacrificed many treasures, they were unable to trigger the immortal investiture board. On the other hand, Those existences that were conferred the immortal bestowment role were extremely excited, being supported by the incense of the divine kingdom, and being able to obtain the might of the immortal Tao. This was simply an enormous opportunity that allowed one to transform from a mortal into an immortal and ascend to immortality in a single step. Their silhouettes were like blurry deities that were reflected on the immortal investiture board. They were surrounded by immortal light, sacred and powerful, and could easily look down on the other races. However, they knelt respectfully in front of Gu Chang'e, Yu Mingkong, and the others, knowing full well who had given them all this. Moreover, because a strand of his true soul was entrusted to the immortal investiture board, in the eyes of these conferred cultivators, Gu Chang'e was no different from the Lord of heaven and earth in ancient times, ruling over all immortals. Although they already had the power of the immortal Tao, they were no different from ants in Gu Chang'e's eyes. Many forces who had missed out on this opportunity felt deeply pained and regretful. They knew that if they wanted to touch the immortal sealing board again, after the celestial investiture ceremony ended, the price they would have to pay would not be so simple. Even the imperishable orthodoxies might not be able to get an immortal investiture board, even if they went bankrupt and mobilized the power of their entire clan. Towards the end of the ceremony, many immortal artifacts were thrown into the altar, but there was no reaction at all. The divine monument did not respond, and the immortal investiture board did not shine. The orthodoxies who were the first to show their loyalty were secretly relieved that they were the first to make the sacrifice. Otherwise, it would be extremely difficult to get an immortal investiture board. Of course, Gu Chang'e still gave them a chance. Every 100 years, the immortal investiture board would appear again to confer titles. During these 100 years, each orthodoxy could prepare for the next immortal coronation ceremony. Compared to cultivating to become an immortal and going through countless difficulties, they might not be able to reach this step in the end. After entering the immortal investiture board, they would be conferred with the power of the immortal Tao and enjoy an endless life. This was an unimaginable temptation to all races, orthodoxies, and even all living beings in the myriad of worlds. No one was spared from it. Even after the incident, many powerful figures still appeared outside the palace, requesting to see Gu Chang'e. They wanted to obtain an immortal bestowment medallion, no matter the price. They also yearned to become immortals. Since ancient times, even if they used all kinds of secret and forbidden techniques to prolong their lifespans, there would still be a day when they would dry up. In this era, Gu Chang'e was in charge of the divine nation. Even the evil immortals who appeared in the river of time were annihilated with a wave of his hand. Which of these existences, whose lifespans had been exhausted, would dare to start a dark rebellion? However, Gu Chang'e did not care about the desire of these people. He directly said that the next immortal coronation ceremony would be held in 100 years. If they wanted to be conferred a title, they would have to find something suitable to trigger the heavenly steel and be recognized by the immortal investiture board within 100 years. The myriad of worlds was incomparably vast, and there were many areas that had not been explored. There were definitely many ancient items, or immortal treasures buried in the chaos in those areas. If these people wanted to obtain an immortal bestowment medallion, they would have to think of ways to risk their lives and go to those places to search for mysterious items. Ordinary cultivation methods and divine powers could no longer be recognized by the heavenly steel. After the ceremony ended, this matter undoubtedly shook the heavens. Almost all the powerhouses and leaders of the various races and forces gathered in the square that day. However, the heavens were so vast that many races and forces did not come personally, let alone witness this grand ceremony. Of course, there were still news about this matter spreading in various places. Some images were also recorded in shadow stones and ancient books for future generations to see. During this period, divine master temples rose from the ground everywhere. Many cultivators and living beings spontaneously built temples for Gu Chang'e. Incense was burned all day long, and many cultivators and living beings went to worship every day. The sound of worship and prayers could be heard everywhere in the heavens. Not long after the calamity of Kuan-ji passed, The heavens regained their former prosperity and peace. The various races multiplied and grew stronger. After the immortal investiture ceremony ended, the heavenly Tao steels rose from the ground in various ancient holy cities. They were simple and ancient, and were made of incredible materials. Starting from the physical body realm, the strongest heavens prides of the same realm would be recognized by the heavenly steel if they were listed on this steel. Ordinary cultivators would feel a strong and terrifying pressure before they even got close. It was so strong that their legs were bent, and their bodies were about to explode. Facing the heavenly Tao steel was like facing an ancient true god. Even supremacy realm cultivators would feel fear, and could only look from afar. They did not dare to get close. Once the heavenly Tao steel appeared, it immediately caused a terrifying sensation in the myriad of worlds. This was a feat that was even more shocking than the immortal investiture board. After all, it was a list of the strongest heavens prides since ancient times. How long had it been? No one could say for sure. Even those who had become immortals did not dare to say that they knew all the secrets. However, after Gu Chang'e established the divine nation, he first set up the immortal investiture board, breaking the rules of cultivation. Then, he listed the strongest heavens prides since ancient times, and wanted to set up the heavenly Tao steel. Many forces and orthodoxies realized that Gu Chang'e's actions were very ambitious. He was probably planning to completely eliminate the authority of the heavenly Tao. If he really succeeded, then the myriad realms would become his back garden. However, for the younger generation, this was an unimaginable opportunity. Not only could they clearly know the gap between them and the strongest heavens prides since ancient times. Moreover, if they could enter the heavenly Tao steel, they could also obtain a supreme opportunity that could improve their cultivation further. However, from the current situation, the heavenly Tao steel had only just appeared in its embryonic form. It had not really evolved into its true form, let alone listing all the heavens prides since ancient times. Gu Chang'e's actions were equivalent to throwing a premonition to all living beings. This also made them understand that in the near future, the heavenly Tao steel would appear in the myriad of worlds, just like the immortal investiture board, and cause a huge change. Besides that, Gu Chang'e also had plans for the virtual realm. He personally created a Tao Law Dharma body, and commanded a mighty army to wipe out the remnants of the great worlds in the depths of various universes since the Forbidden Era. Then, he took the source of those remnants of the great worlds and melted them into a cauldron. He planned to sacrifice them to create the virtual realm and guide the 6 paths of reincarnation, the souls of the dead, the spirits of the dead, and the cycle of life. The virtual realm corresponded to the netherworld and the 9 nether hell in legends. If the virtual realm was created, it would definitely affect the operation of the laws of heaven and earth. This was because since ancient times, the operation of heaven and earth was self-contained. Whether the reincarnation of all living beings really existed was another matter. However, Gu Chang'e's actions were equivalent to snatching the authority of the heavenly Tao and incorporating his thoughts into the operation of the universe. When the virtual realm completely replaced the legendary 9 nether hell, then the cycle of life and death in the world would actually be controlled by Gu Chang'e's thoughts. Even if his lifespan dried up and his life was exhausted, he would have a way to let him enter the cycle of reincarnation and live another life, or even gain eternal life. However, to do so, he might have to pay an unimaginable price. Therefore, the birth of the virtual realm was too difficult. In Gu Chang'e's opinion, the difficulty was no different from re-establishing the immortal domain and dividing the chaos again. Just the sacrifice of the source of the great worlds had encountered an unprecedented amount of trouble. If the virtual realm is created, the 6 paths of reincarnation, the yellow springs, and the 9 nether hell must also be included. This is a huge project that can't be completed in a short period of time. Gu Chang'e's original body sat cross-legged at the end of the boundless void. In front of him was a dazzling divine light, and a hazy radiance spread out and sprinkled down. In the surroundings, fist-sized, multicolored fragments of the ancient world's origin were floating up and down. He was smelting these sources in an attempt to sacrifice the virtual realm. However, during this process, there was no so-called nurturing of merit between heaven and earth. There were also no signs of birth. Instead, several bolts of chaotic true lightning struck down in his direction. The 6 paths of reincarnation were within the operation of the heavenly Tao. Guchanga's current actions were undoubtedly trying to completely eliminate the will of the heavenly Tao. He wasn't surprised that he would suffer such a backlash. However, he had a premonition that something was wrong. This is too difficult. With my current strength, if I forcefully push it, I'm afraid that my body will split open. Guchanga noticed that a crack had appeared in the space between his eyebrows without him noticing. Following that, a crack also appeared on the spell body that was reflected in the heavenly Tao. In the Divine Leader Temple, incense lingered. Many cultivators and living beings were worshipping the Divine Leader statue. However, when they suddenly saw a crack appear on it, they were instantly shocked. However, that crack only appeared for a moment before it healed. Many people thought that it was an illusion. In the depths of the void, Guchanga collected the source of the ancient world that was being sacrificed. The crack between his eyebrows also slowly healed and disappeared in an instant. However, he fell into deep thought. This kind of backlash was inconceivable. Even he didn't notice it, and it happened just like that. There was no trace of warning. If this continued, his spell body would probably shatter. Is the time not right yet? Or is this heaven-defying action unbearable for my current cultivation? Guchanga pondered. His spirit was very powerful and far exceeded his current strength. However, his current physical body had not experienced the true baptism of the immortal tribulation. It was inevitable that it would cause changes. After thinking about this, Guchanga decided to put this matter aside for the time being. During this period of time, he had accumulated enough. It was time to receive the true descent of the immortal domain and allow himself to enter the flawless immortal realm. And just as Guchanga was about to receive the descent of the immortal domain and connect with the upper realm, 4-3 rumble. In the boundless world sea, shocking waves suddenly appeared. With a splash, the layers of ancient realms in front of them all collapsed and broke, turning into fine powder that filled the sky. In this boundless world sea, there were blurry ships crossing. However, the storm of the great path here was extremely terrifying. Even the true thunder that struck down had terrifying destructive power. The world was vast and the fog was heavy. Wisps after wisps of fog lingered everywhere. One could see ancient realms and great universes rising and falling. And at the place where the sky and earth touched, a layer of blurry mirror appeared. Outside the mirror, there were ancient realms and great universes rising and falling. They overlapped with each other, as if they were coexisting. However, at that moment, the world inside the mirror and outside the mirror were slowly coming into contact with each other, and some unknown and strange changes were happening. The places where they came into contact with each other collapsed, disintegrated, and merged. At the instant they collapsed, the world barrier disappeared, and at the moment they merged, a new life was born. It was incomparably mysterious and mysterious. All of this seemed to be happening very slowly, but it was happening in an orderly manner. They collided with each other, and then melted. The birth of the soul true world will be soon, really soon. On the blurry ships, there were whispers of ancient gods. There were also indifferent gazes of innate gods watching them, ancient and cold. Chapter 8:16. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, several months had passed. The situation in the upper world was becoming more and more stable. Peach Village was now located at the northernmost shore of the Divine Nation. Even the abandoned land of immortals had been moved to Siener's palace by Guchanga's supreme supernatural power. Siener's palace was a vast pure land. In the endless wilderness, there were mountain peaks surrounded by clouds and mist. There were also silver waterfalls and green lakes. It was a verdant land. Palaces and pavilions were everywhere. It was incomparably magnificent. On one side of Peach Village, there was a mountain peak. On the other side, there was a wooing lake from the vast galaxy. The surrounding bamboo forest rustled. There were a few pavilions in the sea of green bamboos. In the wooing lake there were many rare dragonfish. They swayed their tails and flashed past. Their bodies were sparkling, and their flesh contained shocking divinity. There were also Kuan carps with the Kuan Peng bloodline. It was difficult to find one in the outside world, but there were many here. In addition, there were all kinds of primitive and immortal bloodlines from thousands of realms. They were either tributes from various clans or found in some ruins. But in the end, they all fell into Gu Xianer's pocket. He had never changed his greedy habit. The environment here was exceptionally quiet. On the side was a divine medicine field that Gu Xiener had squeezed from Gu Chang'e all these years. Just the sand alone was shockingly valuable. There were spirit-nourishing soil, blood immortal sand, 5-colored divine soil. Strands of chaotic air filled the air, and various kinds of 5-colored immortal fog filled the air. All kinds of divine medicine were planted. Some were green and sparkling, some were surrounded by light, and some were bright red. They filled the air with a rich fragrance. Just by smelling it, it was as if one could ascend to immortality. How can you go back on your word in chess? Beside the medicinal field, there was a clear lake. The pavilion was next to the palace. Gu Chang'e was playing chess with Gu Xiener. He was still dressed in green, and his hair was not tied up. He looked particularly lazy. In front of him, Gu Xiener was holding his chin. His small face was full of embarrassment. When did you learn how to play chess? How come I didn't know? Gu Xiener said unhappily. During this period of time, he had unexpectedly obtained an ancient chess record from Big Red. It recorded the changes of the stars in the heavens, using the stars as chess pieces. It was incomparably vast. Her interest was piqued, and she had been studying and cultivating this chess record. It just so happened that Gu Chang'e had shown up to see her in the past few days, so she clamored that she would crush Gu Chang'e in chess and convince him wholeheartedly. The result was as expected. Even though she had comprehended the chess manual, she was still no match for Gu Chang'e. She had already regretted several moves. There are thousands of Daos in the world, but they all lead to the same destination. The Tao of chess is but a small Tao among them. Your comprehension of the Great Path is far inferior to mine. You won't be able to gain the slightest advantage even in chess. Gu Chang'e smiled gently and got up from the futon. Naturally, he could see the profoundness of this chess record. However, with his current vision and strength, it was no longer worthy of his attention. There was no need for him to study it. Hearing him say this, Gu Xiener also understood. During this period of time, Gu Chang'e's strength had become more and more unfathomable. The divine nation ruled the heavens, the incense burned continuously, and the faith was inextinguishable. With just a thought, Gu Chang'e could easily kill a person with a strong foundation thousands of times. Humph, I know you're very strong, okay? You didn't come here just to find me, did you? Gu Xiener snorted softly, then asked again. She could see that Gu Chang'e seemed to have something on his mind. Hearing this, Gu Chang'e did not intend to hide this matter from her. After all, it had something to do with her. I'm here to look for the big red bird beside you, Gu Chang'e said. During this period of time, he had been trying to guide the celestial region to descend and connect with the upper realm. However, on the path to the immortal ancient continent, he ran into trouble. Hundreds of years ago, when he was still cultivating in the palace of Heavenly Immortal, he learned from Yu Mingkong that the immortal essences were born, because that was where the path to immortality led. The sages who had fallen on that path had died countless years ago. Their original essences had scattered, and they had become incomparably precious immortal essences. Because at that time, the celestial gate only appeared in the form of a reflection and did not truly descend, the impact was not very frightening. Gu Chang'e also used the Great Tao treasure bottle to resist the pressure and sneaked in. He stole several jars of immortal essences from the hands of many ancient existences. During this time, he was even struck by lightning. His body was charred black, and it took him a long time to recover. Therefore, Gu Chang'e had always guessed that the real path to immortality was in the immortal ancient continent. He used the Tao of fate to deduce, and found that it was indeed misty there. The heavenly secrets were in chaos, and there was a bit of chaotic light. It was as if it had existed since the beginning of the world. Moreover, what surprised him the most was that he actually felt a familiar aura there. Later on, after verification, Guchanga found that the familiar aura actually came from the mysterious big red bird beside Gu Xian'er. That aura was not left behind in ancient times, but in the current era. It was still very fresh, and it had only happened recently. If his cultivation had not reached the level where he could see through heaven and earth, he probably would not have sensed it. Previously, Guchanga had thought that although the big red bird beside Gu Xian'er had a mysterious origin, it would not be too shocking. However, he really did not expect that this big red bird would be related to the path to immortality. "You're here for Big Red?" Gu Xian'er was a little surprised. Guchanga nodded and said, "I'm afraid you also know that the big red bird beside you has a complicated origin." Gu Xian'er expressed her agreement. Many of her opportunities were found by relying on Big Red. Moreover, the future scene that she saw at the Rebirth Lake was also found by relying on Big Red. Actually, there was no need for Guchanga to say anything. The big red bird had also sensed his intentions. It flapped its wings and flew over from the boundless lake in the distance. However, this time, it did not have the disdainful expression of the past. Instead, it had a sense of vicissitudes. "It seems that in the end, you still found out." It opened its mouth to speak. Although it was a young child's voice, it also carried a sense of regret. A long time ago, when it first came into contact with Guchanga, it felt that Guchanga was incomparably dangerous. His entire body emitted an aura that made one's heart palpitate uneasily. Therefore, it had repeatedly advised Gu Xian'er to stay away from Guchanga. However, Gu Xian'er, this silly girl, kept rubbing against it and did not listen to its advice at all. It was also secretly on its guard, wanting to protect Gu Xian'er. Fortunately, Guchanga treated Gu Xian'er well. He would only bully her verbally. Thus, gradually the big red bird started to relax. Big Red. It was also the first time that Gu Xian'er had seen the big red bird like this. She was even more shocked. Guchanga raised his eyebrows slightly. He had a strange feeling in his heart. Why did he feel that the big red bird's origin might not be related to the path to immortality? There should be another reason why it continued to stay by Gu Xian'er's side. It was not because Gu Xian'er was the daughter of fate. Could it be that Xian'er, this girl, has some other origin that I do not know about? Guchanga thought to himself. There was a trace of confusion on his face. The big red bird seemed to have guessed what he was thinking. It flapped its wings and flew into the sky. "There are some things that should be related to you as well." It was obvious that it did not plan to say these words directly to Gu Xian'er. It only wanted to tell Guchanga. Seeing this, Guchanga's expression was calm as he followed it. One man and one bird quickly passed through this region of heaven and the boundless starry sky. In the end, they appeared on a vast and prosperous continent. Immortal ancient continent. Seeing this, Guchanga's eyes flashed with realization. He wanted to know what the big red bird wanted to say to him. The two of them had already arrived at the continent outside of the palace of heavenly immortals. It was the immortal ancient continent that Guchanga had been to before. He had previously killed Yi Ling, who had obtained the reincarnation ancient lord's inheritance. He had also killed Long Tongue, the child of fate of Long Aotian. He had also left behind a trump card here to rule over the various clans of immortal ancient. It was also here that Yin Mei had completely submitted to him. "Demon Master, do you know about 3 lives?" After arriving here, the big red bird's expression became more and more ancient. It flapped its wings and landed in a ruin. It had actually guessed Guchanga's origin a long time ago. It was only now that it confirmed it. As for why it was called the Demon Master, where did the Demon Master come from? It did not know. No one in this world knew either. It was as if the Demon Master had appeared out of thin air. Guchanga knew that this ruin was the region where the Immortal Road had appeared. However, his expression did not change much when the big red bird called him the Demon Master. 3 lives? Past life, present life, future? You want to tell me that Xian'er has 3 lives? He asked with a calm expression. Before the Forbidden Great Era, Gu Xian'er had previously turned into a Dao immortal, wholeheartedly cultivating in the sect Purple Sun Little Heavenly Monarch was in, pursuing the immortal Dao. However, he never expected that before the Great Era collapsed, he would fall in the Great Calamity. His true spirit was not extinguished, reincarnating as Gu Xian'er. This was something Gu Chang'e indeed knew. It is not the meaning of these 3 lives. The big red bird shook its head, its expression complicated. Then it explained, Xian'er's current life is her 3rd life. If this life ends, she should continue to reincarnate, all the way until she finds her past undying true spirit. The 3rd life is 543. Before this, Xian'er had another life? When he heard this, Gu Chang'e was first stunned. Then he raised his brows. He didn't know anything about this at all. If the big red bird did not speak, he might not have known at all. Before the Forbidden Great Era, there were many extremely glorious and prosperous eras. Immortals and gods were resplendent, innate gods were endless, and 10,000 Daos competed. However, it was also during that era that all immortals and gods were buried. All traces were buried. Those eras were much more terrifying than the Forbidden Great Era. In the world, aside from immortals and gods, there were also gods and races that were born when the heavens were opened, as well as countless true worlds of the same origin beyond the vast expanse. Every true world of the same origin was comparable to this vast expanse of heavens. It can be imagined how vast and majestic it was. The so-called Immortal Ancient Era is actually the era after the Immortal Tomb Era. Part of the withered scenes gradually recovered. It is no longer the same as before. The big red bird said with a bitter smile. It seemed to be reminiscing, but there was more regret and reminiscence. The Immortal Tomb Era is only one of them, Gu Chang'e said softly. The fog in his mind also scattered at this moment, causing him to feel a sharp pain in his brows. The big red bird looked at him and said with a complicated expression, even though that era was extremely resplendent and dazzling, outside the countless true worlds of the same origin, there were 3 supreme true ancestors who looked down on everything. They pushed for the change of eras and ruled over everything. They were the embodiments of the will of the heavenly Tao. They controlled the heavens and maintained the operation of all the rules in the vast expanse of heavens. They were the heavenly Tao, and the heavenly Tao was also them. However, it was unknown when they started to have their own emotions, their own selfish desires. Gu Chang'e remained silent. His mind was in so much pain that it felt like it was splitting apart. His originally blank spirit sea was now like a mirror. Too much fog was being wiped away. Many memories were awakening. There were memories from the Forbidden Great Era, memories from the Immortal Tomb Era, and even memories from even more ancient times. After a long time, as if some unspeakable memories were surging out, this world changed. Xian'er is the heir of this true world. Then Gu Chang'e mumbled softly. As for his previous identity as the Armor Demon Master, speaking of which, it was indeed a disguise. After all, he was one of the 3 true ancestors. Gu Chang'e's lips curled up in a self-mocking smile. Chapter 817. Huge and ancient memories, at this moment, like a dam bursting, crazily emerged in Gu Chang'e's mind. In the calm and quiet spirit sea, a storm was brewing. All sorts of terrifying and mottled auras were gushing out. If one were to look closely, they would discover that colorful and terrifying shackles appeared in Gu Chang'e's spirit sea. These shackles were breaking apart. Every shackle carried a frightening and strange aura. Celestial light was faintly discernible. The great Tao was resonating. All sorts of multicolored lights were spewing out uncontrollably. What's going on? The big red bird looked at all this in shock. It didn't know what kind of changes were happening to Gu Chang'e's body. It only felt that his expression was much colder than before. In the depths of his eyes, he didn't hide the fact that he viewed all living things as ants. It wasn't just all living things. It was as if all the realms and the boundless world were ants in his eyes. The sky outside the immortal ancient continent darkened completely at this moment. The stars were hidden, and the dark clouds were boundless. The world was filled with a terrifying aura that made people feel oppressed and terrified. The entire world seemed to be unable to bear this aura, and was about to collapse completely. The great Tao rumbled, and the will of the world trembled. All cultivators and living things felt as if they were lowly and insignificant, as ants from the depths of their hearts. It was as if some unknown and indescribable existence in the world had awakened. However, This kind of fluctuation disappeared in an instant. Soon, the sky cleared up and the dark clouds dispersed. The sun shone down, and the immortal ancient continent was full of life. The big red bird almost thought that it had seen wrongly. However, it couldn't have seen wrongly. At this moment, Guchanga's body had indeed undergone some kind of unimaginable change. Although Guchanga seemed to have returned to normal, there was no abnormality. Since this is Xian'er's third life, then you should have accompanied her in her first life? Guchanga's expression returned to normal. He looked at the big red bird and asked. Actually, he had also been puzzled before. The so-called Devil Master's memories were too jumbled and vague. Some places were even more ancient, filled with boundless desolation. However, at that time, Guchanga did not think too much about it. Now that he had recovered his memories, he understood that it was all his original work. To be exact, even the identity of the Devil Master was a lie he had casually laid down. In fact, the myriad of regions in the universe, and even many eras in the past had existed and perished with a single thought of his. What was different was that the identity of the Demon Master could be considered as a walking identity in that era. But that was it. I am the weapon spirit of Xian'er's heaven-slicing sword. However, after the Forbidden Era, it became the artifact spirit of the door that separated the immortal region from the upper realms. After awakening the memories of his past life, he left his original body and came to the upper realm. He found Xian'er in Peach Village. When the big red bird heard this, it revealed a somewhat aged expression. It shook its head and explained. It also did not know what had happened to Guchanga just now. To it, whether it was the Devil Master or Guchanga, they were all like a layer of fog that made it difficult to see through them. The origin of the Devil Master was an eternally difficult mystery. Before the Forbidden Era, the immortals were brilliant. After that, there was the era of buried immortals. There was a long period of time in between, which was the so-called Forbidden Era. The Devil Master was a peerless powerhouse that appeared during the Forbidden Era. Even the immortal palace that ruled the heavens feared him, and did not dare to step into the Devil Mountain, where the Devil Master resided. As for his origin, the big red bird guessed that it might be related to the era of buried immortals. Perhaps he was a powerhouse that had fallen in the reincarnation cycle, or had gone into hiding during the era of buried immortals. Heaven-slicing sword? When Guchanga heard this name, he was slightly stunned. It was indeed very difficult to connect the Gu Xian, that he was familiar with the figure that held the heaven-slicing sword, and shouted to kill to the 9 heavens. The battle of the heavens was indeed too long ago. However, reincarnation, this true world had indeed not been eroded, and reincarnation had not been reconstructed. The 6 paths were still standing, and the laws flowed endlessly. However, this was of no use. The world that the upper realm was in was actually just one of the many true worlds. Outside the true worlds, there was still the origin world. However, after countless years of vicissitudes, there was no way to know how many true worlds still existed. Only the origin world was supreme and indestructible. The 3 origin true ancestors that the big red bird spoke of were the supreme rulers of the origin world. They controlled all the laws of this world, all origins, all matter, space, time, karma. They were all products of their will. To be more precise, the 3 origin true ancestors were the true form of the heavenly Tao. They were formed from the will born from the true supreme heavenly Tao. And the true concept was indestructible. The heavenly Tao did not have a physical form, but it ruled over all things. However, this kind of formless existence could not make all living things revere it. Hence, at some unknown point in time, the heavenly Tao gave birth to selfish desires and emotions, and the 3 origin true ancestors appeared. To all living things, the 3 origin true ancestors were existences that were equivalent to the heavenly Tao. They were also born because of this reason. However, all things in this world would have desires as long as they had wills and emotions. Even the heavenly Tao itself was not spared. The 3 origin true ancestors worked together to create the origin world. They sat in the depths of the supreme void, seemingly emotionless and without desires. However, every time the cataclysm arrived, they would harvest the essences of all the true worlds in the universe and destroy everything. They would carry out a great purge to prevent any heaven-defying existences that could threaten them from being born. At the same time, they would become even more powerful and completely separate themselves from the heavenly Tao. Hence, every time the cataclysm arrived, which was also the time when the origin world was destroyed, everything would be destroyed, including the cultivators, living things, and the 6 Taos of laws. After the cataclysm, the cycle of reincarnation would no longer return. The sky would collapse and the earth would sink. The powerful warriors who died tragically in the past could no longer enter the cycle of reincarnation, and they could no longer be reborn. It was the equivalent of true annihilation. Hence, after the cataclysm, the world would wither. All the true worlds that had been harvested would return to chaos and wait for the heavens to be opened again. They would give birth to new life, and the cycle would repeat itself. This cycle had been repeated for an unknown number of times. However, during this process there would still be unknown things that could not be avoided. They were the anomalies. Even the 3 origin true ancestors could not see the anomalies clearly through deduction. Hence, the powerful warriors who survived the Great Purge began to plan for the War of the Heavens. Since the start of the cataclysm, there had been countless War of the Heavens. However, in the eyes of the 3 origin true ancestors, this process would only allow them to get rid of the anomalies more easily. It would not pose any threat to them. In truth, the War of the Heavens had also eased the arrival of the cataclysm, because too many powerful warriors had died in that battle. This had also become a method for many true worlds to avoid the arrival of the cataclysm. The eternal worlds and the floating seas are all just a show. There was a hint of self-deprecation at the corners of Wuxia's lips. Before his memories were awakened, he had always set becoming stronger as his goal. As for why he wanted to become stronger, it could only be said that he wanted to survive in this world and understand his own origins and identity. Now that the fog was blown away, the past surfaced. Everything was like the floating seas, ethereal and unreal, like the moon in the water, or the flowers in the mirror. However, by the looks of it, it did not seem to have much of an effect. After all, even he was now an anomaly that could not be predicted. As for the purpose of all this planning and scheming, the reason why he walked the world with the identity of the Devil Master was actually simpler. It was because Wuxia wanted to devour the other 2 origin true ancestors and completely erase them. The identity of the Devil Master was just a disguise he had once used to participate in the War of the Heavens. The identity of a transmigrator was just a part of the plan to better suit this anomaly. Wuxia is actually the true spirit of this true world. During the first War of the Heavens in this world, she was schemed against by my original Devil Master disguise and saved by coincidence. It was also then that we became acquainted. The second War of the Heavens, which was before the Forbidden Era. Wuxia's eyes gradually darkened. Chapter 8:18. Wuxia's gaze was deep, and many memories surfaced in his mind. They were related to Wuxia, the first War of the Heavens, and even the Forbidden Era, which was the reason why he destroyed the heavens with one palm before the second War of the Heavens. This was all part of his plan. Before the calamity of this world descended, he turned into the Demon Lord and lived in seclusion in another true world. No one knew his origins. He naturally participated in the War of the Heavens and tried to invade the origin world along with the other powerhouses. After all, if he wanted to hide from the world and the other 2 origin true ancestors, he had to hide it from himself. Otherwise, his plan to annex the other 2 origin true ancestors would fail sooner or later. The 3 of them were the greatest terrors in the world. With a single thought, they could see through everything in the world. They had long stood at the ceiling of the unknown. The concept of cause and effect was invincible, reaching a realm that cultivators could not fathom. They balanced each other and restrained each other. There was even an agreement that every 100 million years, one origin true ancestor would preside over a great purge. Wuxia, as one of the origin true ancestors, had planned for this for countless years. He had even deliberately created the anomaly who had transmigrated, transcending fate, and creating this origin. For the various true worlds, there were many anomalies, and naturally, there were many transmigrators. Since the creation of the world, there had been too many anomalies, and transmigrators were just one of them. What was an anomaly? It was born outside the deduction of the heavenly Tao, and its true origin was a secret. It was very difficult to understand everything through deduction. An anomaly usually had an unfathomable amount of luck. It could change the trend of the heavenly Tao and reach a realm that ordinary cultivators could not reach. How could this be described? For the three primordial true ancestors, they only needed a single glance to know the past, present, and future of the cultivators born in the various true worlds. They would know when they were born, when they fell, when they were reincarnated, and what level they had reached. There were no secrets in this world that they could not know. They controlled the future, understood fate, and understood the heavenly Tao. There was nothing they did not know, and nothing they did not know. With a single thought, they could make the various true worlds repeat themselves. And with a single thought, they could make everything return to chaos. However, only the outliers were exceptions. Deviants were beyond the reach of karma and fate, and their origins were a mystery. Even the origin true ancestor would be surprised by this. Moreover, the achievements and heights that deviants could reach were far beyond those of ordinary cultivators and living beings. Many outliers have been born over the eons, and some had even surpassed true spirits and world lords, daring to challenge the primordial true ancestor. Of course, in the end, the outliers all ended up dying miserable deaths. They were dissected, and the primordial true ancestor's understanding of the outliers grew deeper. Therefore, Wuxia chose to use the identity of a transmigrator as an anomaly to transform into a demon lord and participate in the war of the heavens in this true world. The other two origin true ancestors had long been aware of these outliers, so they weren't surprised or suspicious at all. They were even waiting for these anomalies to grow to the point where they could stand before them. Even if they reached the level of a world lord and boasted that they could be titled as immortal emperors, they were still like ants in front of the origin true ancestor. In fact, the origin world's true ancestor has never revealed his true form. The figure he showed in the origin world was only the tip of the iceberg. His true form is beyond countless unfathomable dimensions. The so-called War of the Heavens was actually child's play in the eyes of the origin true ancestor. Wuxia understood this very well. He knew that the strength of the origin true ancestor was like something that shouldn't exist in this world to these cultivators and living beings. This was because the level and latitude were already different. No matter how strong an ant was, it was still an ant. A human could crush it into dust with just a light push. The gap between the origin true ancestor and cultivators was much more terrifying than the gap between an ant and a human. In this world, only the outliers were truly qualified to grow and stand before the origin true ancestor. But that was all they were. That was why, to scheme against the other two origin true ancestors, I turned into the demon lord using the outliers method and moved through the various true worlds to set up my plans. The true mountain and sea world, which is the true world I am in now, is just one of the true worlds in the true worlds. Wuxia was the true spirit born in this true world. When the calamity descended, he launched the first war of the heavens. Then, he turned into the will of the true world and led the other heaven destroyers to attack the origin world. During that battle, he was attacked by the races of the origin world and was heavily injured. I turned into the demon lord and appeared in time to save him as the sage of the other true worlds who attacked the heavens. I then led the other heaven destroyers from the true mountain and sea world to retreat. Xian Er was one of the heaven destroyers who died in that battle. As the heir of the true mountain and sea world, she was sent to the cycle of reincarnation by Wuxia. Because of that, the true mountain and sea world's calamity was delayed. Many heaven destroyers died in the first war of the heavens. Even Wuxia, who was the true spirit, was heavily injured. The true world's life force withered, and the spiritual aura was thin. It entered the age of chaos, which was also the age of the immortal tomb mentioned by the big red bird. After the age of the immortal tomb, an era of emptiness appeared in this true world. All traces of cultivators were wiped out, and it was difficult for living beings to gain sentience. Only after an endless amount of time did the situation improve, and the spiritual aura in the world recovered. Traces of cultivators appeared. Tao sects were built, and Tao orthodoxies and sects rose in great numbers. The true mountain and sea world regained its life force, and some of the heaven destroyers who were sent to the cycle of reincarnation also began to reincarnate and enter the path of cultivation. And to prevent the other two origin true ancestors from suspecting me, I personally took action and caused the calamity to descend earlier in an attempt to destroy the outlier. At that moment, the true mountain and sea world had yet to return to its peak. It was not even 1/10 of its original state. Gu Qingyi was worried and discussed with my demon lord body in an attempt to find a way to break the calamity. That was the reason why the Forbidden Era was born. The demon lord destroyed this true world with one palm strike, and it became a taboo. Many thoughts surfaced in Guchanga's mind. In truth, many things had become clear at that moment. It was as if the clouds had been parted, and everything had become clear. Before the Forbidden Era, the Second War of the Heavens had not even begun, but the calamity had already descended. If they did not make preparations, then this true world would completely return to the void. The cycle of reincarnation would be destroyed, and the powerful warriors who had once died would have their final true souls destroyed and truly disappeared from the world. That was why Gu Qingyi had discussed with him and set up a scheme to make things fall apart. She had sunk the true world's heavens, causing everything to fall back into the cycle of reincarnation. This had caused the true mountain and sea world to once again delay the calamity from descending. As the demon lord, he naturally became the scapegoat for this act, and he became a taboo figure feared by the later generations. Of course, all of this was very simple to say now. In order to do all of this, Gu Qingyi had also paid a great price. This was because she knew that doing so might incur the wrath of the ruler of the origin world. Her wrath would affect Guchanga, and he would easily end up with his body and soul destroyed and unable to enter the cycle of reincarnation. In order to play along, Guchanga had even thought of sending a heavenly tribulation of wrath from beyond the endless void to personally destroy the demon lord's anomaly avatar. Of course, this was also part of her plan. Gu Qingyi had long since expected that she would incur the wrath of punishment from the origin world. That was why she had long since planned and discussed with Guchanga. She had used a forbidden art to send a wisp of Guchanga's true soul into the cycle of reincarnation to avoid being completely destroyed and reincarnated in the future. However, Gu Qingyi did not know about Guchanga's true identity. She had always treated him as the demon lord, waiting for the day when he awakened and regained his memories. There were many taboos in between because of the word anomaly. She was worried that the ruler of the origin world would awaken ahead of time and notice that the anomaly was still alive. That's why I've been playing along with her all this while, and also playing the role of the anomaly. My goal is to wait for this anomaly to grow to a level comparable to myself, and then join forces to suppress the other two origin true ancestors. After all, I know myself best, and only then do I know what kind of power I need. Guchanga's expression returned to calmness. Awakening many memories at this time was not a bad thing for him. At least for now, he was acting according to the plan, and there were no loopholes. Simply put, he was currently using the anomalies method to train on the path of a smurf. His goal was to grow to the level of a main character. Then the two of them would become one, and through various arrangements, he would suppress the other two origin true ancestors, and thus take what he believed to be the final step. Then, Guchanga and the big red bird moved, and stepped onto the immortal road that existed outside the immortal ancient continent. Brilliant light blossomed from it, and then there was even an astonishing immortal will that flowed. The immortal light was brilliant, and it was incomparably thick. A blurry and faint path that looked like a huge crack appeared in the sky above the ruins. At that moment, even all the races in the immortal ancient continent felt the ripples. They were incredibly shocked, and thought that the immortal road had reappeared, and that the ancient scene was replaying itself. The immortal region and the upper world were connected to each other, and today, the environment had changed drastically. On the way to the immortal road, there was also an unpredictable change that caused the immortal road to be cut off, and it was difficult to truly come into contact with it. The big red bird also said bluntly that the immortal region had changed. After the Forbidden Era, many changes had caused the true mountain and sea world of the future to be fragmented. In a complete true world, besides the upper world and the immortal region, there was also the true Een world, which was the foreign world that the natives of the true mountain and sea world spoke of. However, the immortal region was fragmented, and the laws of heaven and earth in the upper world were incomplete. They could not form the complete true young world, and there was also a huge gap between them and the real true mountain and sea world. Boom! Guchanga and the big red bird followed the blurry passageway and entered. A vast and terrifying ancient aura immediately pressed down on them, but the moment it landed on their bodies, it disappeared without a trace. This immortal road has already been destroyed. Guchanga looked at the desolate and dilapidated scene before him and shook his head lightly. Compared to when he first entered, the difference was who knew how many times worse. In fact, he could even see the end of the road. There was a thick blood-red light that filled the air, dyeing the sky red. Chapter 819. At the end of this path, one could see a sky full of red clouds. Endless bloody light pervaded the air, as if heaven and earth were weeping blood. It was incomparably shocking. Even the entire dome of heaven fell into that strange and palpitating bloody color. This was an unimaginable dead end. It was like walking on the edge of a cliff. Bloody red fog pervaded the air, and a slightly fishy cold wind blew. There were ancient traces around. Those were the broken walls of the heavenly pavilions. There were also some remnants of stars that fell from who knows where, smashing out 10,000 feet deep craters. Some lakes had long dried up. It was not like the scene Guchanga saw the last time he came. In those lakes, some corpses could be seen. Some were as tall as the Golden Giant. Such a majestic mountain peak collapsed in that place. There were also some sparkling and translucent corpses that flowed with radiance. They were very small and elegant. They should have been peerless beauties when they were alive. Other than that, there were the corpses of various races. There was a huge group of corpses like true dragons, as well as various types of phoenixes. In the deep craters on both sides of this place, too many corpses were buried densely packed. The last time Guchanga came here, he saw a vast expanse of verdant scenery. Heaven and earth were shining, and there was the aura of the immortal Tao pervading and interweaving. But now, all that was left was a desolate ruin. During this period of time, a terrifying battle took place here. Those bloody lights were still fresh, not left behind from the ancient times. Now, even the end of this path collapsed. A terrifying great rift valley appeared there, completely separating heaven and earth. Some stars fell here. Boundless chaotic chi pervaded the air, and there was also a bloody mist that blew in from who knows where. Even the creatures who set foot here would find it difficult to find the path ahead, to find the true immortal domain. Before the immortal burial era, this path was actually the heavenly path opened by all living beings who killed their way to the source world. The vast and mighty army was buried here. After countless eras, some have already decayed, and some are still buried in the depths, waiting for the day they rot. The big red bird flapped its wings and followed behind Guchanga. Looking at this scene, it said with an incomparably complicated expression. In a daze, it saw that mighty and indomitable era again. All the wise men of the past who challenged the heavens charged forward one after another, disregarding life and death. Its originally cold blood also gradually heated up. You should still remember the result of the War of the Heavens. They are all losers. There is nothing to reminisce about. Guchanga's calm words were like a basin of cold water that was suddenly poured on the big red bird's head, causing its hot blood to cool down. It was filled with astonishment and a bitter smile. Indeed, these were the losers of the Battle of the Heavens. So what if they gave it their all? In the end, they still fell on that path, and they didn't even have the qualifications to kill their way into the origin world. A bunch of losers who were unwilling to die. Guchanga wasn't as sentimental as the big red bird, and it was impossible for him to feel as deeply as the big red bird. Although in the eyes of the big red bird, He was one of the top leaders in the War of the Heavens. However, in the eyes of Wuxia, these losers were no different from ordinary ants. He could not understand their so-called hot-bloodedness. In his eyes, how many times had the War of the Heavens happened in the countless and unimaginable epochs? It was truly uncountable. The true world was vast, and before the arrival of the calamity, there would always be some fish that managed to escape and survive. Some of the powerful warriors who understood the truth beforehand gathered together on their own, in an attempt to change this unchanging fate. Again and again, it was like reincarnation, but also not reincarnation, in the eyes of the true ancestor of the origin. These were fish that tried to jump out of the river, but once they did, they dried up and died on the beach. The celestial region can't come into contact with the higher worlds right now. A shocking change might have happened. Is it because of the other true worlds? Or is it because of the other world? Wuxia and the big red bird continued forward. At the end of the path, they saw a majestic stone door. However, there was an abyss in the middle. It was so deep that they could not see the bottom, as if it had been cut off by some terrifying power. They could not pass through it. The stone door was majestic and tall. It stood at the end of the path, and it was dyed in the color of blood. There were traces of a great battle around it, and it was filled with a terrifying presence that made people's hearts palpitate. It was as if the moment anyone approached it, their physical body would explode. From this, it could be seen just how terrifyingly powerful the owner of the blood was. This is the world's end path to heaven. If you don't have the power of an immortal king, you won't be able to cross it. It is also the greatest barrier that separates the higher worlds from the celestial region. In this abyss, there are countless supreme warriors who tried to cross but fell to their deaths. The big red bird said with a complicated expression. It was once the vessel spirit of the stone door in front of them. Once it regained its memories, it used an incredibly unique method to split off a part of its soul and pass through the seal in front of them. That was how it managed to come to the higher worlds. Its true body was still in the stone door in front of them. Wuxia nodded. She was very clear about the things the big red bird said. Back then, the earth's end to heaven's path was also established by Wuxia. There was a divine region that restricted space for 1 million lis in this place. If it was complete, it could stop immortal kings from crossing it, but since countless eons had passed, it might have lost most of its effectiveness. The reason why the world's end path to heaven appeared was not because the laws of the higher worlds were broken and could not accommodate power that surpassed the immortal realm. Instead, it was because the higher worlds needed a relatively peaceful and stable environment for the later generations to reproduce and recover. In this vast true heavens world, besides facing the Aeon calamity, they also had to guard against the invasion of other true worlds. The essence world extended to all heavens. Due to the existence of the 3 true essence progenitors, many terrifying forces of power were born under them. These forces of power either occupied some true worlds or launched the gray, white, and black tricolored great ritual in the essence world to get rid of some of the restless elements beforehand. After all, the Aeon calamity existed to cleanse the true worlds and restore order to the level that the true ancestors approved of. This so-called great ritual was to destroy the universe and restore order. But in truth, it was also to destroy the world, or to sacrifice all living beings to pray to the 3 true ancestors to obtain supreme power or authority. The true ancestors were omnipotent, so they could easily bestow eternal life and higher realms to those races. In the face of the Aeon calamity, not everyone had the courage to become a heaven destroyer. Boom! After that, Wuxia brought the big red bird and walked forward. He was about to cross the abyss when a terrifying sound came from below. All kinds of seals were activated, and a peerless killing intent burst forth. It was like a supreme sword aura that pierced through the space and landed in the higher worlds. It cut down countless stars and shocked countless living beings and cultivators. However, Wuxia's expression did not change. He walked forward as if he was walking on flat ground. There seemed to be a vague aura flowing around him. All the brilliance that landed on his body disappeared without a trace. It could not stop his footsteps. He soon brought the big red bird to the door in front of him and stopped. It was as if he could see the situation on the other side through the door. "I can open this door," the big red bird said confidently with a nostalgic look in its eyes, because its main body was here. Chapter 820. The majestic stone gate had simple and unadorned stone patterns. It was dyed with the color of blood, and there were a few areas that were damaged. It was extremely simple and unadorned. Meanwhile, when Guchanga brought the big red bird here, this stone gate seemed to have produced some type of reaction. Those damaged areas produced luster, and then they became extremely dazzling. The big red bird was extremely excited. It never thought that there would be a day when it could come here again. Its figure became indistinct, turning into a streak of divine light, about to rush into the stone gate. However, Guchanga's eyes moved slightly, suddenly taking action to stop it. "This stone gate already lacks life force. Your original body might have long disappeared." He spoke, his tone calm without any fluctuations. The big red bird's figure froze, forcibly stopping in front of the stone gate, watching everything in disbelief. Its figure went from indistinct to solid again. Then, it landed in front of the stone gate. In the end, it seemed to have calmed its mind, and only then did it reveal a bitter smile. "It really has already disappeared. I can't sense its existence anymore." Back then, this stone gate could stop 10,000 horses and thousands of soldiers, but now it's damaged. In the end, it was just a strand of Tao soul that separated from the original body for the sake of finding Gu Xian'er's reincarnation. The true original body was actually entrusted to this stone gate. What exactly happened? Were these bloodstains left behind in recent years? The big red bird spent a long period of time to recover from its grief. It had no choice but to accept this reality. Guchanga nodded lightly. He could tell that this was some type of shocking change that appeared in a mortal domain in recent years. Moreover, some time ago, he tried to guide a mortal domain's descent, but in the end he failed. When the higher realm's world laws made contact with a mortal domain, there was an exceptional and boundless killing intent that could cleanse everything, purify all evil. This meant that there were extremely powerful experts in a mortal domain who took action, stopping everything. Perhaps they wanted to use this method to protect the higher realms, Guchanga guessed. He thought of the so-called foreign realm. When the true world was born, the yin and yang energies separated, creating the yin-yang true world. Before the forbidden great era, the higher realms and immortal domain were both part of the true yang world. The opposing side was the true yin world. In the eyes of the true yang world, the true yin world was a foreign land. They fought all year round, and had conflicts that were difficult to reconcile. Some of the races from the true yin world had been accepted by the ancient Tao orthodoxies in the origin world. Protect the upper realm? When the big red bird heard this, its body trembled. It suddenly thought of something, revealing an expression of disbelief, but it was also full of bitterness. Among the true worlds, the true mountain and sea world could be considered to be one of the best. However, countless eons had passed, and many true worlds had been destroyed in the long river of time. Right then, if the true mountain and sea world wanted to return to its former glory, besides defending against the great enemy from the other world, they also had to face enemies from other true worlds. Some of the world spirits from the true worlds did not hesitate to use the Tao systems of the races in their world to fight against the worlds and devour the essences of other true worlds to strengthen themselves. This was a common occurrence since the ancient epoch. It was even crueler than the cataclysm. Guchanga nodded slightly. He felt that there was a high chance that the abnormal changes in the celestial region were caused by a great war. Some invading races were trying to find the source of the true mountain and sea world and track down the whereabouts of the higher realm. No matter what, the roots of the true mountain and sea world were in the higher realm. Besides, according to Guchingi's plan, most of the heaven destroyers from the true mountain and sea world were still in the cycle of reincarnation. There were many people who had reincarnated in the higher realm, but they had yet to awaken their past memories. Then, Guchanga's gaze landed on the magnificent stone door in front of him. It seemed to be able to support the sky, and he could not see the sky above his head. Heavenly connection, absolute ground. Those 4 words made people's souls tremble, and their hearts pound. They were clearly very sacred, but there was also a great awe-inspiring presence that made people's nascent divinities tremble. A shocking change has occurred in the celestial region. It is impossible to open the door from here. I wonder if the Devil Master has a way. The big red bird flapped its wings as it flew around. In the end, it could not help but ask in a daze. It felt that it could not open the door. It really wanted to know the current situation in the celestial region. However, if one wanted to open the door, they had to at least have the strength of an immortal king. However, in the current higher realm, even if the environment changed, who had the strength of an immortal king? Even though Guchanga was mysterious and unfathomable, his strength unimaginable, it still couldn't break this rule. Boom! However, right when the big red bird thought this, its eyes widened in disbelief. Guchanga's expression was calm. There was an indistinct aura swirling around his body. He placed his palm in front of him and pushed lightly. This was an extremely shocking change. It was as if a prehistoric giant beast opened its eyes. Even though there was a dazzling rain of light, it was also incredibly terrifying. The simple and ancient stone door released a light that penetrated through the ages. It was too pure and holy, as if it was the first ray of light after the world was opened, leading to immortality and eternity. All types of imprints appeared on the stone door, describing the secrets of the opening of the heavens, the mysteries of primal chaos. Many natives appeared, but they were too blurry, unable to be seen clearly. Faint and unhurried Tao sounds traveled over, cleansing one's soul, making one feel as if they were about to complete an evolution. This stone door was pushed open, producing cracks. A rain of blood seeped out from within, dripping down, directly smashing into the surrounding stone walls. The scene was too shocking. The big red bird was shocked by this scene to the point where it couldn't say anything. Could it be that Guchanga now already had strength comparable to an immortal king? At this moment, Guchanga's figure was indistinct and hazy, as if a sphere of light flickered about, as if he could command the heavens, make the endless creatures of the cosmos bow down and worship him. He was high up above, directly pushing open that stone door. Immortal domain, and the higher realms were connected because of him. This place erupted with endless light, directly illuminating all sides of the cosmos. The radiance rushed out from immortal ancient continent, illuminating the higher realms. Many cultivators and creatures of the cosmos sensed the fluctuations from that place, feeling extremely shocked. They saw endless light appear at the limits of heaven and earth. An indistinct path connected that place. Then a type of strange aura descended. The natural laws of heaven and earth began to evolve, spiritual essence continuously surging. The Tao achievers of various clans and inheritances, as well as those with deep foundations, sensed this the most deeply. They were all stupefied in place, not daring to believe what they were seeing. Could it be that immortal domain descended? They muttered. They felt like the higher realm's natural laws were undergoing an unimaginable change at this time. Could this be characters from before immortal ancient? Meanwhile, on a ruined great land, it was extremely primitive. Ancient trees towered into the heavens, but there were also tribes and clans that lived here. A group of young men and women were currently exploring a ruin that suddenly appeared. Right now, a young lady was currently looking at a stele in front of her with shock, saying this in shock. The characters on it were extremely unfamiliar, not modern-era characters. Moreover, this stele for them was incomparably ancient. 10,000 years was already an immeasurable amount of time, let alone millions of years. They were currently studying the characters on this stele, wishing to understand that extremely glorious and resplendent era. Their ancestors didn't die after 100 battles, hot blood surging. For the sake of resisting the other side, even if they had to die 10,000 times, they still didn't feel any regret. Every time they heard the elders in the tribe talk about this damaged ancient history, they could feel that type of unyielding battle intent flowing through their blood vessels. Honglonglong. There are descendants of immortal domain here. Suddenly, heaven overflowing killing intent pervaded this place. A group of foreign creatures appeared, riding vicious beasts, moving through the heavens, about to wreak havoc on this ruined great land. Search for the past immortal domain descendants. Now there were creatures from both the mortal domain and the other side who lived here. However, there were previously immortal domain creatures who survived, hiding in various places, the most powerful individuals disdaining to personally search for them. They were precisely the targets of the foreign clans. Not good. On this primitive great land, the expressions of many elders and men changed greatly, immediately becoming pale. Ha ha ha, we found it again. There are still descendants of immortal domain here. This group of prey, none of you are to fight over them with me. This group of foreign creatures were all laughing loudly, sitting on the vicious beasts, as if they were gods high up above, overlooking this tribe of several thousand people. They were extremely cold, and also extremely cruel, high up above, carrying the ridicule of a cat toying with a mouse. However, at this time, all of the men in this tribe stood out, no fear on their faces, only unswerving determination. They held weapons, protecting all of their wives and daughters behind them. The young, old, and wives and daughters behind them were also firm, not panicking, not saying anything. The backbone of Immortal Domain's remnant clans would never fall. Truly boring after all. This scene made all of the foreign creatures feel like it was meaningless, their mocking smiles disappearing, becoming cold and detached. After all, they couldn't see the fear of facing death and despair. This type of slaughter made them feel extremely bored. Kill them. The leader among them spoke. All of the foreign creatures began to draw their bows and nock their arrows. Hong. However, right at this moment, in the depths of this ruined great land, endless light erupted. One could vaguely see a gate that pierced through the sky dome, connected to a boundless and vast world. All types of void figures rushed out. This group of foreign creatures were all incredibly shocked by this scene, the shock in their eyes difficult to hide. Someone reacted, even more so couldn't help but mutter excitedly. Western Immortal Domain has long been destroyed, trampled upon by my clan's most powerful individuals. Then what is this? It is rumored that Western Immortal Domain hides a mysterious path and gate. When Western Immortal Domain's king died, he used unmatched divine abilities to conceal it. However, the experts of all clans have always been searching for it. Could it be that it appeared today? Chapter 821. Could it be that this is the path all clans are searching for? It can't be wrong. Back then, the reason why Western Immortal Domain was destroyed was precisely because our clan's old ancestors deduced that the path was here. This is the gate and path that connected Immortal Domain and that world countless years ago. This group of foreign creatures were extremely powerful, the blood and chi on their bodies astonishing. After a moment of panic, they quickly recovered. They looked towards the boundless scene that surged in the distance, revealing expressions of pleasant surprise and excitement. They had no choice but to act like this, because the current Immortal Domain had long been destroyed, no longer as glorious as before. The foreign king clans could easily lead great armies to flatten Immortal Domain's various cities, many star domains occupied. The descendants of Immortal Domain in the past were either reduced to slaves or food. Countless years ago, after Immortal Domain suffered a great battle, it was divided into North, South, East, and West, as well as Central Immortal Domain 5 regions. They were all scattered everywhere, sealed off from each other, each living their own lives. Meanwhile, the Western Immortal Domain they resided in was even more so broken through by the foreign supreme experts many years ago. Western Immortal Domain's kings dyed the skies in blood, their corpses wrapped in war banners as they were carried back. Thus, Western Immortal Domain completely fell. Apart from Western Immortal Domain, Southern Immortal Domain, and Northern Immortal Domain were also in tatters, just that they weren't as complete as Western Immortal Domain. During these years, great battles continued endlessly. Their fall was only a matter of time. Meanwhile, Central Immortal Domain was just too far from this place. The various clans and inheritances sealed up their mountains, not coming out, trying to gasp for breath. However, when faced with the massive foreign army, they would still be broken through sooner or later. Immortal Domain was already no longer the world that could contend against the foreign side countless years ago. Life force withered, Immortal Dao in tatters, even Immortal Dao figures living in seclusion. Even those previously unmatched immortal kings now had weak blood and chi, difficult for them to cross the 5 decrees. They had previously had a blade severed by heaven's will, their bodies carrying shackles. Even if they fought to the death, there was no way they could win against the foreign kings. This was a great trend, a great decline, something immortal domain couldn't contend against at all. Meanwhile, apart from the foreign kings, there were even more ancient existences overseeing them, to the extent where they had connections to the distant immortal domain. If not for immortal domain's natural laws rejecting them, the foreign unmatched existences would have long slaughtered their way over, purging everything in blood. At the same time, on this incomplete primitive continent, Lin Fan was standing in front of the crowd. Other than the group of foreign creatures who were stunned by the shocking scene, the other cultivators also looked over in disbelief. Divine radiance rushed into the heavens from that place, as if there was a boundless world that appeared in that direction. A rain of light scattered down. Even the entire world seemed to be transforming. All kinds of terrifying phenomena appeared one after another. They were the brilliant sun, the bloody full moon, and all kinds of broken starry skies. An ancient and vast sky was reflected in that place. The magnificent stone gate and the majestic city wall seemed to be sketching out a vague outline, and the light penetrated the heaven and earth. The ancient and desolate aura suppressed the sun, moon, and dome of heaven, releasing endless radiance. It was too resplendent, as if it was narrating an incomparably ancient and boundless history. Hurry up and report this matter to the clan. The path that the ancient ancestors are looking for. That door has appeared. The foreign creatures who reacted hurriedly sent back news of this place. This created a huge commotion. Not only did it shake up Western immortal domain, even the foreign creatures here were shocked, becoming excited and overjoyed. A few individuals with powerful cultivations were even wrapped within a sphere of light, appearing in the sky, flying over. They wore foreign clothing, their appearances also greatly different from immortal domain's descendants. However, their bodies didn't release immortal energy, but rather a type of indistinct light that carried a greenish-black energy. If it really is that path, I fear that even kings will be startled. It is rumored that behind that path is immortal domain's source. Even if immortal domain is destroyed, as long as that world still exists, it can be nurtured again. Many of immortal domain's experts all came from that place. They were speaking softly, their eyes carrying blazing radiance. It was too resplendent, as if they were blazing suns, staring at the stone gate that gradually appeared in the sky. The stone gate was grand and ancient, incomparably tall, all types of terrifying restrictions existing in its surroundings. It was originally hidden in an expanse of the void that couldn't be seen. But now that place was not only shining, there was even an indistinct path that was appearing. Vaguely, everyone could hear the iron-blooded noises of armored horses and glaciers. There was a great army galloping, carrying killing intent, charging towards them. Armored horses could trample through everything that was past history and void images, long no longer existing. Meanwhile, at this moment, at the two sides of the stone gate, walls began to solidify, covered in traces of blades, spears, swords, and halberds. There were also traces of blood, unknown what era they were left behind from. They were incomparably tall, like undying divine mountains. Even though they were only void images, never truly appearing in this world, they still released a murderous aura, enough to shatter all of the heavens. This is the legendary heaven-connecting ancient city. Who would have thought that it truly appeared? But it shouldn't have appeared at the right time. The irregular scenes there also startled many immortal domain descendants. A white-haired elder whose body carried immortal energy appeared on the mountain peak, his voice trembling in disbelief. Even though Western immortal domain had already been occupied by the foreign side, there were still many powerful immortal domain descendants hiding in various places. They were trying to find some ancient historical texts in these places, recording past glory or cultivation methods. The young men and women who previously searched for ancient texts on this damaged continent were all immortal domain descendants. Behind them were tribes. Now they were currently residing in the depths of this continent. There were actually many tribes scattered here and there. Even though there weren't many individuals with exceptional strength, there were elders who understood Immortal Domain's history extremely well. The foreign king, after seizing Immortal 787 region, previously displayed a great divine ability, blocking many Immortal Domain descendants' bloodlines, making it difficult for them to sense immortal energy, unable to break through to higher cultivation realms. If there was a powerful individual who broke through this curse, in the end, they would be sensed and then killed. The foreign king was a true unmatched existence. With the rays of his palm, he could destroy the stars of the universe, wiping out all life with a single thought. Ordinary cultivators, before him, didn't even have the qualifications to be ants. Hong, Western Immortal Domain was extremely large, the combination of many universes, the territory boundless. Between the various star domains were even more so many life stars and continents. However, at this time, they were all completely shocked by the scenes that appeared in this primitive desolate forest. There were powerful individuals hurrying over from all sides of the cosmos, either tearing apart the starry sky, crossing stellar streams, or crossing the void, crossing millions and millions of li with a single step. What a disaster! This group of damned foreign creatures, they want to wipe out Immortal Domain's roots. On this continent, many Immortal Domain descendants revealed bitter expressions, feeling incomparable grief inside. So. At the limits of the Sky Dome, many figures hurried over. In some of the cities closest to this place, the foreign creatures who obtained news all appeared. There were even quite a few young figures among them, their appearances heroic or as spirited. Just from their appearances, it was difficult to distinguish them from the foreign side. It was because there was no lack of inheritors of some clans' inheritances who surrendered to the foreign side. Chapter 822. Heaven Connecting Ancient City. This was the name of this grand ancient city. It was incomparably ancient, covered in the scars of all sorts of blades, spears, swords, and halberds. Just the city walls alone seemed to be propping up the heavens, standing tall and undying. It was unknown what kind of material it was made of, covered in blood and ancientness. Some places had even collapsed, showing just how great of a desperate battle had taken place here. And now, this city that had disappeared from Immortal Domain was currently manifesting from the void. A savage and ancient murderous aura was simply like an invincible army slaughtering its way over from the distant space-time. This scene shocked everyone, regardless of whether it was Immortal Domain's survivors or the creatures of the other side. All of them were gathering towards this place. Divine rainbows streaked through the sky one after another. There were also great figures of various races from the other side, riding their chariots or mounts surrounded by immortal energy. Among them, the weakest was a supreme being who had cultivated for 1,000,000 years. Apart from this, there were also many youngsters, most of them coming from the other side. Only a small portion of them were originally citizens of Western Immortal Domain, but now, they had already surrendered to the other side, becoming the vassal races of the other side's great races. The once proud saintesses were reduced to servants and maids of the other side's youngsters, dragging out an ignoble existence, no longer glorious. They had immortal energy on their bodies. They were creatures born and bred in the celestial realm. This immortal energy didn't come from entering the Immortal Tao domain, but from growing up in this world. After being nourished by the spiritual energy of this world, immortal energy appeared. If this is the legendary Ascension Passage, then it means that behind this door is the world we have always yearned for. At that time, my race will definitely lead an army to slaughter our way over, seize this world's essence, and revive our world. Only then will our world be able to survive in the future battle of the true worlds. Many youngsters from the other side were speaking. They were either outstanding, or had sparkling white faces. Some had wings on their backs, very similar to the archaic races, but they were also similar to humans in many aspects. However, at this moment, they were all incredibly excited, their fighting spirits surging as they stared fixedly at the door that was materializing from the void. The stone door was grand and imposing, as if it was flowing with an aura that suppressed the ages. Even the world was trembling because of it. At that moment, This incomparably tall stone door was materializing from the void, continuously materializing. Then it began to be pushed, as if there was someone on the other side who was about to walk over. In truth, it wasn't just the Western immortal domain. The other immortal domains had also received news of the reappearance of the ancient city of Skyspan. To the living beings of the immortal domain, the ancient sky-piercing city was the final land of hope. According to ancient legends, the immortal domain and the world connected by the road in the ancient city of Tongtian were one. That was the ancestral land of all living beings in the immortal domain, the origin of all living beings. Even for the invincible immortal kings of the immortal realms, they were all born in that world. After experiencing untold hardships and cultivating for countless years, they finally established their foundation in the immortal realms, ruling over the various races. Only later on, for some reason, immortal domain and that world were severed, unable to come into contact with each other. At this point, the immortal region was like a rootless duckweed that had lost its foundation. Countless years had passed, and they were on the verge of collapsing. They could no longer maintain their former glory. The 5 immortal realms had sealed themselves off from each other in order to survive in this chaotic world. The appearance of the ancient sky-piercing city was undoubtedly a heavy blow to the hearts of the people of the immortal domain. It made their originally despairing hearts become excited again, wishing to see hope there. Haha, this is simply laughable. Back then, the immortal domain and the world of origin were separated. Even though it was a helpless situation, it was also because this world experienced a great calamity. Many immortal Tao existences had no choice but to bring their clansmen and flee. My clan's founding ancestor has already predicted that if the world of origin appears, then the heaven and earth inside will be damaged. Impossible for immortal Tao existences to be born. After the severed path, the creatures of the world of origin, wanting to enter the immortal domain again to pursue a higher cultivation realm, has already become empty talk. Without a precise time, without a precise location, they can forget about coming to the immortal domain. When they saw that there was no lack of descendants of the immortal domain among the gathered cultivators, many older generation experts of the other side all sneered. They weren't worried at all that the world of origin over there would produce some formidable existences. Who? Heaven and earth became dim, even Shi fading away. In the distance, there was a massive and terrifying figure that descended. That was a great golden-winged pung creature, every single feather shining brilliantly, as if they were cast from gold. This was shockingly a foreign expert who achieved the Tao. Ridiculously powerful, speed exceeding light, instantly appearing here. He landed on the ground, turning into a dazzling golden middle-aged man. He was imposing without being angry, black mist swirling around him. Even a foreign expert who achieved the Tao appeared, making this place become more and more chaotic. Meanwhile, in the present immortal domain, immortal Tao figures didn't appear, unknown where they were hiding. They were worried that they would be wiped out by the foreign kings, acting extremely cautious. Those immortal domain descendants, the most powerful ones, were only at the sacred realm, not even reaching the supreme being realm. Before the foreign experts who achieved the Tao, they trembled in fear. Just a strand of their aura was enough to kill them 10 million times over. It was that path after all. This foreign middle-aged man's eyes seemed to release 2 heavenly swords, releasing zheng-zheng noises. He stared rigidly at that stone gate that appeared. He never expected that legendary city, that gate would appear as well. Soon afterwards, several more terrifying figures descended, all of them foreign experts who achieved the Tao. Black mist swirled around them, their faces indistinct, as if heaven overflowing demonic figures. They towered in the limits of the sky dome, coldly looking at heaven connecting ancient city. All cultivators, before them, felt a type of feeling of being insignificant like ants. Even if a strand of aura accidentally leaked out, it would still be enough to make ordinary supreme beings explode. In the present Western immortal domain, the foreign experts who achieved the Tao oversaw an area, able to suppress everything. I want to see just what kind of thing this legendary heaven connecting ancient city is. Did the environment of heaven and earth change, Or is it that someone is playing tricks? A foreign expert who achieved the Tao was extremely cold, golden light surging from his eyes. He released a cold laugh, taking large steps out, heading straight for that stone gate that was currently turning from void to reality, currently illuminating the world. He carried a wave of terrifying aura, entire body surging with golden light, as if raging flames were burning. Upon closer inspection, those were all symbols constructed from order. Behind him, a great golden sun erupted, even taller than him, surrounding him within. Moreover, a golden crow cry sounded, shaking up the heavens. The entire sky dome was shaken by his aura, the stars in outer space even shaken down. Dark bloodline golden crow race's old ancestor who achieved the Tao. Many foreign creatures knelt down under this aura, sincerely worshipping. This was especially the case for the younger generation, even more so worshipping to the extreme, releasing low cries, wishing to personally see their side's unmatched figure blast open that stone gate. Meanwhile, Immortal Domain's clansmen were all trembling in fear. The many tribes on the great continent below were even more unbearable, many of them feeling as if their bodies were going to explode under this type of aura. This dark bloodline golden crow race's old ancestor clearly didn't feel any misgivings, trying to investigate whether that stone gate was real or fake. However, heaven connecting ancient city's stone gate was slowly being pushed open, a crack that had long appeared. Right now, boundless light rushed out from within, the auras of two worlds surging clashing. It was to the extent where heaven-reaching beams of light appeared, directly connecting the entire star domain. It is the aura of another world after all. There is a path there as well. The other foreign cultivators who achieved the Tao were all shaken up, staring at that stone gate, wishing to see the scene inside clearly. They could sense a boundless world aura from the other side, great changes and ancient, even more ancient than Immortal Domain. This made them a bit moved, recalling many rumors, touching upon the secrets of this world's source. Something's not right, there is a figure there, someone is walking over. Could it be that he pushed open that gate, breaking through heaven connecting earth end? However, immediately afterwards they seemed to have noticed something. Their expressions changed greatly, unable to maintain their previous emotions. Who are you? At this time, the voice of the dark bloodline golden crow race's old ancestor suddenly sounded, carrying fear and trembling, as well as disbelief. With a hung sound, endless streaks of divine light erupted, every single streak of divine light a law symbol. Among them were the most powerful symbols, as well as the dark bloodline golden crow race's bone texts. They interweaved together, divine might world shaking. This was the most powerful might of a Tao-achieving being. He was going all out, radiance dazzling the world, making it hard for many people to open their eyes, unable to look straight at him. However, soon after miserable cries sounded. With a pung sound, bloody mist exploded there, all of the radiance disappearing, as if devoured by endless darkness. Not good. The expressions of all of the foreign cultivators changed, their bodies going cold, their fine hairs standing on end. The other foreign creatures who gathered here, Immortal Domain's descendants, also suddenly lost their voices, becoming deathly silent. They watched as the grand scene behind that stone gate settled down, the radiance disappearing. Above heaven connecting ancient city, the city walls were still majestic, but now, the blood of another Tao-achieving being was sprinkled on them, not even bones remaining. The stone gate opened, a young man walked out from within. He was dressed in green silk clothes, extremely handsome and tall, five-colored immortal energy swirling about his body, but it quickly disappeared, returning to his original state, extraordinary and aloof. He walked over just like that, not too fast or too slow, a big red bird flapping its wings following behind him. His eyes were extremely calm, as if they were a boundless deep sea, boundless void. However, the entire world was shaking intensely, the sky about to collapse, as if it couldn't endure his aura. Chapter 823. Heaven connecting ancient city shook intensely. The grand and tall stone gate was precisely that legendary gate. Today, it appeared in this world again, moreover pushed open. Under rumbling noises, heaven-reaching and boundless radiance was released. All of the creatures felt like they were going to be turned into ashes under the collision of the two worlds' auras. Not even bones remaining. This type of vast and mighty aura was simply like two great cosmos, carrying out an unimaginable collision, engulfing over from the endless past, passing down to the present world. The stars in outer space were all swaying, about to fall. However, the most inconceivable thing was that this stone gate was pushed open by a creature from the other world. He calmly walked over, his footsteps not that fast, but it made one's heart feel like it was going to explode. It was as if this world couldn't bear his aura. All of heaven connecting ancient city, because of his arrival, continuously shook intensely. Those traces that covered the city walls even more so appeared. Symbols flowed like a flood, interweaving into sky-covering beams of light, resplendent and dazzling, no one able to look straight at them. All of the cultivators in front of them, regardless of whether they came from the other side, or were immortal domain's past descendants, all of them couldn't help but tremble, shocked by the scene before their eyes, unable to say anything. For the other side's Tao-achieving experts, they were simply horrified to the extreme, their scalps going numb. At this moment, they only wanted to turn into divine light and escape, not wishing to stay here at all. The dark blood Golden Crow race's Tao-achieving expert, who was arrogant just now, already turned into a sky-covering bloody mist. Not even bones remaining, dying miserably in front of the stone gate. Even though they didn't see what happened clearly, they knew that the dark blood Golden Crow race's Tao-achieving expert was definitely casually swatted to death by that handsome young man, as if he was swatting a buzzing fly. It was just that simple, to the extent where he only had time to release a miserable cry, and then there were no more traces of him. This was but the dark blood Golden Crow race's old ancestor. He overlooked a great world, cultivated for 1,000,000 years, powerful beyond compare. Moreover, he was in the prime of his life, yet in the end, he died miserably just like that. Right now, only great horror appeared in their minds, all of them trembling inwardly. Moreover, under this young man's gaze, their souls seemed to have been frozen, completely unable to produce any thoughts of running. Or perhaps it was to say that if they dared to run, then their end result would definitely be the same as that dark blood Golden Crow race's old ancestor, instantly dying miserably. Wasn't it said that world long shattered, its natural laws damaged, impossible for it to produce someone who exceeded the immortal Tao? Who is this person? The ancient ancestor once said that that world has long been ruined. The heavenly gate can't be opened by the people of that world. Many foreign experts felt fear inside, entire bodies shivering coldly. They were so shocked by this scene that they couldn't say anything, their voices trembling. This is a powerhouse from the land of origin. Immortal Domain's descendants were all incredibly excited. On the various damaged continents, many eyes looked over, seeing the scenes just now. This was simply too shocking. In the eyes of many people, this was simply something that they could not believe. The immortal region has really changed. The big red bird excitedly followed behind Wuxia, once again sensing the aura of the immortal domain. However, this time, it experienced more of a completely different heaven and earth environment from before. The surrounding creatures and cultivators weren't immortal realm clansmen, but rather creatures from a foreign realm. Of course, it could understand the language of immortal domain's creatures, deducing from their words. Now immortal domain suffered great changes. The other side might have already invaded, making immortal domain fall. Towards this, even though it felt regret and frustration, it also knew that this was something that couldn't be helped. A foreign Tao-achieving individual? Wuxia slowly walked over from the other side of the stone gate, his expression extremely calm, not showing the slightest bit of change, because of the many creatures who were watching him. The fluctuations on his body disappeared, as if returning to his original state. His entire being was like the boundless void, but also like an ordinary creature. However, when they personally saw a Tao-achieving individual die miserably before his eyes, none of the creatures here dared treat him as an ordinary person. When they saw Wuxia walk over in a manner that wasn't too fast or too slow, all of the foreign creatures' minds trembled, unable to help but take a few steps back. Those creatures who came in divine carriages were even more so alarmed and uneasy, feeling like their mounts were in incomparable alarm, trembling there. Then they had no choice but to descend from the sky. Many foreign youngsters' expressions were similarly alarmed and uneasy. After all, in terms of appearance, Wuxia was about the same age as them, to the extent where compared to them, he was even younger. Moreover, his body didn't have that type of aged aura. His true age definitely not that great. As the best of their generation, when they fought in Immortal Domain, they displayed great brilliance, looking down on many of Immortal Domain's young heavenly talents, boasting that they were matchless experts, that they could achieve the Tao in the future, perhaps even enter the Immortal Tao domain. However, they never expected to personally see a youngster casually slap a Tao-achieving individual to death. Moreover, even push open that legendary Danger Land heaven-opening gate that only a king could break through. Could it be that this was a young Immortal Domain king? When they thought of this, their faces all turned pale, simply not daring to believe, not daring to imagine all of this. In their opinion, that world, even though it was known as Immortal Domain's origin world, after that battle countless years ago, everything shattered, becoming incomparably bitter and cold. There was no way it could produce an existence that exceeded the immortal Tao. At most, it could only reach the Tao-achieving realm walk very far. In the present Immortal Domain, who is the king? Wuxia said calmly as they walked out of the ancient city. The city gates were enormous, and even the entrances were shockingly large. Walking through them, one could see as far as the eye could see. It was so majestic that it was hard to believe. The grayish-brown stone ground, the flat path, as if there was no end to it. As he slowly walked in, that stone gate also slowly closed, not always opening. When he spoke, his eyes landed on a few Immortal Domain descendants on the ruined continent up ahead. With his current cultivation realm, he could naturally see what happened, as well as determine which cultivators came from Immortal Domain, and which came from Truing World, which was also the foreign side. Replying to Great One. The present Western Immortal Domain already no longer has a king. Several million years ago, Western Immortal Domain's Tianai Immortal King was attacked by several foreign kings, dying in battle, returning with his corpse. Heaven connecting ancient city was also precisely sealed and hidden by Tianai Immortal King. After hearing Wuxia's words, a white-haired old man stood out from the group of Immortal Domain descendants, replying with a trembling voice, his voice filled with grief. Tianai Immortal King was the king of Western Immortal Domain, once ruling over Western Immortal Domain. Of course, besides Tianai Immortal King, there were other Immortal Kings in Western Immortal Domain, but they had long disappeared without a trace. Some suspected that they were in seclusion, and no one knew where they went. There were also some who felt that they might have gone to another true world, abandoning Immortal Domain. Of course, there were also some who felt that they had long fallen, that they were secretly harmed by the foreign side. No king for a long time? Wuxia nodded, not surprised. If this had happened several million years ago, then it was normal for the present Immortal Domain to be in such a miserable state. However, he didn't appear in Immortal Domain to stand up for the descendants of Immortal Domain and seek justice. In his eyes, Immortal Domain and the foreign side were the same. They were all part of the true mountain and sea world. However, judging from the current situation, the true mountain and sea world had been separated. There might be some races in the foreign side that had secretly sought refuge with the origin world. Or perhaps they had sought refuge with other true worlds, in an attempt to find the origin world of the true mountain and sea world, and devour it to become the one and only true world. The one and only true world was a truth that had been passed down since ancient times. When the one and only true world was born, the origin world would suffer a huge blow. And this was also the most crucial move to attack the heavens. Chapter 824. Wuxia's expression didn't change, only sweeping his eyes over the ruined continent in front of him, as well as the foreign creatures in the distance. What he had to consider now was actually how to follow the original plan, how to link up the previous situation, so as to not reveal the slightest flaw. The shocking changes in Immortal Domain had long been within his expectations. Now that he appeared in Immortal Domain, it was actually just to verify his guess, at the same time to make himself conform to the true Immortal Dao Domain. After all, his current physical body level hadn't experienced the baptism of the Immortal Dao Law, so it couldn't be considered a true immortal body. Of course, the instant Guchanga appeared in Immortal Domain, his physical body took the initiative to devour the rich Immortal Dao elements. For him, there was no need to say that he was baptized by the so-called Immortal Tribulation. The level of his physical body was naturally transforming. Even if he didn't recover his past memories, just based on his current strength, he didn't need to fear the so-called Immortal King. Moreover, he walked to the peak in the higher realms, his cultivation long reaching an unfathomable level, impossible for others to guess. Not to mention that he still had many methods. Only for the sake of planning just in case, there were many things that had to be considered a bit further. So young, coming from that realm, he might be someone from reincarnation. Go and report to our world's true immortals. The door to the realm of origin has reappeared. A young man suspected to be an immortal king has walked out from within. Different from the many happy and excited Immortal Domain clansmen, many of the foreign experts were shocked, already secretly transmitting sound, planning to report this matter to the foreign true immortals. Let them deal with it. It was because only true immortals had the qualifications to come into contact with immortal kings. Inform them of this matter. In front of this mysterious young man, those who achieved the Tao were no different from ants. Perhaps only true immortals had the qualifications to converse with him, find out his intentions and origins. Moreover, he just asked who the current king of Immortal Domain was. Didn't that mean that he knew Immortal Domain's immortal kings? This thought appeared in the minds of many foreign creatures, making them both horrified and alarmed, recalling a rumor from a long time ago. Most of the foreign creatures weren't stupid either. After knowing that even those who achieved the Tao were casually slapped to death, they restrained their former arrogance, as if they were waiting to be executed in place. Those foreign youngsters who were still talking nonsense about the world of origin, just now all turned pale, keeping quiet out of fear. After Western Immortal Domain fell, the other side only sent out true immortals to guard this place. There were no immortal kings here. Otherwise, with that terrifying scene just now, how could immortal kings not know about it? In reality, the instant heaven connecting ancient city appeared, the foreign true immortals immediately sensed it. Even though they weren't as powerful as celestial kings, they were still truly supreme existences that could look down on a realm. Their lifespans exceeded 10 million years or even longer. The Western immortal realms were badly damaged, but the fluctuations earlier were simply too terrifying. The fluctuations caused by the collision of two realms felt like there was a multiverse within. How could they not feel it? Only, when they saw a Tao achieving being casually slapped to death, they all shivered inwardly. They weren't stupid, knowing that Guchanga wasn't someone they could face, that they had to report this to the foreign immortal kings. This mysterious young man had an unfathomable cultivation base. In this era, he was able to walk out from the world of origin and even push open the gate that only immortal kings could break through. From this, one could see how strong he was. He was definitely at the immortal king level, or even higher. For some of the foreign true immortals, they understood quite a bit of the truth about this world, having the qualifications to come into contact with that level. That was why they knew that the reason why the other side was always searching for the world of origin was because they wanted to devour that world's source, make the mountain sea true world completely become one. There was another reason. They were searching for those people in reincarnation. From the current situation, this mysterious young man might very well be one of those people in reincarnation. Great One, are you Immortal Domain's past king? In front of heaven connecting ancient city, many Immortal Domain people hurried over, kneeling down, prostrating themselves in worship towards Guchanga, their faces carrying excitement, as if they were facing a legendary deity. Among them, there was a young lady who didn't look that old who couldn't help but ask, her eyes carrying hope and expectation. In this primitive land, ancient trees towered into the heavens tall and sturdy, A small group of human descendants from immortal domain lived here for several thousand years. They were only a small part of this group. The great continent was extremely damaged. Traces of the great battle from the past still visible in some places. The originally vast star system with life had all collapsed, washed away in all directions. The land before their eyes was only an extremely small part of this. Guchanga swept his eyes over these immortal domain descendants, his expression not changing at all. He didn't reply, nor did he shake his head. He only looked into the distant heavens. In everyone's eyes, it was as if he was quietly waiting for the foreign king to descend. The atmosphere here seemed to have frozen. All of the foreign creatures who hurried over, regardless of what level they were, didn't dare move, alarmed and terrified. They didn't know Guchanga's intentions for coming, nor did they know his origins. The world was quiet, as if even space and time were hidden. There were no natural laws interweaving, this place becoming absolutely peaceful. The big red bird was also quiet right now, not knowing Guchanga's objective. In reality, even now, it didn't understand Guchanga in the slightest, only knowing that he was the main culprit behind the forbidden great era. He was the demon lord who made the heavens silent. He was the one who schemed against the higher realms, the one who killed everything. He purged the realm of origin, moreover unified it. He definitely wasn't some good-hearted individual. Even though he was extremely gentle and easygoing towards the women at his side, it couldn't be denied that his coldness and heartlessness was enough to make the higher realms shiver in fear. Chi. Streak after streak of flowing light tore through the cosmos dome. At this moment, countless foreign creatures gathered from various parts of the ruined western immortal domain, all of them hurrying towards this cosmos. Even though they were still far away in the starry sky, they still didn't get close, but they sensed something. They sensed that the environment of that heaven and earth underwent great changes. Their entire bodies couldn't help but shiver, understanding that something huge happened. That gate appeared. A youngster who seems to be an immortal king even walked out. In the boundless foreign cosmos, in a spacious dojo shrouded in a thick fog, an ancient existence suddenly opened his eyes. This was the first time he released a sound in a million years. His blood and chi fluctuations were like Wang Yang's, towering in the starry sky like a demonic god from the archaic past, terrifying to the extreme. As someone at the very peak of immortal Tao, he could be called a king among immortals, ruling over the boundless cosmos, his people numbering in the millions, enough to be described as immeasurable. In this world, there were already very few things that could alarm this type of existence. Right now this cosmos was trembling. Following the awakening of this terrifying existence, the boundless starry sky rose and fell like a sea, large amounts of stars turning into powder. Before the foreign side invaded western immortal domain, they had long blasted apart western sky gate. Now the barrier disappeared. Even though the environment suppressed the foreign immortal kings, it still couldn't stop them from descending. With just a single thought, they could descend from the endlessly distant foreign side to western immortal domain. This foreign immortal king was alarmed, his eyes like two terrifying immortal swords, tearing apart the cosmos, as if he wanted to see the scene on the other side clearly. Existences who towered in the immortal king realm could already be said to be omnipotent, to the extent where they could traverse the great river of time, change some tolerable karma. That was why the moment he woke up, he began to deduce the events in western immortal domain, wishing to know the background of that youngster who appeared. Hong. Meanwhile, at this moment, in the skies above western immortal domain, a terrifying aura began to appear. All types of terrifying irregular scenes appeared, immortal Tao laws about to break apart. 00 The sun, moon, and stars were all trembling, countless great continents collapsing, directly turning into powder under this type of aura. The aura of an immortal king appeared, the entire cosmos trembling because of this. Large amounts of star domains couldn't endure this type of aura, directly exploding. Countless cultivators, regardless of what level they were, all knelt down towards that place, pious and full of reverence. Even though they were immortal domain's people, even though they weren't willing to kneel before the foreign immortal kings, right now, they couldn't hold on, their legs weak, directly kneeling down. If they didn't bow when encountering a king, their true spirits would easily collapse, forever erased. It's Kuan Xian, immortal king. This is too great. My side's king has already sensed everything here. Quite a few of Western Immortal Domain's foreign true immortals sensed this aura. All of them incredibly moved, kneeling down towards that place. Even if they were true immortals, before an immortal king, they were like ants, able to kill them countless times with a single thought. This type of gap was like a heavenly moat, impossible to cross. The majestic and grand heaven-reaching ancient city, because of this type of aura, was trembling. The blood that scattered down the city walls, before even more so released dazzling radiance. Vaguely, all types of ancient void images appeared. Immortal Domain's true immortals were bathed in blood here. Immortal kings were surrounded and killed. Heavenly palaces collapsed. Western Immortal Domain collapsed. Heaven gate severed. The heavens weeping blood, all life in grief. Many Western Immortal Domain descendants, under this type of aura, felt incomparable grief and despair. They thought back to the tragic scene of Western Heaven Gate being broken through, the entire Immortal Domain collapsing. How many tens of thousands of years had it been? The foreign Immortal King, who had previously slaughtered his way into Western Immortal Domain, once again appeared. Even though it was only a strand of aura, it was still terrifying beyond compare. No one able to stop it. Who are you? Someone from reincarnation? Or are you a remnant that once fled to that world? To be able to push open that gate, step into Immortal Domain, you are quite extraordinary. This foreign Immortal King had a cold gaze. Even though it was only formed by a strand of aura, it still had no fear as it stared at Guchanga, in front of heaven-reaching ancient city. In the end, his gaze landed on this legendary ancient city, looking at that gate. Through that gate, he could sense a faintly discernible aura coming from within. It was precisely the world of origin that they had always been searching for. Just a strand of aura? Hearing this, Guchanga glanced at this foreign Immortal King, his gaze not fluctuating at all. A strand of aura is enough to kill you. Kuan Xian, Immortal King, didn't sense the aura of an Immortal King from Guchanga. He didn't feel that he was an existence that stood at the same height as him. His gaze was incomparably cold. He only raised his palm and slapped out. A giant hand surging with chaotic energy stretched across the sky, covering the entire universe. The entire world was covered by him. The great Tao rumbled, the universe resonating. The many laws and orders of the Western Immortal Domain emitted terrifying sounds like knives, easily crushed, and then burst apart. However, towards this, Guchanga only pointed his fingers and casually slashed forward. A sword light flashed over, green and indistinct, as if it pierced through ancient history and washed the future. Rumble! The sky cracked, the universe shook. The entire universe seemed to have shattered into pieces. Torrential sword light entwined with chaotic immortal light, piercing through everything and suppressing the universe. It was too resplendent and dazzling, as if it was daytime, illuminating the ancient times. Even the long river of time was hidden. All laws and orders were collapsing and dissipating. Under this sword light, the world was wailing. Seeing this sword descending, the expression of Kuan Xian, Immortal King, who had been cold and indifferent all this while, suddenly changed. The giant hand that reached out broke and collapsed with a puff sound, disintegrating in an instant. Then the sword light didn't stop. The sword descended, directly beheading him, and his figure exploded with a boom. Chapter 825. The resplendent sword radiance seemed to have wiped out an expanse of time, cleansing the heavens above and earth below, endless, powerful beyond compare. Hong! Western Immortal Domain's skies became chaotic. Under this streak of sword radiance, it was as if it was hacked apart. Stellar streams were severed. Countless creatures and cultivators trembled in fear, feeling as if the space between their brows was hacked apart by a streak of sword radiance, about to completely explode. They were incomparably alarmed, feeling as if their blood ran cold. This streak of sword radiance wasn't aimed at them, but when they saw its power, their souls were in intense pain, as if they were going to fall under this radiance. If they truly made contact with this strand of sword radiance, what kind of consequences would there be? There was simply no need to think too much about it. Even Kuan Xian Immortal King's body was beheaded by a single sword, destroyed in the void, incredibly powerful. What? For the foreign creatures, this sword was too terrifying. It directly hacked down the unmatched king in their hearts from the clouds. Many young creatures who viewed Kuan Xian Immortal King as their faith, even more so, roared out in disbelief, simply about to go crazy. Why was it that even though the unmatched king revived, his body was still destroyed by a single sword, thus destroyed? Of course, they really couldn't figure it out. In their understanding, the greatest power in this world was the power of an immortal king. They sat at the peak of endless time, overlooking the passage of time, watching great eras collapse. This type of existence, how could his body be so easily destroyed by another? Even if it was an existence of the same level, it still wouldn't be this easy. It is definitely a young king. Kuan Xian Immortal King ran, not daring to descend. There were quite a few true immortals who hurried over from the other side. Right now their mouths were trembling, a bit scared, their entire bodies going cold. They were the most unmatched existences under the Immortal King level. That was why they could sense the terror of that sword more and more clearly. It could definitely instantly wipe them out 10 million times over. This was a power they definitely couldn't contend against. It wiped out the sea-severed time. Not even an Immortal King's body could match it. Just the shockwaves that scattered over made them feel as if they were going to explode, their bodies in intense pain. A few people were extremely close, to the extent where there were even bloody scars that appeared. All of the foreign creatures in front of Heaven Connecting Ancient City felt their entire bodies go cold, not daring to move in place. They were scared that this strand of energy would scatter, making them explode, follow in the footsteps of that Immortal King's body. Too strong, what kind of terrifying power is this? There's no mistake. This lord is definitely the king of our immortal realms. He has returned from the origin realm. The Western Immortal Domain was filled with a matchless aura. The Immortal King fluctuations that appeared just now alarmed many descendants of the Immortal Domain, who were hiding in various places. They were shocked to the extreme. However, he never expected that in the next moment, he would see that Immortal King body being destroyed by a streak of sword light. It was too shocking, too inconceivable. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they probably wouldn't have believed it. They couldn't help but widen their eyes. Then, unimaginable cheers erupted from all over the Western Immortal realms. Many of Immortal Domain's descendants appeared. Their previous dejection was swept away, and they were stirred up and excited. They roared out, finding it difficult to express the excitement they felt right now. Guchanga's expression didn't change. Now he didn't need to use any other means. Just based on his cultivation level, he didn't fear the so-called Celestial Kings. Even if they were Celestial Kings, there was no way they could say that at this level. They couldn't be contaminated by karma, contend against the heavenly Tao's deviance, carry out changes to the trajectory of all worlds. However, when Guchanga was still in the higher realms, he could already use the Tao of Fate to erase the future deviance. This was the path he took, the most fundamental difference. In the end, Guchanga's cultivation method, the path he took, they all corresponded to his previous self. It could allow this body of his to reach the level of the origin true ancestor. Ordinary celestial kings didn't even have the qualifications to come into contact with the origin true ancestor. Even if they cultivated for countless great eras, there was still no way they could reach that step. Only when one came into contact with that level of transcendence, the deviants among deviants, would they have the qualifications to see that place. It seems like your side's celestial king chose to withdraw. He is quite smart, also running quite quickly. Guchanga stood in place, dressed in simple green silk clothes. He looked incomparably young, flowing with faint radiance, returning to his original state. He slowly walked over, sweeping his eyes over these foreign creatures, his tone extremely calm. When they heard this, these foreign creatures felt as if their heads were about to explode, their souls about to be torn apart. They didn't dare raise their heads to meet Guchanga's eyes at all. Even those who achieved the Tao were still trembling endlessly, shaking in place, cold sweat drenching their entire bodies. Don't worry, I won't make things difficult for you all. It's just that I haven't returned to Immortal Domain for a long time, so I missed you a bit. Wuxia spoke casually. Then his eyes suddenly looked towards the heavens. With a wave of his hand, the heavens shook and earth moved, the stars in the heavens all trembling. A foreign true immortal discovered in horror that his surroundings were completely restricted. Even though there was immortal light flowing about his body, trying to struggle free, it was useless. He cried out in horror, feeling like he had turned into a little chick, unable to resist at all. Originally, he was still millions and millions of li away, but in the next moment, a pair of terrifying great hands slapped down, directly grabbing him. This left him in despair, alarmed to the extreme. In his endless years of cultivation, this was the first time he encountered such a terrifying thing. This scene made all of the foreign creatures here feel horrified. They never expected the true immortal, who was already almost unmatched in their eyes, to be in such a miserable state. Yet at this moment, he was in such a miserable state, captured from a distant astral region, and reduced to meat on the chopping block. Was this still a high and mighty true immortal? He was simply no different from an ant. After the Forbidden Great Era, what exactly happened in Immortal Domain? Wuxia looked at this foreign true immortal who was alarmed to the extreme, slowly speaking, his voice without any fluctuations, as if he was asking a question, as if he was sighing softly. This foreign true immortal looked like he was only 30 to 40 years of age. There were golden wings behind him, immortal light flowing about him, extremely pure and holy. However, right now, he was continuously trembling, as if his heart was gripped by a great demon. His face was pale, even his voice shaking. Replying to Great One, after the Forbidden Great Era, he tried to explain. Have Wuxia understand, his voice full of fear. I didn't ask you. However, Wuxia's expression still didn't change, only shaking his head. Then he reached out a hand, directly reaching through his shining cheekbone. Ah! Great One, please spare me! This foreign true immortal screamed miserably in horror, the terrifying pain making his face distort. Everyone could see that his soul was grabbed from the top of his head, and then Wuxia looked through his memories. No one dared to disturb this process. Even the foreign true immortals in the distance trembled endlessly, their faces pale. They were worried that even they would be captured in the next moment. This was a terrifying existence that even Kuan Xian Immortal King was scared away. Turns out there were still so many changes, no wonder. After a long time, Wuxia seemed to have finally understood the many changes that happened in Immortal Domain these past few years, sighing with emotion. Then, in the next moment, this true immortal's soul was casually swallowed by him, not letting it leave. After the Forbidden Great Era, Immortal Domain and the higher realms separated. Most immortal Tao existences fled towards Immortal Domain. Among them, the ones in the lead were those existences who established Immortal Palace. Even though Immortal Palace already collapsed, many inheritances were still preserved. As such, on Immortal Domain's side, the 5-side Immortal Domains quickly appeared. With the central side Immortal Domain as the source, it radiated in all directions, splitting into the 4-side Immortal Domains. Each Immortal Domain had an Immortal King overseeing it, some Immortal Domains even having quite a few Immortal Kings. Apart from this, in the central side Immortal Domain, there were several Palace Masters from Immortal Palace, their cultivation levels far exceeding ordinary Immortal Kings. As such, Immortal Domain temporarily stabilized. However, just like what the foreign side believed, the Forbidden Great Era's battle just happened before the Great Tribulation. Even though the Great Tribulation's descent was avoided, the Great Showdown arriving. However, when the heavens collapsed, the Great Era severed, making that period enter a forbidden state. It also caused Immortal Domain and the higher realms' life force to wither, their foundations to suffer damage. Moreover, because of the earth and heaven connection, Immortal Domain became rootless duckweed, while the higher realms also lost the chance to ascend to a higher realm. As such, it naturally led to a chain reaction, making Immortal Domain decline even more, giving the foreign side a chance to take advantage of. As such, starting from several million years ago, on Immortal Domain's side, some Immortal King's blood and chi declined. sinking into their later years, difficult to cross the 5 decrees. The foreign side invaded on a large scale, blasting open Immortal Domain's entrance, slaughtering their way over. Western Immortal Domain was connected to the foreign side's entrance, so it was naturally the first to fall. Gu Chang'e understood these things, but the most important thing was to consider what kind of role he was going to play in the future. Was it to follow Gu Qingyi's previous agreement, or was it to say that he didn't need to worry so much? Among this, the only thing he needed to pay attention to was actually the timing of the next Great Tribulation's descent. Next was the birth of the single true world. It was because when the single true world was born, it might also be in this boundless true world. Those heaven destroyers would take action, cultivate their swords, slaughter their way into the 9 heavens. From another perspective, the current Immortal Domain was actually more suitable for Gu Chang'e. On the foreign side, even though they fought year-round, there were still quite a few true immortals, and even immortal kings. The essence that reincarnation ancient Empyrean had accumulated had long been completely refined by Gu Chang'e. For him, these existences were instead excellent nourishment. This scene made all of the foreign creatures tremble in fear. They didn't expect a true immortal to be captured, his soul directly searched, and then his divine soul directly devoured. These methods made them feel waves of discomfort, as if they were suddenly reduced from the high and mighty foreign overlords to livestock, life or death disregarding their dignity. Those Immortal Domain descendants were also shocked speechless by this scene. They didn't expect this Great One's methods to be so cruel and cold. However, when they thought about how this was a true immortal of the foreign side, they all felt relieved, feeling incomparably happy. After all, when Western Immortal Domain fell, quite a few Immortal Domain descendants were directly treated as food by the foreign creatures. Almost all of the Immortal Domain descendants treated Gu Chang'e as a king who walked out from Origin World, someone who belonged to Immortal Domain's side. So strong, who exactly is this person? Meanwhile, at this moment, in the boundless foreign realm, Kun Xian Immortal King's expression also changed again and again. His face that was always cold like ancient ice, even more so revealed an expression of shock. He never expected that the connection between him and that incarnation of his would be instantly severed, directly destroyed by the opponent. There wasn't even the slightest chance to react. This type of tyrannical and terrifying power completely exceeded his expectations. He originally thought that it was because after the world's environment changed greatly, Origin World's gate loosened, leading to that side's expert finding a path, thus arriving in Immortal Domain. However, he really didn't expect that such a terrifying person would appear. He had a premonition that even if his true body descended, he still wouldn't be this person's match. He reckoned that he would be killed, completely annihilated. At the Immortal King level, any instant of thought wasn't a sudden impulse, but rather a premonition. Or perhaps it was a premonition towards what was about to happen in the future, raising vigilance. This wasn't fear, but rather an instinctive response after clearly recognizing that he wasn't a match. I cannot appear. This person has great terror on him, not someone the current me can face. If I rashly descend, I will be destroyed by him. Kun Xian Immortal King crossed over to his own Dao field, descending to the Dao field of another foreign Immortal King. If he wanted to discuss this matter, he felt extremely powerless. He was alone, facing Gu Chang'e without any chance of victory. He needed to find other Immortal Kings to face him together. The foreign realm's territory couldn't just be described as vast. Even if Immortal Domain and the higher realms merged into one, some regions would still be far inferior. Boundless black mist surged everywhere, as if they were expanses of boundless and sinister ghost domains. This was formed from many ancient universes tainted by Yin energy, endless, difficult to describe. Dao Friend 1.0, when will you wake up? Western Immortal Domain has undergone shocking changes. An existence suspected to have awakened from reincarnation has walked out, his strength terrifying, far exceeding normal Immortal Kings. We need to work together to hunt him down. Kun Xian Immortal King's large hand tore through the cosmos, descending to the Dao field of another foreign Immortal King, waking up the sleeping existence within. An existence from reincarnation? Hong. In this part of the cosmos, a terrifying aura appeared. Then, there was a gaze that tore through the great mist. Countless foreign people bowed down, continuously kowtowing in worship. In the other Dao field, there were foreign immortal kings who were awakened by Kuan Xian Immortal King, their bodies exceeding 10 million zhang, condensing and appearing in the starry sky. Dark great paths extended over one after another, rumbling as they walked out. Black lotuses covered the surroundings, black evil birds flying about, the boundless world trembling. Did the environment of heaven and earth change? Western immortal domain, there are still immortal kings left. A humanoid immortal king surrounded by gray mist suddenly opened his eyes, the light extremely cold, and also extremely deep. A pair of wings grew from his back. The gate we have been searching for a long time has appeared. The figure that walked out from within is extremely terrifying. I am far from being his opponent. Kuan Xian Immortal King spoke, stating this fact, not feeling like this was something too difficult to speak of, his tone extremely calm and direct. We will work together to kill him, and then descend into Origin Realm. In the end, he then descended into a certain region surrounded by boundless primal chaos mist, his attitude clearly a bit respectful. This was a boundless palace complex, grand and ancient, flowing with heaven illuminating radiance. After Kuan Xian Immortal King arrived, he bowed slightly in respect, saying, "There are existences from reincarnation that have awakened. I must ask Senior to provide support for us," fearing that something unexpected might happen. Chapter 826. This region was filled with a vast expanse of primal chaos fog. Wisps of fog fell down one after another, before they continuously floated and flowed. The horizon was incredibly bleak, as if it was a land where all life was extinguished. Majestic and vast palaces stood tall in the depths of this region, flowing with radiance that illuminated the heavens. Even if true immortals came here, they would feel as if their bodies were about to explode and collapse under this aura. The gate to the ancient world of origin has opened once again. The person in the cycle of reincarnation came through that path, and is now in the western celestial region. I am far from being his opponent. I am worried that something unexpected will happen. I hope that Senior will come out and help us to prevent this person from escaping. Immortal King Kuan Xian had the attitude of a junior. With a hint of humility and respect, he descended in this region and spoke to the vast palaces in front of him. As the immortal king of the other world, he boasted that he was invincible in the world and could look down on all living beings. He sat at the top of the sky and looked down on everything with indifference. A million years was just like flowing water, and it would not cause any ripples in his eyes. However, when facing the existence in the palaces, Immortal King Kuan Xian's attitude was very humble, and he bowed like a junior. Even though they were both immortal kings, there was a huge gap between their cultivation bases. It was like a chasm that was difficult to cross. To him, when he was still a small cultivator, this senior was already an immortal king. He controlled the destruction of all living beings and the rise and fall of billions of galaxies. Many years had passed, and he had also become a lofty immortal king from the small cultivator in the past. However, in front of this senior, he was still humble and respectful. He knew that if the other party wanted to kill him, it would be very easy. This was the terrifying gap between their cultivation bases and their Dao. It was like a chasm that could not be crossed. Of course, in the boundless foreign dimension, there were many ancient existences like this senior before him. However, they were too mysterious, and even immortal kings found it difficult to be certain that they were in seclusion at the location of their slumber. Those ancient existences had even experienced the upheavals of the other true worlds. Some of them had existed since the birth of the mountain and sea world, while others had come from other true worlds and survived the calamity. They fled to this world and chose to avoid the world. All in all, in this boundlessly vast foreign universe, even immortal King Kuan Xian didn't dare act too arrogantly, as he was deeply afraid of offending those old freaks that had lived for countless eras. The immortal king realm wasn't the end of cultivation, and there was still an extremely long way to go before he could reach the supreme level that he knew. Boom! As the Kuan Xian Immortal King finished speaking, a shocking momentum suddenly appeared in this area that was filled with boundless chaotic mist. The sky rumbled and trembled. The surrounding star areas were shaking, as if they were about to fall. A terrifying breathing sound rang out in the minds of all of the surrounding cultivators, and heaven and earth began to undulate. Who woke me up? An archaic voice filled with coldness rang out, echoing throughout the entire universe. Immortal King Kuan Xian's attitude became even more respectful as he spoke. Junior Kuan Xian greets Senior. The other immortal kings who heard the news were also extremely shocked when they arrived. Then their attitude became respectful. Even the incomparably arrogant and cold immortal king with black wings on his back restrained his aura and waited respectfully here. This universe was very vast. It was already very difficult to accommodate the aura and Tao of an immortal king. But at this moment, there was no collision. There was an unimaginable peace. We greet Senior. These immortal kings all understood what this place meant. In front of this person, they were all juniors. Their cultivation bases and Tao techniques were definitely far inferior to this person. It was very difficult to determine the victor in the immortal king realm. However, these veteran immortal kings were different. Their control of Tao techniques and source energy far exceeded their understanding. The ancient realm of origin has reappeared. An old voice that sounded like a mumble echoed in this place. Then, the thick fog scattered, and a hunched figure wearing a black robe appeared. His face was covered by the fog, and it was impossible to see his face clearly. However, the surroundings were filled with a terrifying aura that caused the great Tao to rumble. This world seemed to be unable to bear it. Replying to Senior Ming King, "It is indeed so. 1,000,000 years ago, we broke through the Western Immortal Realms and tried to find the entrance to the realm, but we failed. I didn't expect that gate to appear again recently. Light covered all directions, and a suspected king of reincarnation even walked out from it. He was incomparably young. I wasn't his match." Immortal King Kuan Xian spoke, his tone respectful. He explained the matter simply, including how his avatar was destroyed by the other party's sword light. If it wasn't for him withdrawing his divine sense in time, he might have suffered serious injuries. A king who walked out from reincarnation? The eyes of the old man called Ming King suddenly shot out two terrifying sword lights, as if they were going to split the universe apart. His state of mind was in turmoil, and he could no longer remain as calm as before. I didn't expect to be able to encounter an existence from reincarnation in this world. Who knows, it might even be an acquaintance from the past. Ming King slowly spoke. With a wave of his sleeve, the universe before his eyes rumbled, directly tearing apart. He walked out with large steps, heading towards the immortal realms. When they heard this, Immortal King Kuan Xian and the others' minds were all shaken. They knew that this senior had already existed before the taboo Great Era, and then followed behind him. There were 4 immortal kings following behind him. They were the current foreign realm's undisputed rulers, all of them grasping several universes. Behind them were millions and millions of clansmen, establishing themselves as king clans high up above. In terms of status, they were the lords of king clans. In the present era, their lifespans could also be described as endless, able to overlook the changes of great eras. However, today they moved out together, heading towards immortal realms, tearing open a great passage between the universes. This matter triggered a huge commotion in the foreign realm. The various king clans all sent out true immortals to follow behind, slaughtering their way into Western immortal realms together. Meanwhile, right now in Western immortal realms, great waves were still stirring. All of the foreign cultivators who arrived before heaven connecting ancient city trembled endlessly, not daring to move in the slightest. After personally witnessing Gu Chang's coldness and cruelty, even true immortals shivered in fear, not daring to act recklessly. It was instead many immortal realms' descendants who felt extremely moved. When they personally saw the foreign people's fearful and uneasy appearances, they felt incredibly carefree inside. All this time, immortal realms' descendants hid everywhere, worried that they would be found by the foreign creatures. After experiencing that great battle 1,000,000 years ago, Western immortal realms could be said to have already fallen apart. Now, Supreme Being realm cultivators were already extinct, let alone those who achieved the Tao and true immortals. Back then, most of the experts all fled to other immortal realms. Western immortal realms became an abandoned land, occupied by the foreign clans. Not too long ago, Western immortal realms was flourishing to the extreme, clans standing in great numbers. Under the rule of immortal kings, it was full of vitality, peaceful and quiet. That disaster a million years ago destroyed Western immortal realms, also destroying all of this peace, making all of immortal realms' descendants become rats crossing the street, fleeing in all directions. Many people could only come to the desolate mountains and ridges, live and reproduce here. Just that I wonder which immortal king this great one was. Even that foreign immortal king was scared away. His strength is definitely deep and immeasurable. Origin realm is incredibly mysterious. Perhaps apart from this great one, there are other experts. If they all appear, they can definitely chase away all of the foreign creatures. Western immortal realms returning to its former prosperous and peaceful state is just around the corner. At this moment, many immortal realms' descendants couldn't help but imagine this scene, their emotions surging uncontrollably with excitement. Gu Chang'e listened to the discussions of these immortal realms' descendants, his expression incomparably calm, not showing the slightest bit of fluctuation. He calmly gazed at the heaven region, able to sense boundless fluctuations that were currently descending from the distant regions. However, that wasn't the direction of the foreign realm, but rather the other immortal realms. The other immortal realms should still have immortal kings. They should have sensed the fluctuations here as well, wishing to come and take a look. The big red bird couldn't help but speak up. Even though he previously only existed as Gu Xian, Er's artifact spirit, that didn't mean that he didn't have experience. One had to understand that when he was the heaven-slicing sword, the immortal kings he cut down could be said to be innumerable. Gu Chang'e nodded, and a faint smile suddenly appeared at the corners of his lips. Now that you mention it, it's quite laughable. 663. They only dare to show themselves at this time. Normally, even if they know that many of their descendants in this region are being slaughtered by the foreign creatures, they still only dare to hide in their own dojos. These are the current kings of the immortal realms. He shook his head lightly. He didn't mock them, just felt that it was quite funny. This was the immortal realms that Gu Qingyi had always wanted to protect. However, Gu Chang'e still didn't know where Gu Qingyi was. As the true spirit of the mountain and sea world, it could be said that many of the people in this world, including those from the immortal realms and the foreign realm, were born under her watch. As the true spirit of this world, the meaning of her existence was actually no different from that of the heavenly Tao. However, in the form of a true spirit, it meant that she had given birth to her own will, and she could come to this world in the form of a living creature. The war between the foreign realm and the immortal realms was just like the existence of yin and yang, the existence of the real and the false. It was the destiny of the heavenly Tao, and it served as a shackle to each other's destruction, maintaining the balance. However, as a true spirit, Gu Qingyi was clearly biased towards the immortal realms. However, the immortal realms clearly didn't improve under her protection. Instead, the internal strife was rather serious. Otherwise, how did the 5 directions immortal realms come to be? If there weren't so many things, how could the foreign realm defeat them one by one? Even though there were some living creatures in the foreign realm who had secretly colluded with the existences of the other true worlds, or perhaps because they had some connection with the origin world, the immortal realms had already declined. In just a million years, the immortal realms had already declined to this day, to the point where they were far inferior to the higher realms. Gu Chang'e remembered the plan he had discussed with Gu Qingyi in the past, and could only shake his head lightly in his heart. He stood on the opposite side of the immortal realms with his identity as the demon master, and he planned to destroy Zhu Yu and Gu Qingyi's plan with a single hand. But how could he not have his own selfish desires? If this decaying and dilapidated immortal realms were to die earlier, then perhaps a new life could be born. That way, before the next war of the heavens descended, perhaps 1 or 2 outliers could be born. These 1 or 2 outliers might be able to help his plan. Chapter 827. Western Immortal Domain was adjacent to the other side. Ever since Western Heaven Gate was broken through 1,000,000 years ago, the other side's creatures were even more so able to come and go as they pleased without any obstruction. Western Heaven Gate was a gate built by immortal kings after the Forbidden Great Era, condensed with supreme laws, able to resist the invasion of immortal kings from the other side. That was why 1,000,000 years ago, that gate was broken through. Now Western Immortal Domain was equivalent to a gate wide open, no longer able to stop those foreign great armies. Now in the various universes of Western Immortal Domain, one could see the foreign races occupying them. The original orthodox powers were all wiped out, even those who achieved the Tao extinct, let alone those true immortal existences. In front of heaven connecting ancient city, Guchanga's expression was calm, returning to his original state. There was not the slightest bit of magical force fluctuations spreading from his body, just like an ordinary mortal. However, in the eyes of all living creatures and cultivators, he was extremely aloof and exceptional. On his tall and straight body, there seemed to be traces of the great Tao faintly discernible. Among some immortal domain descendants, many young men and women were filled with endless reverence and fanaticism, long treating Guchanga as an immortal king who came from the realm of origin. Right now, he looked towards the distant sky dome. There were waves of immortal light scattering down, accompanied by a sparkling and translucent great golden path that extended over. There were even irregular scenes that appeared between heaven and earth. There were heavenly horses flowing with immortal light pulling a carriage, hurrying over. There was similarly chaotic energy on the coachman's body, a supreme being who achieved the Tao. Behind him, divine light flashed streak after streak. Several figures were quickly rushing over, their auras not weak, riding divine rainbows or auspicious beasts. Chi chi chi. They were extremely aloof, their bodies carrying immortal energy. There was immortal aura spreading, completely different from the ordinary immortal domain people of Western Immortal Domain. Their cultivations also already reached the true immortal realm. Moreover, shockingly, a figure that was coiled by immortal light sat upright within the carriage at the front, and strands of grand Tao fragments interweaved with each other in the surroundings. This was a half-step immortal king existence, moreover belonging to immortal domain's side. However, when they saw this group of powerful cultivators descend, the expressions of many immortal domain descendants didn't change in the slightest, even carrying hostility and resentment. The big red bird was a bit startled. I thought that there were no more true immortals in the current immortal region. They are cultivators from the southern celestial realm. When our western celestial realm was invaded, they even sent experts to plunder us. They wanted to seize the foundation treasure of our celestial realm, and they even wanted to get their hands on the remains of our king. They are the same as the other side, not anything good at all. A descendant of the western immortal realm recognized the group of cultivators who had just arrived. He could not help but say furiously. Their eyes carried great resentment and hatred, viewing Southern Immortal Domain's cultivators as being on the same side as the other side, not showing them the slightest bit of kindness. Therefore, in front of Guchanga, they did not hide the truth, hoping that Guchanga would uphold justice for them. Upon hearing the words of the Western Immortal Domain's descendants, the expressions of the group of cultivators, who had rushed over to sky-penetrating city, changed slightly. However, Guchanga's expression did not change. He even acted as if he did not hear what they said. He had no intention of standing up for the Western Immortal Realms. The reason he came to the Celestial Realm this time, apart from confirming his own speculations, was actually to return the Celestial Realm to the Upper Realm. The laws of the two realms collided and merged. Now that he was the true master of the Upper Realm, he could naturally take over the Celestial Realm. Moreover, according to the original situation, he was the demon lord who had once destroyed the heavens. How could he have the leisure to help the Celestial Realm at this time? Guchanga indeed had no interest in this. He was waiting in front of sky-penetrating city, naturally waiting for someone with authority to appear. However, the Celestial King of the Southern Celestial Realm was clearly very cautious. After sensing his aura, he chose to wait and see. and then sent a half-step celestial king existence over. It had to be said that such a cautious attitude made Guchanga take another look. We greet. Say, Lord. Soon divine rainbows descended from the sky. These true immortals all respectfully arrived in front of Guchanga and spoke. They didn't know how to address the incomparably young Guchanga. They originally wanted to call him senior, but they changed their words and called him Lord. In their eyes, Guchanga's strength was unfathomable. Even the foreign immortal king Kuan Xian was scared away. Moreover, his bone age was incomparably young. This point couldn't be hidden at all. One had to know that even in the celestial realm, in an extremely prosperous period, reaching the Tao in tens of thousands of years, was already considered a peerless talent. In those true immortal families and immortal king families, they were all top geniuses. But how old was Guchanga's bone age? Only a few hundred. This was something that they didn't dare to imagine in the celestial realm, especially when he came from the origin realm, where the laws were incomplete. They couldn't help but suspect that Guchanga was a certain existence in the cycle of reincarnation that had awakened. Guchanga swept his gaze over this group of true immortals. His gaze was very calm, but when it landed in their eyes, it was like true thunder had exploded in their sea of consciousness, making their souls feel like they were about to collapse. Then, they felt incomparably terrified. Previously, a foreign true immortal was devoured by Guchanga after his soul was searched. That scene was witnessed from afar. So now, they were all trembling in fear, extremely terrified. No matter what, Guchanga came out of the origin realm. More or less, it was related to the celestial realm. If the southern celestial realm pretended not to know about this, what would they face next? In fact, they also braced themselves and came. In the current era, the various celestial realms were separated from each other, not interfering with each other. After so many eras, they were about to split up. How could they care about the affairs of the other celestial realms? They were also a little worried that Guchanga would blame them for the fall of the western celestial realm. Jin Yuan greets Lord. That half-step immortal king on the carriage also appeared at this moment, walking out. His face even looked a little young, like a child, but he had the body of a middle-aged man. He was dressed in clean white immortal clothes, his entire body shining, shrouded in fragments of the great Tao. A half-step immortal king existence, one of the most famous experts in the southern celestial realm, invincible apart from immortal kings. In the southern celestial realm, there was almost no cultivator who didn't recognize him. Many people who admired him called him Jin Wang. However, he was actually still very far from the true immortal king realm. The difference between immortal king and half-step immortal king was like that between true immortal and Tao attainment. Who is the current ruler of the southern celestial realm? Guchanga casually glanced at this person asking. Replying to Lord, the southern celestial realm is currently ruled by Bodhi King and Moon King. Jin Yuan said respectfully. When he mentioned Bodhi King and Yen Ming Immortal King, his face was filled with respect. Of course, Bodhi King and Moon King were not their real names. After all, existences at the level of immortal kings, ordinary creatures would feel something when their names were mentioned. This was just the name that all living beings respected them for so many years. Moon King? From the Yu clan? Guchanga couldn't help but raise his brows. He thought that this Yu clan might be related to the unparalleled celestial dynasty, because the surname Yu was very rare. If that was the case, then this Yu clan might be related to the clan behind Yu Mingkong. At this moment, on the other side, the vast and boundless northern celestial realm, compared to the western celestial realm, was a rare and peaceful pure land. There were no disputes or chaos. Immortal Qi was boundless, and the various universes were magnificent scenes. The divine mountains were tall and majestic, and immortal waterfalls fell. Some immortal islands floated, and there were cultivators coming and going. They were either meditating or discussing the Tao with each other. The heaven and earth here were filled with a peaceful aura, giving people a sense of peace. Some places were very dense with immortal fog, fluttering in the wind. Purple light lingered on the mountain peaks, and in some lakes, auspicious birds and beasts were crying, spreading their wings and soaring between heaven and earth. There were gates and great formations separating the various celestial realms. Even if it was an immortal king, it would still be difficult for them to break through, needing to spend an extremely long amount of time and cultivation to break through. That was why the northern celestial realm was now extremely peaceful, not like the western celestial realm, where it was occupied by the foreign side. Many celestial realm descendants fled in all directions, becoming food for the foreign side. In the northern celestial realm, one could even see quite a few true immortal figures roaming about, lecturing in various Tao temples. Moreover, in the current northern celestial realm, there were a total of 3 immortal kings ruling, the 3 most ancient immortal king clans. Apart from this, there were quite a few true immortal families, true immortal inheritances, thriving and thriving. It could be said that they were isolated from the rest of the world, not participating in the great battles of the other celestial realms. Back then, when the western celestial realm was broken through, there were experts who came to ask for help. However, they were all rejected outside Northern Heaven Gate. Those who approached were even killed by the heavenly soldiers, extremely cold and indifferent. For the Northern Celestial Realm's 3 immortal kings, they didn't have great ambitions, nor did they wish to interfere with the matters of the other celestial realms. They only wished for their own Tao temples and territories to not be affected, to be independent from the world of mortals, transcending worldly affairs. A shocking change has appeared in the Western Celestial Realm. It is suspected that the gate leading to the realm of origin has reappeared. Through that heaven-connecting ancient city, one can head to that realm. There are reincarnated existences that have awakened from within. The Tao temples of the 3 immortal kings just happen to be located in 3 different directions of the northern celestial realm. They formed a perfect triangle between each other, guarding the northern celestial realm, making it unbreakable. Now, in an ancient city surging with boundless immortal mist, dazzling ancient trees bloomed, a rain of light scattering down. A white-haired old man sat in the depths. Below the Tao platform was endless primal chaos mist. His face was ancient, expression calm, as if it contained endless ancient history, temperament deep and aloof. Now he lightly opened his mouth, as if he was conversing with someone. Rumble! The void trembled, and then it collapsed, revealing the boundless starry cosmos. A red-haired figure walked out, great Tao fragments swirling around his body. His face was blurry, an aura that could crush the heavens pervading the air. Even if the realm of origin appears again, it has nothing to do with us. The current celestial realm is no longer the same as before. The eras have collapsed, and all eras have become ruins. Those existences of the past have long perished, completely lost in the cycle of reincarnation. Even if we stand in the immortal king realm, we are merely ripples in the torrent of the great era, and we are of no use at all. If we have the time, why don't we spend another lifetime and be prepared to survive before the calamity descends? The red-haired figure spoke coldly, not caring about what was happening in the western celestial realm at all. The white-haired old man sitting cross-legged under the ancient tree sighed softly and said, "But I keep having an uneasy feeling. I'm afraid something is about to happen." As an immortal king, especially one who had stood in this realm for a long time, he didn't feel that his feelings would be wrong. "You mean those existences in the cycle of reincarnation are about to return?" The red-haired figure's eyes narrowed slightly, and he suddenly thought of something. For them to be able to cultivate to the level of immortal king, not only were they extremely talented, but they were also the true children of destiny for several eras, bearing the fate of all eras. More importantly, they had obtained the blessings left behind by those who had perished in the past. True immortals were common, but immortal kings were rare. Even if it was an immortal king clan, with an immortal king overseeing and personally guiding the younger generation, it was difficult to say that they would be able to nurture another immortal king. The conditions were so harsh that it was simply unimaginable and inconceivable. Having reached this step, it could be said that they had reached the end. It was difficult to see the path ahead clearly, and they didn't even know where the path ahead was. In other words, they had already exhausted all their talent and opportunities. They could leave behind their own techniques and paths for future generations to comprehend and learn, but it was absolutely impossible for future generations to reach their heights. Of course, it wasn't difficult for their descendants to become true immortals. With the accumulation of cultivation techniques, resources, opportunities, and a long time, they would naturally be able to reach this step. To the Tao teachings of the clans in the immortal region, what they lacked the least was time. There is such a possibility. After the Forbidden Era, the heavens in the true mountain and sea world disappeared. At that time, we were just small cultivators who followed our seniors to the immortal region. From then on, we were cut off from the world of origins. In the blink of an eye, countless eras passed. The supreme warriors of the past have either disappeared or died. We have also reached this level. But even we can easily live for so many years, so how could those supreme warriors of the past die for no reason? The more we reach this step, the more I can sense the difference between us and those sages of the past. Perhaps they are setting up a shocking plan and are waiting for a chance. To me, this chance is perhaps the time when those people in the cycle of reincarnation reappear in the world. The old man with white hair and white beard shook his head. A wise light shone in his eyes. When he heard this, the pupils of the red-haired figure could not help but shrink, and he fell silent. In truth, a large reason why the immortal region was split into 5 sides was because those sages of the past had disappeared. These juniors had reached this realm, then established their own clans and ruled over the current immortal region. If they wanted to find traces of those sages of the past, then they had to go to the central immortal region. Some of the clans that had left the world of origins had actually settled down there. However, the central immortal region was isolated by the chaotic heavenly river, and a supreme rune had been set up there. It had long since stopped caring about the matters of the outside world, and it was even more detached than the immortal regions. Some people guessed that those sages of the past had died in some place due to their chi and blood drying up. There were also some who guessed that they had suffered great injuries during the Forbidden Era, and because they could not heal, they died later on. After all, many of those sages of the past were the immortals of Immortal Palace, who had once unified the true mountain and sea world. Besides, the great palace master of Immortal Palace in the past had a cultivation base that surpassed that of an immortal king. He had even forced the progenitor of the foreign realm's sovereign race to cede the vast universe of the foreign realm to him. And from then on, he left the immortal region. It was said that this sort of existence had suffered unimaginable injuries during the Forbidden Era's battle. He was heavily injured by that forbidden existence, and he had almost withered away and died on the spot. Not long after, he died in meditation. However, the location of his true corpse was a mystery. Immortal Palace fell apart, and the might it once had when it unified the true mountain and sea world also completely disintegrated. Many of the immortals at that time were killed and buried together with that epoch. The later immortals came to the immortal region and tried to rebuild Immortal Palace's former glory. However, they also failed later on. No one knew what sort of taboo was triggered. Because of this, the 5 directions immortal regions were born. Chapter 828. Reporting to my lord. The Moon Monarch is indeed from the Yu clan, the most ancient clan in the southern immortal domain. In front of sky-piercing ancient city, Gold Ingot spoke respectfully. When Gu Chang'e mentioned the Yu clan, he was a little surprised. After all, this was something only the living beings of the southern immortal domain knew, and Gu Chang'e had clearly just arrived in the immortal domain. However, it was also possible that he might know the ancestor of the Yu clan. Thinking of this, Gold Ingot was even more respectful. Although he was a half-step immortal king, in front of Gu Chang'e, he still felt that terrifying aura that made one's heart palpitate. Even in front of a true immortal king, he had never felt this way. Therefore, Gold Ingot was very sure that the foreign immortal king Kuan Xian was indeed scared away, and not because of any fear or other reasons. This was purely because he sensed that he was no match for Gu Chang'e in front of him, so he quickly left this universe. The current Moon Monarch could only be considered a descendant of the Yu clan. He inherited the legacy of his ancestor, which was why he took the step of immortal king and looked down on the entire immortal domain. The Yu clan could be said to be the most ancient clan in the southern immortal domain. As for the Bodhi king, he was a mysterious immortal king from a distant universe. It was said that he was related to Buddhism, and the methods he passed down were all Zen Buddhist scriptures. In the southern immortal domain, he established a Buddhist kingdom to deliver all living beings from torment, and even passed down the Bodhisattva and Arhat Buddhas. His believers spread across several universes, but his true strength was a mystery. Guchanga nodded. Although the Yu clan might be related to the unparalleled immortal dynasty behind Yu Mingkong, for him, it didn't have much of an effect. The immortal domain and the upper realm had been separated for so many eras. The former clans had long evolved and developed into different clans, and even the immortal domain was divided into 5 sides. Things like bloodlines were even thinner. Moreover, in addition to the Yu clan, the Longevity Gu clan, Longevity Wang clan, and other orthodoxies actually had a foothold in the immortal domain. As for which immortal domain they were in, had already been destroyed, or had taken root in the foreign domain, this was not something Guchanga had to consider. He wasn't interested and didn't care. Then which immortal king's subordinate are you? Guchanga glanced at Jin Yuan, then looked at the true immortals behind him, and asked in a casual tone. My lord, I am here on the Moon Prince's orders, Jin Yuan said respectfully. In any case, he was a half-step immortal king. From a certain perspective, even immortal kings would be slightly more courteous to him. Calling him a subordinate seemed a little too casual. However, in front of Guchanga, he did not dare to show his dissatisfaction. Then why did the Moon Prince ask you to come here? Did he not have feet? Or do you not have the guts to appear in front of me? Guchanga still spoke in a casual and simple tone. She asked casually. When they heard these words, the cultivators and creatures here, regardless of whether they were from immortal domain or the foreign realm, all of them broke out in cold sweat, their expressions changing slightly. From these many actions, they couldn't tell which side Guchanga was on. At this time, the many descendants of immortal domain, in the western immortal domain, didn't know what to say. It was obvious that Guchanga didn't stand up for them and help them restore the glory of the western immortal domain. Beads of sweat appeared on Jin Yuan's forehead, and his back was drenched in cold sweat. Others couldn't sense it, but he could. The moment Guchanga's words fell, his heart seemed to be gripped. Even if he was a half-step immortal king, if he said the wrong thing, he would still face the fate of death. The Moon Prince is currently holding a banquet in the southern immortal domain to congratulate my lord's arrival, so she ordered me to come here to welcome you. Jin Yuan could only brace himself and say, trembling with fear. The Moon Prince asked him to come here to determine Guchanga's intentions, to know if he had any enmity. One had to understand that at this time, a mysterious existence whose cultivation was unfathomable suddenly appeared in the immortal domain, and even immortal kings were scared away, was enough to stir up the current situation in the immortal domain. Meanwhile, the Moon Prince was also cautious, not willing to leave the Dao field she was in rashly, worried that she would be ambushed and killed by other foreign immortal kings in the western immortal domain. Is that so? Guchanga smiled faintly, and didn't mention this matter again. He only asked this to test the Moon Prince's attitude. However, being so cautious didn't seem like the style of an immortal king. The current immortal domain couldn't be said to be in a state of panic, but it was pretty close. That Moon Prince didn't dare personally come here, partly because she didn't know his intentions, not knowing if he was a friend or foe, and also partly because she feared the foreign immortal kings. The other true immortals in the southern immortal domain also looked like they let out a long sigh of relief. They were worried that Guchanga would attack them, and also worried that Guchanga would stand up for the western immortal domain. However, their worries were clearly unfounded. Now, even the many descendants in the western immortal domain didn't know Guchanga's intentions for coming here. The present western immortal domain has long fallen, the various immortal cities already occupied by the foreign side, the resources divided up by the foreign king clans. Sir, why don't you move to our southern immortal domain? The Moon Prince is willing to share the world with Sir. Then, Jin Yun spoke again, bringing up the matter of the Moon Prince being willing to rule over the southern immortal domain with Gu Chang'e. At the same time, he wanted to use this matter to probe Gu Chang'e's intentions. If Gu Chang'e was interested in ruling over the immortal domain, then the Moon Prince would definitely make some decisions about this. After all, apart from the western immortal domain, the other immortal domains all had immortal kings overseeing them, especially the northern immortal domain, which even had 3 immortal kings. In comparison, the southern immortal domain only had 2 immortal kings. Moreover, the Bodhi king was extremely special. He did not interfere in the affairs of the immortal domain, and would occasionally appear in the Buddhist nation to explain the scriptures of the great Tao to the Buddhist nation's believers. In other words, the southern immortal domain was actually only controlled by the Moon Prince alone. If the foreign side attacked and occupied it, it was equivalent to saying that she would have to face the vast foreign army alone, as well as the many immortal kings of the foreign side. The result would naturally be no exception, just like the western immortal domain. When they heard this, the expressions of everyone in front of heaven connecting ancient city changed. They didn't expect the Moon Prince to actually be willing to propose the condition of ruling the world together. In terms of the present 5 directions immortal domain, the southern immortal domain could be said to be a vast universe. Its territory was endless, and its resources were even more abundant. Moreover, the present 5 directions immortal domain could actually be compared to a shrunken universe. On the whole, it could be considered a large and complete universe. The difference was that within this large and complete universe, there were countless smaller universes, which could be equivalent to a vast and boundless starry sky. In the many universes governed by the southern immortal domain, there were many clans and orthodoxies, true immortal clans, and even some clans that had once produced immortal kings. These clans had deep foundations, and some had been passed down since the taboo era until now. There were even some that were even older. Even the foreign immortal kings coveted these foundations and resources. Yet now, the Moon Prince planned to divide them up and give them to Gu Chang'e. Rule the world with me? Gu Chang'e's expression suddenly became a little strange. Then, there was a faint smile at the corners of his mouth, and he said, "Are you sure the Moon Prince said this personally?" "Indeed, the Moon Prince said it personally. She wouldn't lie to you, sir." Jin Yuan didn't know what Gu Chang'e meant by this, but he kept feeling that there was a strange look in his eyes, as if there was another intention. However, before such an existence, he didn't dare to make wild guesses. Since that's the case, then go back and tell the Moon Prince to wait. When she's ready, I'll come and take this world. If she dares to lie to me, even if the Moon Clan's ancestor revives, I'll make her true spirit scatter, body and soul destroyed. Gu Chang'e smiled faintly, but his tone was unquestionable. Jin Yuan's expression changed and he hurriedly said, "Don't worry, sir. The Moon Prince said this personally. The heavens and earth can bear witness. If she goes back on her words, then the Moon Prince will be affected by karma. She won't dare to fool you so easily." He trembled with fear. He had a feeling that there was a huge problem with the Moon Prince's test this time. This person before him had casually said something that made him tremble in fear, and he didn't dare to think about it carefully. The Moon Clan's ancestor revives? Could it be that this person knew the Moon Clan's ancestor? However, the Moon Clan had existed before the taboo era. They were closely related to the Moon God, the innate god at the beginning of the world. When he thought up to this point, even if Jin Yuan was a half-step immortal king, he still felt a lingering fear, and he didn't dare to think further. Reincarnation was the most mysterious thing in this world. At a certain level, every word and action would involve great karma. This person before him mentioned the Moon Clan's ancestor without any hesitation, which could only mean that he didn't care at all. Such a background could no longer be described as terrifying. Everyone here naturally heard these words. Although it was only a few words, it contained a lot of inconceivable information. Many of the foreign realm beings turned pale, and they were anxious and uneasy, waiting for Gu Chang'e to decide their fate. Boom! Right at this moment, a blinding light swept over from the end of the western celestial realm. That place was a foreign realm, and there was a boundless aura blowing over. Great Taoists collided between heaven and earth, and the rumbling sound of the universe operating rang out. A terrifying aura surged over like a wave. The starry sky in the western celestial realm was cracking like a spider web, as if it couldn't bear so many powerful auras at once. Rolling fog surged as if it was pushed by a pair of invisible and terrifying hands, heading towards the heavenly gate in the western celestial realm that had long since collapsed. Rumble! Several terrifying figures suddenly appeared. Their gazes were extremely cold, as if they had been standing there since the beginning of the world. Primal chaos mist descended, accompanied by rich immortal energy. There was shocking supreme divine might that pervaded the air, enough to crush ancient history. Behind them, there were even more time fragments that fluttered about, the blurry shadows of the great river of time visible. Their magical bodies were incredibly large, even the starry sky propped open. The stellar river flowed at their sides like mist, making them seem even more insignificant. These were several immortal kings, all of them descending in the western celestial realm's borderland, as tall as heaven and earth. They raised their great hands, crushing over. This was a world-ending scene, heaven and earth becoming dark, the sun, moon, and stars all becoming dim, Tao methods and natural laws releasing cracking sounds. Great Tao chains extended, wishing to seal up that place, but they immediately broke apart. An ocean of natural laws erupted there, all types of supreme Tao methods deriving from it, all of them condensed into this palm. At this moment, it was as if a matchless demon was going to come out and destroy the world. Western Heavenly Gate was damaged to the extreme, and now, cracks appeared once more. This sort of might that belonged to a peerless immortal king caused all living beings and cultivators to feel horrified. Being stared at by their gazes caused them to feel as if they were instantly ants. And even those that had attained the Tao would be transformed into powder in an instant. Autumn winds swept through the fallen leaves. Even if it was an extremely powerful expert in the immortal Tao domain, when faced with these immortal king existences, they would still instantly feel despair. Back then, when Western Celestial Realm was broken through, the immortal kings that descended weren't more than this. Foreign immortal kings. Moreover, there are 4 of them. Are they all going to descend here? In front of heaven connecting ancient city, the expressions of Jin Yuan and the other cultivators from southern celestial realm all changed, their scalps exploding. They never expected the foreign realm to muster such great forces, for immortal kings appearing. Moreover, every single one of them possessed strength that was terrifyingly heaven overflowing. These 4 immortal kings' eyes were cold. They towered in western celestial realm's borderland, reaching out their great hands, wishing to tear apart this realm's natural laws and Tao methods, their true bodies descending here. The eyes of all of western celestial realm's people became filled with fear. They thought back to the day when the immortal kings died. There were also so many foreign immortal kings that appeared. That battle was too terrifying. Using the term world wiping out wouldn't be an exaggeration. Western celestial realm collapsed. Great continents and life stars all exploding, flying towards various parts of the starry sky. Countless celestial realms people were even more so silently annihilated in that battle, turning into ashes, thus disappearing. Our side's immortal kings have descended. This is too great. There are 4 kings who descended. Even the immortal kings of the other celestial realms wouldn't dare interfere. We are saved. 4 kings are moving through the sky, in the current celestial realm. Who can contend against them? This is an unsolvable situation. Many foreign creatures cheered, feeling incomparably moved. This scene was simply like seeing light in the darkness, making them feel incredibly excited. After all, even if it was them, very few of them had seen foreign immortal kings before. This was even more so when 4 kings moved through the sky, crushing over, wishing to tear apart Western Celestial Realm's barrier. Just like last time when they attacked Western Celestial Realm, their true bodies descending. This type of scene was also extremely rare on the foreign side. Normally, the immortal kings were all in their own Tao temples, sleeping for millions of years at every turn. However, from this situation, one could see just how much importance the foreign kings attached to Guchanga. Four kings? The expression of the big red bird that followed at Guchanga's side also changed. It originally thought that there wouldn't be any dangers on this trip, that they were just returning to celestial realm. However, for immortal kings in this era, might already be the pinnacle of strength. Even if Guchanga was incomparably mysterious, his strength deep and immeasurable, it still wasn't certain that he could contend against 4 immortal kings. However, when it gave Guchanga a look, seeing that his expression didn't change at all, to the extent where the corners of his lips still carried a faint smile. For some reason, that bit of worry vanished like smoke into thin air. 4 immortal kings? Are they in a hurry to deliver me their source? Guchanga indeed couldn't hold himself back, releasing a faint laugh. Chapter 829. The big red bird stared blankly, almost doubting if it heard incorrectly. Then it reacted. Guchanga's words weren't a joke. He really was treating these 4 foreign immortal kings as source nourishment. This made the big red bird think back to when Guchanga was in the higher realms, wiping out many backing figures, scheming against the higher realms' heavens, his coldness and ruthlessness. At that time, Guchanga was even more vicious, treating all life in this world as nourishment, wiping out just how many orthodoxies and universes? The immeasurable common people's cultivators were simply too many to count, let alone the clans that were indirectly wiped out because of this. Moreover, it knew about Guchanga's other identity, world-destroying demon lord. Even now, the big red bird still didn't know what exactly happened before the Forbidden Great Era that would make Guchanga take action, destroy immortal palaces, make the heavens collapse, becoming a forbidden era of absolute darkness in the eyes of later generations. Even though right now, it was the artifact spirit of Gu Xianer's heaven-punishing sword, following at Guchanga's side, returning to immortal domain, revisiting old memories. However, it still couldn't see through Guchanga's thoughts. Oh, that's not right. There is still an immortal king hiding in the shadows. Guchanga spoke again, his expression not changing at all, the corners of his lips still carrying a faint smile, as he gazed into the limits of the distant heavens. Darkness swept over like a tide, engulfing over. Heaven and earth immediately entered dusky darkness. Many star domains even more so began to tremble, about to fall. The sun, moon, and stars were all about to collapse, all worlds returning to ruins, endless time seemingly crying out in grief. There is still an immortal king? The big red bird even more so couldn't help but tremble. This meant that right now in the foreign realm, there were 5 immortal kings who descended from southern immortal domain's half-step immortal king, namely Jin Yuan's words. It also learned that even in southern immortal domain, on the surface, there were only 2 immortal kings. One of them was even the Bodhi king who didn't care about worldly affairs, standing in Buddha country. In the current immortal domain, there might really not be any immortal domain that had the power to contend against 5 immortal kings. Using the immortal king as a source of nourishment, Jin Yuan, who was standing respectfully in front of Guchanga, was so shocked by these words that he felt a chill run down his spine. His scalp felt like it was going to explode. He almost doubted his own ears. It was hard for him to believe that all of this was said by someone else. Regarding immortal kings as source nourishment, this was quite the boastful tone. Throughout the ages, who would dare to speak like this? However, under Guchanga's casual tone, he did not dare to doubt the authenticity of these words. He even thought back to the scene of Guchanga raising his hand, grabbing a foreign true immortal, and then swallowing him in one gulp after searching his soul. His gaze suddenly changed from reverence to fear. As a half-step immortal king, his entire body was trembling at this moment while he felt terrified and uneasy in his heart. And he wasn't as natural as before. Boom! Endless light erupted, and the laws surged like a vast ocean. Western immortal domain's heaven and earth were collapsing. Even when it was occupied by the foreign great army a million years ago, it still wasn't this terrifying. 4 matchless immortal kings towered in the borderland, as if they were demonic figures who had existed before the creation of heaven and earth. Their eyes were cold. They raised their palms, slowly pressing forward, The entire ancient expanse of history was about to collapse, the magical bodies already exceeding the limits of what this world could support. The starry sky above split apart, producing countless spiderweb-like cracks. Terrifying winds rushed out from those cracks, mixed with chaotic energy and overflowing radiance. It was simply like a world-destroying autumn wind, about to make the current Western immortal domain fall into decline again. Foreign immortal kings. Are they going to destroy the world? Who will save us? Immortal domain's past kings. Your current people are currently being slaughtered by foreign immortal kings. Countless Western immortal domain descendants saw this scene, all of them trembling in fear, their entire bodies shaking. Many people were crying out full of despair. 1,000,000 years ago, Western immortal domain's gate was broken through by the foreign great army. At that time, there were foreign immortal kings who took action, rushing through the sky, great hands hacking down. The entire cosmos was cracking apart, and then Western heavenly gate collapsed. In the end, even Western immortal domain's kings were killed there, brought back to Western immortal domain under blood-soaked tattered banners. Several million years passed. Could it be that the past scene was going to play out again? The Western immortal domain descendants who were originally excited because of the appearance of the realm of origin now felt despair and fear. Four kings moved through the sky unmatched, looking down on endless generations existing forever. Meanwhile, the foreign creatures were all cheering excitedly, bowing in that direction, continuously kowtowing. There were figures everywhere in the heavens above and earth below. Great sounds of worship and prayer could be heard from various parts of the starry sky as well. That is the mysterious person Kuan Xian you all feel apprehension towards. At the limits of heaven and earth, an immortal king with a pair of black wings on his back spoke, at the same time gazing into the depths of Western immortal domain. His entire body was surrounded by pitch-black mist, his true appearance impossible to see clearly. Thick mist surrounded him, chaotic mist swirling in all directions, powerful beyond compare. Just by standing there, the entire cosmos seemed to be unable to hold his true body. Just a single strand of hair was heavy, as if it could crush a world. This was a foreign king named Immortal King Qingming. His cultivation was profound, achieving immortal king status many great eras ago. Qingming was a type of strange beast of this world, his true body impossible to see. It was rumored that he could reach the most distant lands of this world, reaching all the way up to Qingming, down to the 9 netherworlds, hence his name. Immortal King Qingming even more so grasped this world's extreme speed Dao, even exceeding time. His face was blurry, only his cold and deep eyes were like 2 green bright moons, floating at the limits of heaven and earth, overlooking everything below. Right now, even though he already restrained his Dao technique, great Dao traces still appeared, clashing with the other immortal kings in the surroundings. To be more precise, the birth of an immortal king was already the limit of what the Dao technique could support. Even though Western immortal domain was formed from many universes, right now, there were 4 immortal kings who descended. It is indeed him. He came through that legendary gate, cutting down my descending magical body, with just a thought, almost following the karma threads to find my true body. If not for me retreating in time, I fear that I would have long been seriously injured. This person's strength is deep and immeasurable, definitely in existence from the reincarnation era. He might even be someone from before the Forbidden Great Era. Qingming, you cannot underestimate him. Immortal King Kuan Xian said with a heavy voice. His qi and blood were boundless like Wang Yang dressed in Dao robes. From his outer appearance, it was hard to associate him with a foreign immortal king, to the extent where he looked like an unmatched existence from Taoism. Immortal King Qingming's eyes were like unmatched divine swords, wishing to break through the shackles of this world, tear apart the great Dao shackles, and descend towards Western immortal domain. Whether or not it is as you say, we will only know after personally witnessing it. He spoke, his voice calm and cold. Immortal King Kuan Xian nodded, not saying too much. He knew that only when Immortal King Qingming and the others personally experienced that youngster's terror, would they understand that what he said wasn't false. As immortal king existences, those who could reach this step were all children of heaven's mandate of every great era. They had shouldered the mandate of heaven, slaughtering their way out from countless heavenly talents of their generation. Their talents were exceptional, their Tao hearts incomparably firm. There was no way they would be affected by a few words. Western immortal domain's great Tao cannot suppress us. Our true bodies descending isn't difficult. The other two immortal kings similarly spoke coldly. They didn't reveal their true appearances, only shrouded within the thick great fog. When they heard immortal King Kuan-Xian's call, they woke up from their respective Tao rites. On one hand, it was indeed because of that gate in heaven connecting ancient city. It was extremely important, related to the exact location of the realm of origin. On the other hand, it was also because the Emperor clan ancestor gave the order to search for that realm, to search for its source. This involved the great matter of the unification of the mountain and sea true worlds. Even if they were immortal kings, before the eternally undying Emperor clan ancestor, they still had to lower their heads, treat him with respect. Towards the Emperor clan ancestor's orders, they still had to obey, not daring to go against them. Since the birth of the other realm, the Emperor clan ancestor was eternally undying. They were the true rulers of the other realm, having experienced the Forbidden Era, and even more ancient eras. There was even a saying that the current Emperor clan ancestor was actually an innate deity born when the world was created, which was why they were able to reach that step. There was also a possibility that they were stowaways from other true worlds, or perhaps they were predecessors who had survived the previous calamity, or perhaps they were powerful rulers of the origin world. Otherwise, the immortal king realm was the limit. Even the best among them were blocked in front of that threshold, forever unable to cross it. And what did the Emperor clan ancestor mean? With a single thought, they could decide the destruction of the heavens, reproduce the primal chaos, and even go back to ancient times. They didn't fear the long river of time, reversing karma, truly immortal and indestructible. Even when the immortal domain was at its most prosperous, when the immortal palace that ruled the heavens faced the Emperor clan of the other realm, they still had no way to deal with them. They had to deal with them peacefully. With Senior Ming King supporting us, why should we care? Senior Ming King is an existence praised by the Emperor clan ancestor. His strength has obtained the Emperor clan ancestor's acknowledgement. An immortal king spoke, telling immortal King Kuan-Xian not to worry, because other than the four immortal kings, there was still Ming King secretly supporting them in case something unexpected happened. Ming King was a figure who had existed since the Forbidden Era. Although he hadn't become an immortal king at that time, after experiencing those dark years, his Tao and cultivation were definitely not something the younger generation could compare to. That's true. Immortal King Kuan-Xian nodded, feeling relieved. Zero boom. The great Tao of the immortal domain rumbled, and then exploded under the joint attacks of the four immortal kings. A terrifying hole appeared there, able to carry their true bodies in, not being suppressed by the immortal domain's laws of heaven and earth. The four immortal kings of the other realm stepped into the western immortal domain at the same time. Their true bodies were incomparably tall, standing at the end of the world. Their gazes were cold, without any emotion. Wherever their eyes reached, life force withered, everything engulfed as if doomsday arrived. At this moment, regardless of whether it was the foreign creatures or immortal domain's descendants, even those in the cosmos a bit further away, they all sensed this type of boundless aura. They trembled in fear, their souls trembling. This was the power of immortal kings, powerful beyond compare. Those immortal domain descendants who were close to Western Skygate, even more so, felt as if their bodies were going to collapse, their bones shaking, legs going weak, directly kneeling on the ground. They were in endless despair. When facing true immortal kings, even using ants to describe them was already showing them too much respect. The aura of immortal domain, it has been millions of years since I last sensed it. The last time I descended to this realm, I killed Western immortal domain's king. Right, I think it was Heavenly Yi immortal king. Back then his hand bone was shattered by me. The foreign immortal king shrouded in great black mist spoke, his tone extremely cold, explaining this matter. However, these words instead transmitted over from Western Skygate. All of the immortal domain descendants who heard this revealed grieving expressions, carrying hatred. Heaven connecting ancient city was extremely far from Western Skygate, only a few star domains away. From there, they could personally see the scene in front of heaven connecting ancient city. The four kings, including Kuan-Xian immortal king, were all sizing up Gu Chang'e, looking at this incomparably young man. His bone age made them sigh in admiration. Even if he was the inheritor of a foreign emperor clan, there was no way he could achieve the Tao in just a few hundred years, let alone the fact that he already possessed power that made immortal kings feel uneasy and fearful at this age. It seems like what Kuan-Xian said was correct. He is indeed someone who came from reincarnation. Apart from this, there is no other explanation that can explain his current strength. However, no matter how mysterious he is, there is no way he can be our match. Immortal King Qingming spoke, his tone extremely simple and direct. After determining Gu Chang'e's origins, he already confirmed the result. If that is the case, then we can join forces to hunt him down. Perhaps we can seize his legacy. Who knows? That might be the secret behind why he was able to become an immortal king at such a young age. Another immortal king spoke, unconcealable greed flashing past his eyes. It was because they knew that many people who returned from reincarnation would bring back some of their past supreme treasures. Meanwhile, those supreme treasures contain many profound mysteries, able to help them grow quickly. The reason why some of the foreign immortal kings were able to reach this step was actually partly because they obtained those legacies. Great One. These four kings are the foreign realms Kuan-Xian immortal king, Qingming immortal king. They all achieved the Tao several great eras ago. In front of heaven connecting ancient city, Jin Yin almost suffocated under this type of aura. However, he still trembled slightly, explaining the origins of these four kings to Gu Chang'e. When facing the pressure of the four kings' auras, even a half-step immortal king like him almost collapsed, let alone an ordinary creature. Turns out they were all people who achieved immortal king status several great eras ago. I thought that I might have encountered someone who might recognize me. They are indeed unlucky. Gu Chang'e smiled faintly. The words he spoke made Jin Yun's scalp even more numb, already not daring to think about his origins. Meanwhile, the instant these words were spoken, Gu Chang'e took action. He stood in front of heaven connecting ancient city, his figure not changing, only a hand descending towards the distant western sky gate. At this moment, heaven and earth shook intensely, the universe about to be overturned. Heaven and earth collapse once more. In the sky above western sky gate, one could even see a large crack that was so deep that it couldn't be seen. What? He dares to take the initiative to attack when facing us four kings. This scene caused the expressions of immortal King Qingming and the others to change slightly. It was as if they didn't expect that the situation where they worked together to hunt would become the other party's initiative. However, in the next moment their expressions changed. Boom! That type of power was too terrifying. One could vaguely see that in front of them, a large hand slowly reached out from the pitch-black great crack in the sky. It truly descended. This palm slowly appeared in midair, and then slowly slapped down towards the four kings. Separated by several great star regions, it was powerful and peerless. In that instant, countless great stars fell from the sky, exploding in the void. The boundless fluctuations simply seemed to push down the heavens, causing the four kings' expressions to change. Chapter 830. The sky of the western celestial realm was collapsing, especially the area near the western heavenly gate. All the cultivators and living beings saw a terrifying crack spreading out. Then a terrifying hand reached out from within. Vast energy surged like a torrent that broke through a dam. It was impossible to stop it at all. The surrounding star systems were exploding. Too many stars were blown to smithereens by the shockwaves. Not good. The expressions of the four immortal kings of the foreign domain, who stood at the end of the world, changed. Originally, they were furious because the other party didn't fear the four of them at all, and took the initiative to attack them. They felt that they had been underestimated. As immortal kings, no one had ever dared to underestimate them like this. taking the initiative to attack the four of them alone. This was mockery and also contempt. Hence, among them, some of them were angry and planned to attack to teach Guchanga a lesson. However, just as this thought appeared, it was as if a mountain and sea had broken through a dam in front of them. A terrifying energy that blotted out the sky and covered the earth was simply about to overwhelm them. This person's strength is beyond imagination. We really can't be careless. The existences who walked out of the cycle of reincarnation are all extraordinary. In the previous era, they were outstanding geniuses who could suppress their peers. We can't be careless. Be careful. An immortal king spoke, his expression a little solemn. They weren't stupid people. Just now, they were still a little skeptical of immortal King Kuan-Xian's words. But now they firmly believed him. The other party's strength far exceeded their imagination. Ordinary immortal kings might really not be able to block this palm. Although many cultivators and living beings only saw this palm slowly descending, as if it was the master of fate, life, and death, controlling the world. But in the eyes of the immortal kings, this palm contained endless Tao techniques and order. It represented supreme power that could easily destroy a great universe. Boom! They quickly attacked. Someone also reached out a large hand, wanting to shake Guchanga's palm. In the sky above the western heavenly gate, the universe was trembling. Guchanga stood in front of the heaven-reaching ancient city. His expression was calm, without any ripples. He only reached out a hand. However, all of the creatures and cultivators around him, including Jin Yuan, felt their souls tremble. Their bones were about to fall apart, and they couldn't stand still at all. They all trembled in horror, completely not expecting this mysterious youngster to be able to face four foreign immortal kings by himself, powerful to a ridiculous degree. Jin Yun's scalp went numb, and he felt a lingering fear in his heart. Fortunately, he had always been respectful and answered everything he knew. He recalled what Guchanga had said just now. He was purely treating these immortal kings as nourishment. This caused Jin Yuan's heart to tremble. He was both horrified and excited. Could it be that today, he would witness an unprecedented and terrifying feat with his own eyes? All of the foreign creatures who were originally filled with incomparable reverence and fanaticism towards the four kings now found it difficult to calm down. It was as if their necks were gripped, unable to say anything. Moreover, this was merely a strand of fluctuation that had leaked out, and it wasn't at the center of the battle at all. That place was already in chaos, filled with all types of strange laws. There were even great Tao storms that appeared. Around its palm and fingers were countless celestial bodies, all of them brought down from outer space one after another by the large hand. They were extremely grand, rumbling as they moved, carrying chaotic energy, extremely shocking. Chi! A foreign immortal king released a low shout, his entire body shining, blasting apart the clouds in the surroundings, revealing his true appearance. His face was green and red, fiery light swirling about it. At the same time, there were many wings on his back. Right now, these wings had chaotic energy swirling about them like undying immortal swords, releasing zheng-zheng noises. With a chi sound they hacked out, even thicker than stars, wishing to face Guchanga's palm head-on. This place was too resplendent and brilliant. Divine light hacked out streak after streak, continuously forming a sea of sword light. At the same time, immortal King Qingming also took action. A heaven-overflowing strange beast void image appeared behind him, opening its mouth and roaring. The heavens seemed to be about to be wiped out. The stars trembled, all of them falling. Then, like shooting stars, they directly smashed towards that large hand. This was an attack at the peak of the immortal king level. If ordinary true immortals made contact with it, they would immediately explode, turning into powder that covered the skies. Normal great cosmoses couldn't endure this level of energy fluctuation, long collapsing. There was no way they could endure it at all. Only a cosmos like Western Immortal Domain could support a great battle at the immortal king level. However, the world barrier was also trembling slightly. Even the past Western Immortal Domain, when it was broken through by the foreign great army, wasn't this terrifying. This type of aura, once it rushed into the surrounding cosmos, it would be a world-ending scene. There wouldn't be any creatures who could survive at this type of time. These 4 kings are indeed extraordinary, worthy of being existences who achieved the Tao after the taboo Great Era, heaven-warping talents. If it was in the past era, they might have been able to establish great reputations. Even though the big red bird's mind was trembling, it was still paying close attention to everything. When it saw the attacks of these 4 immortal kings, it couldn't help but say this softly. Even though it didn't have its main body, it still had its eyes. However, what left it the most shocked was still Wuxia. He merely stood in front of heaven connecting ancient city, reaching out a hand, not even deliberately attacking, yet the 4 kings found it difficult to withstand. Now Wuxia's strength, just what kind of level did he reach? When he was in the higher realms, he refined great medicine with the backing of various clans in the myriad realms, successfully entering the immortal realm. However, the big red bird understood that Wuxia still hadn't experienced the true baptism of immortal Tao laws. But now, the strength he displayed already exceeded the level of ordinary immortal kings. Or could it be that he had already recovered to the level of a demon lord? When it thought of this, the big red bird trembled, feeling that this was inconceivable, finding it hard to believe. These 4 kings indeed have some ability. Unfortunately, I just entered the immortal domain, and haven't extracted the true immortal Tao essence to refine my body. Even though I devoured quite a few source Tao fruits, and also replenished some law elements belonging to the immortal domain, but my flesh still has many flaws. Wuxia lightly shook his head, feeling a bit regretful towards the strength of his palm. He was indeed testing, but it wasn't to test his opponent's strength, but rather to test what kind of power his casual palm contained. The result made him feel a bit regretful. Boom! At the western heavenly gate, the aura was chaotic, all types of energy gushing out. Then it was like a heavenly river flowing in reverse, directly pouring over. The surrounding chaotic energy surged, incomparably intense. Some great stars couldn't withstand this kind of fluctuation, exploding one after another, releasing extremely dazzling radiance. This was simply like the end of the world. Looking from afar, rotating great stars cracked apart one after another. It was truly a bit terrifying. Wuxia attacked again. This time, it wasn't a simple palm. Traces of great Tao flowed between his palm and fingers. Then it was as if the universe was condensing. Endless black energy formed a prison, crushing towards the 4 kings in front of the western heavenly gate. Prisons appeared in the world, one connected to another, intertwined with great Tao chains. Then, they suddenly smashed towards the 4 kings, directly forming a sea of black energy. What kind of Tao technique is this? Immortal King Qing Ming's expression changed, feeling that his surroundings were shackled. His originally extremely fast speed also seemed to have fallen into a swamp, becoming sluggish. However, he wasn't simple either. White divine light shot out from his mouth, divine and resplendent, as if it could purify everything. Another immortal king activated a weapon. A pitch-black spear flowed with divine light that could destroy everything. The void was torn apart, hacking towards those prisons. Kuan Xian Immortal King's heart was heavy. He didn't expect that even after the 4 of them joined forces, the situation was still like this. Fortunately, he was decisive back then, or else the consequences would be unimaginable. His weapon was a dazzling golden pagoda with 7 layers in total. It illuminated the sun, moon, and heavens, forming a boundless golden Wangyang behind it. Tao laws poured down like a waterfall, powerful beyond compare. Hongwang. All types of Tao techniques collided here, heaven and earth collapsing. Terrifying fluctuations transmitted from the black sea of energy. Auras covered heaven and earth, shattering the heavens. That place became hazy, primal chaos everywhere. Kill! The other immortal king had a cold expression, his figure disappearing from the western heavenly gate, crossing several star domains, about to descend before heaven connecting ancient city. He planned to fight Wuxia's true body, not wishing to contend against Tao techniques. His strength lay in his flesh, a type of variant from before immortal ancient called fallen true Ho. His ancestors had previously eaten true dragons, even more so having a great relationship with Qilins. When it came to his bloodline, His bloodline had previously been contaminated by a type of extreme Yin aura from Origin Realm, corroded, becoming a fallen true Ho. However, it also granted him an incomparably powerful flesh, one that didn't fear any pain, possessing boundless strength. Even though his Tao methods were unordinary, the most powerful part was still his flesh. Back then, when Western Immortal Domain was occupied, he even personally tore off Heavenly Blaze Immortal King's arm, powerful to the point where even the other Immortal Kings felt restraining fear. Personally delivering it before me? This great gift really leaves me a bit at a loss for what to do. In front of heaven-connecting ancient city, Guchanga looked at this figure that was quickly approaching, a smile on his lips, a bit shocked. Jin Yuan and the others were about to be crushed by the terrifying Immortal King pressure, their bodies about to explode. They could see the original form of this foreign Immortal King through this place. His original form was about the size of a calf, similar to a Qilin, but also completely different, like a dog, like a dragon, his scales pitch black. However, immediately afterwards, he directly used his magical body, standing in the sky dome above. Boundless blood-colored great mist surged around him. One could see that the sky dome above became dim. Quite a few stars penetrated by the endless radiance of order, quickly shattering. No one could see clearly, because the mist became even thicker, not even heavenly eyes able to see through it. It was said to be close, but in reality, it was still who knew how many tens of thousands of li away. Only it was too massive, so they could see it from afar. Devouring your flesh might allow me to advance a step further, have a chance of touching that threshold in the future. Tell me of your origins. The fallen true Ho spoke, his voice like a great bell, ringing through this part of the cosmos. Countless foreign creatures and Western Immortal Domain descendants all heard this voice clearly, their ears about to explode, their souls penetrating. He stared at Guchanga, able to sense just how shocking of a divine nature and source aura this body contained. This moved him, feeling like this might become his opportunity. It was because his body was extremely powerful. Even if he was surrounded by several immortal kings, he could still safely escape. From the exchange just now, he also sensed that even though Guchanga was strong, he wasn't strong to the point where he could contend against the strength of his flesh. The fallen true Ho Immortal King is too impulsive, cannot be so careless. In front of Western Heaven Gate, Kuan Xian Immortal King, Qing Ming Immortal King, and the others also didn't expect that the fallen true Ho would descend before heaven-connecting ancient city at this time, wishing to fight with Guchanga. They shivered inwardly, feeling a bit uneasy. However, they still quickly hurried over, tearing apart the starry domain, quickly descending. For Immortal King existences, this bit of distance could actually be crossed in the blink of an eye. However, if they were too confident, it was easy for something to happen. Tell me of my origins. You are not qualified to know. Guchanga laughed lightly, his expression carrying indifference, his tone simple and calm, as if he was stating a fact. When the fallen true Ho heard this, he didn't get angry, only speaking, appearing cold and indifferent. Since that is the case, then today, you will lose your life here, your flesh becoming my food. Flesh? Coincidentally, my flesh still has some flaws. You came at the right time. Guchanga shook his head. He didn't expect this fallen true Ho to be so confident, wanting to devour his flesh to help him improve further. At the Immortal King level, it was impossible to say that he was stupid. It could only be said that the fallen true Ho was too confident in his own flesh. It's useless to say more. The fallen true Ho's pupils constricted, then he said coldly. He didn't know why Guchanga was so calm at this time. Since he dared to descend, he naturally had the confidence to not fear any flesh of the Immortal King level. 2-4 boom. The fallen true Ho made his move, his entire body moving. This was a talent that had been displayed to the extreme. He opened his mouth and swallowed, all the light was fading away. A prehistoric aura rushed over, not like a living creature, but like a part of ancient history that appeared alive. In his mouth, all types of supreme laws of the heavens appeared, forming a mysterious magical imprint, devouring towards Guchanga with full force, making the entire star domain and cosmos in front of heaven connecting ancient city turn dark. It was as if all creatures and cultivators, regardless of whether they were from the other side or immortal domain, were all devoured by him, the world entering absolute darkness and deathly stillness. Jin Yuanshi was horrified, his entire body going cold. He personally watched as this mouth devoured. Even all creatures in the surroundings were devoured. Everyone felt despair to the extreme. Devour me? Who gave you the guts? Gu Chang's expression didn't change at all. His hand descended, hacking towards that large mouth. Chang! Endless light erupted, rich dark light flowing. Then the fallen true Ho released a muffled groan. A pair of arms moved through the air, the everlasting blue sky collapsing. Everyone was horrified by this scene. All of the blood in their bodies about to freeze. And then it began to boil again. How grand was this? It was hard to imagine. Gu Chang's expression was cold to the extreme. An arm directly reached out, breaking apart everything before his eyes. With a pu sound, he grabbed the fallen true Ho's main body. Then, all of the scenes before his eyes faded and collapsed. Natural laws extinguished, heaven and earth returning to clarity. The fallen true Ho's eyes were filled with disbelief, revealing a trace of fear. His mouth was broken open, his main body grabbed by Gu Chang'e. He didn't expect his most powerful innate talent in flesh to be so easily broken through. Chapter 831. This strike shook the heavens. Tens of thousands of star regions were trembling. In front of the ancient city of sky-piercing, which had originally been dark and gloomy, was a scene of eternal silence and darkness. All of the creatures were in despair. After being swallowed by the fallen true Ho, their vitality was quickly fading away. The radiance of the sun, moon, and stars were dissipating. Heaven and earth were in eternal night, and all was silent. This was not an illusion, but a real scene. It was like the end of the world. Even a half-step immortal king couldn't do anything in front of such a divine ability. Jin Yuan roared furiously. His entire body surged with celestial light. Symbols of the great Tao interweaved as he tried to struggle free. However, he failed. He could only watch as his life force was quickly drained away. Then he was swallowed by the fallen true Ho. Kuan Xian Immortal Emperor, Qing Ming Immortal Emperor, and the others were astounded too. They did not expect fallen truth Immortal Emperor to have such a terrifying move. They boasted that even when facing this kind of killing move, they had to carefully avoid it, and could not easily face it head-on. If they were swallowed by the fallen true Ho, even they would not be able to break through its body and escape. It could only be said that it was worthy of being the current king of the foreign realm, its flesh already powerful to the point where it could casually collapse the cosmos. Even the hardest immortal gold would most likely be reduced to dust before it. The fallen true Ho celestial king was once contaminated with the strange substance of the origin world, causing its body to be immortal. It was forged using the most terrifying method, and it did not fear any pain. It was equivalent to being immune to pain, and its vitality was endless. Kuan Xian Immortal King sighed softly. He was a little envious of the fallen true Ho Immortal King, who had such a great fortune. Such a physical body far surpassed their level. From a certain point of view, the strength of the fallen truth Ho Immortal King was much stronger than the three of them. No wonder the depraved truth Ho Celestial King is so confident, daring to charge ahead of us. The Green Darkness Immortal King spoke, his cold eyes flashing with shock. Although he was a mutated beast, he was said to possess the fastest speed in this world, surpassing time and reaching the other shore of the Green Darkness Immortal world. However, this was only a rumor. Although his physical body was strong, after being crushed by time, he knew that he was far from being as strong as the fallen true Ho Immortal King. The entire planetary system in front of Heavenspan City had been devoured, and was now completely empty. It was a terrifying sight to behold. Although all of this seemed to take a long time to describe, it all happened in the blink of an eye. The Kuan Xian Immortal King, Qing Ming Immortal King, and the others quickly arrived. They were still cautious in their hearts and didn't relax. For them to be able to come this far, they were not stupid or careless people. The fallen true centipede immortal emperor dared to take the risk because he was extremely confident in his flesh. Boom. However, right at the moment when the three kings were about to descend, rich dark light erupted there. As if a dark sun was blooming, its radiance illuminating the heavens. The fallen true immortal king released a muffled groan, and then released a low roar. Its massive body shook intensely, as if it was going to break apart. Not good. The expressions of the three immortal kings changed drastically. They were about to lend a hand to the fallen true centipede immortal king. Right at this moment, an arm moved through the air, as if it came from the ancient past, and then hacked down by the mouth of the fallen true immortal king. Endless radiance erupted. The vast energy was like a boundless Wangyang, about to completely drown that place. The fallen true immortal king's body exploded into pieces. Its mouth was torn open, and blood was dripping. Its injuries were terrifying, and it was almost split open from the head up. Guchanga stood there, not even lifting his robes. His gaze didn't change at all from the beginning to the end. His gaze was deep and cold. For some reason at this moment, the three kings thought of the eternal will of the heavenly Tao, looking down on the vast masses of ants. They actually shivered, which made them feel disbelief and unable to accept it. As immortal kings, what in this world could make them feel fear, unease, and even fear? This was unacceptable to them. The fallen true immortal king's body has been torn apart. I'm afraid it has already damaged its origin. He was too confident. This will only make things more difficult to solve. Kuan Xian immortal king noticed that the fallen true that was grabbed by Guchanga. Its head already split open. His expression changed rapidly. He activated a 7-layered pagoda, golden and dazzling. Right now, it was as majestic as a continent, descending from the sky, trying to rescue the fallen true Immortal King Qing Ming and the other immortal king also took action. Millions and millions of divine chains of natural laws gathered into a sea here, continuously surging, drowning towards Guchanga. However, at Guchanga's side, there were ripples that spread. They weren't that obvious, like the mist around the green lotus, but also like the starry splendor it received. All of the attacks dissipated silently in front of the ripples. They couldn't touch him at all. Divine ability magical force immunity. It is still the 10,000 methods impervious technique? Kuan Xian Immortal King's mind was shaken again. This was a type of divine ability that made others envious. He had previously heard that there was an Emperor clan ancestor from the other side, who seemed to have this type of innate divine ability. His descendants could all use it, but it could only be used in the Immortal Tao domain, because this was already the limit. In the Immortal King domain, how could it appear again? He found this hard to believe. This was a scene he saw with his own eyes, something he never imagined before. Could it be that this person is related to that Emperor clan ancestor? Immortal King Qingming was also shocked by this scene. Previously, he didn't expect that the faint light that appeared around Guchanga's body would make him immune to all magical techniques and divine abilities. This was but an Immortal King level divine ability. It could easily destroy the cosmos, tear apart the sky dome, obliterate all directions. However, before Guchanga, it was like a clay ox entering the sea, unable to stir up the slightest bit of waves. How did you do this? The fallen Truho spoke, its eyes filled with disbelief. Its main body was grabbed by Guchanga, as if it was restricted, unable to move. Right now, in its eyes, there was a trace of fear that made even it feel horrified. From this youngster's body, it once again produced an emotion called fear. After it achieved the Immortal King Tao fruit, it already couldn't remember how many years it had been. Yet today it still produced fear. Guchanga looked at it calmly, not explaining. Then, with a light laugh, he said, "You delivered yourself before me. I don't even know how to thank you. What are you trying to say?" Blood continuously flowed out from the fallen Truho's mouth, releasing a roar. This was all Immortal King blood, multicolored, a single drop seemingly containing endless worlds. If it landed in any other place, just a single drop might be enough to wipe out an ancient realm. The surrounding immortal domain and foreign creatures were revived from the dead. When they saw the sun again, their souls scattered, scared to the point where they couldn't even recover. They still carried despair inside, not recovering yet. However now, they saw that unimaginably powerful fallen true immortal king, grabbed by Guchanga, trying to struggle and escape. However, its body cracked apart like porcelain, all types of cracks quickly spreading, quickly covering its entire body. Such a miserable scene made their hair stand on end, making them tremble in fear. They originally thought that this mysterious man would be swallowed by the fallen true immortal king. However, they never expected him to break through all of this so easily, moreover imprisoning the fallen true immortal king's main body. These methods already exceeded their imaginations. Using reverence was already unable to describe their feelings. My lord is so powerful. Jin Yun's voice trembled slightly. After becoming a half-step immortal king, he originally thought that he was already one of the most powerful figures in the southern immortal domain, able to overlook the life and death of countless living beings and the universe. Yet today, he was trembling like an ant, once again experiencing the insignificance of when he first stepped onto the path of cultivation. You want to swallow me, yet you can't even bite through my arm. Is this why you were so confident just now? Guchanga didn't care about the shocked reactions of the surrounding people. He only looked at the fallen true that he had caught with a thoughtful look in his eyes. The fallen true roared. A mysterious force flowed in its main body, wanting to break free. However, Guchanga's palm landed, directly causing its skull to explode. Blood of various colors spurted out, and its divine soul swayed, almost shattering. Save me. Unconcealable fear appeared in the fallen true heart. It had long lost its previous confidence. It shouted at immortal King Kuan Xian and the others, trying to get them to save it. Otherwise, it really felt that it might lose its life here today, killed by Guchanga's powerful force. Boom! Vast power surged, and light gushed out again. Immortal King Kuan Xian, immortal King Qing Ming, and the others attacked again, performing all kinds of terrifying Dao techniques. Even though they knew that Guchanga was immune to magic power, they still attacked forcefully. They felt that it was impossible to be immune forever. There was a limit. As long as they broke through that limit, they would be able to hurt Guchanga. Buzz. However, Guchanga didn't even look in their direction. Dense black energy flowed between his palms and fingers, turning into a great Dao treasure bottle that was surrounded by black light. Boundless black light fell from the mouth of the bottle, like a waterfall. This great Dao treasure bottle condensed from great Dao runes flew out, towards immortal King Kuan Xian, immortal King Qing Ming, and the others. It continued to expand, and then enveloped heaven and earth. There seemed to be a bottomless abyss that could devour all things in the world. Even the great Dao laws were cracking. What is this? I seem to have seen it in a forbidden book. Immortal King Kuan Xian's expression changed drastically. He carefully stared at the treasure bottle, but could only see a blurry outline. There were some patterns intertwined within, but he couldn't see them clearly. His pagoda was shaking. At this moment, it was imprisoned by that majestic devouring force. Then there were actually some cracks. The Dao runes engraved on it were quickly disappearing, turning into powder. This made immortal King Kuan Xian's heart bleed. His artifact had accompanied him throughout his life. Even when he fought against those at the same level, it didn't damage the pagoda in the slightest. Later on, he even used all kinds of rare divine materials to refine it, making it indestructible. Yet today, it was going to break apart, unable to even come into contact with that blurry treasure bottle. I also have a bit of impression. It might really be that thing in the forbidden book. It's just a replica, yet it has such divine might. Dares not imagine. Immortal King Qing Ming's expression was heavy. He was blocked by those black lights. Even if he moved at extreme speed, he couldn't pass through. There seemed to be a sea of black energy gushing over there, drowning the entire star region, isolating the three of them. They couldn't pass through, so they naturally couldn't rescue fallen true immortal king. Moreover, what they found hard to accept was that Guchanga only casually brought out a replica of a forbidden item, and it blocked them. Ah! At this time, fallen true miserable cry rang out. As an immortal king, its will was firm, even sturdier than 100 refined immortal gold. What kind of thing in this world would make it cry out in pain? Even when facing death, it couldn't humiliate an immortal king like this. This was its humiliation. But when they saw the scene over there, even Kun Xian, immortal king, and the others felt their blood run cold, even their scalps going numb. A medicinal fragrance wafted through heaven and earth. The flames of great Tao burned, continuously burning fallen True Ho. It was being refined, treated as a great medicine of the mortal world, devoured and absorbed by Guchanga. Before their eyes, its source was quickly fading away. The immortal king Tao fruit solidified, even taking the shape of a fruit. That was a True Ho that had shrunk several times, sparkling and translucent, a medicinal fragrance wafting through the air. Just a strand of aura was enough to make ordinary cultivators ascend, or even be reborn. But now, it was only treated as a great medicine by Gu Chang'e, as an ordinary fruit swallowed. His expression was natural, without any abnormality, incomparably at ease, as if he had already done these actions countless times, branded into his bones and divine soul. Fallen True Ho, immortal king's original body burned within the flames. These were great Tao true flames, able to burn the cosmos, wipe out everything. Right now, it was only treated as a type of medicinal flame, used by Gu Chang'e to refine its immortal king source, and then refined into a Tao fruit for him to devour. Ah! Save me! Fallen True Ho, immortal king released a miserable cry. This type of pain and humiliation was hard to describe with words. It personally watched as it was refined, its own Tao skills and essence all turned into nourishment. Under the flames of great Tao, the impurities were removed, becoming a sparkling great medicine. Then, it was swallowed by Gu Chang'e in a manner that wasn't too fast or too slow. His gaze was natural, his movements even carrying a carefree manner, to the extent where it gave others a type of divine elegance. But now, it made all of the foreign creatures feel horrified to the point where their entire bodies went cold, crying out loudly, finding this hard to accept. The unmatched king in their hearts was actually reduced to great medicine nourishment. This scene even more so made Kun Xian, immortal king, Qing Ming, immortal king, and the others feel as if their scalps were going to explode, horrified to the extreme. As immortal kings, just how noble were they? They were the most powerful heavenly talents born between heaven and earth after countless years. Only by suppressing countless of their peers did they reach this step. They could die in battle, could be killed by others, but they couldn't die in such a humiliating manner. This was the first time they saw an immortal king whose flesh and divine soul were turned into immortal medicinal materials, devoured like source great medicine. You all don't need to be in such a rush. Swallow it, it will be your turn soon. Gu Chang'e didn't pay Kun Xian, immortal king, Qing Ming, immortal king, and the others any attention, unhurriedly devouring fallen True Ho, immortal king's source. It had to be said that immortal king source, compared to true immortal source, was indeed not on the same level. The Tao law fragments it contained could simply be described as a sea and endless. This type of feeling, even the day he entered the immortal Tao domain couldn't compare. This was indeed intoxicating. Chapter 832. Sparkling radiance flowed about there, accompanied by a rich great Tao medicinal fragrance. Ordinary cultivators might be able to ascend to immortality just by smelling a single breath. This was an unmatched medicinal fragrance that made one's pores expand, soul transform. No immortal treasure could compare to it. Only the Tao fruit of an immortal king could refine it. It was extremely luxurious. Even true immortals were scared until they were stupefied, trembling in place, legs weak, unable to stand steadily. The sparkling and translucent True Ho divine figure was the size of a palm, like a divine fruit, condensing there. However, as Gu Chang'e unhurriedly devoured it, it continuously became damaged. The fallen True Ho immortal king still had some consciousness left, personally watching as it was devoured. This type of unprecedented great horror surrounded it. It released a voice of despair, wishing for immortal King Qing Ming, immortal King Kun Xian, and the others to save it, feeling extreme regret. However, the great Tao precious bottle floated in the boundless sky, releasing a black sea, cutting off the other 3 foreign kings. However, this type of silent miserable cry sounded as if it pierced through one's soul, making everyone couldn't help but tremble. Jin Yuan, who was a half-step immortal king, felt as if his scalp was going to explode. Witnessing this scene from such a close distance made him shiver in fear. Gu Chang's face was handsome, as if he was an immortal who wasn't tainted by the world of mortals. He only wore a set of green silk clothes, incredibly simple. His appearance was perfect to the point where it was enough to make all women in this world jealous. However, right now, he was eating immortal kings, his expression carefree, as if he was tasting a simple delicacy, carrying a divine sense of elegance. For all of Western immortal domain's foreign creatures, this was a scene that made their minds feel like collapsing. They simply didn't dare believe this. It was just too terrifying, as if it should only exist in the most ancient of nightmares. Hurry and let go of the fallen true Ho immortal king. Outside the boundless Black Sea, immortal King Kuan-Xian, immortal King Qingming, and the others reacted. They endured the fear in their hearts, taking action again. Terrifying energy blasted over, enough to make the sky dome collapse. Trying to break through this layer of isolation, slaughter their way towards Gu Chang'e. They couldn't forget the words Gu Chang'e said just now. Don't be in such a rush. The next one would be them? Was he planning to hunt down immortal kings and use them as nourishment? The 3 kings felt a chill in their hearts. This was the first time they had encountered an existence like Gu Chang'e. He was truly too terrifying. Even the bizarre races of the origin world couldn't possibly make them, immortal kings, feel such fear and trepidation. This kind of trembling that came from the depths of his soul was as if he had really met his natural enemy. I told you not to be anxious. Come one by one. No one can escape. Gu Chang'e's expression did not change. He glanced at them and said casually. It could be said that this was the only benefit he felt after arriving in the immortal region. There were quite a few immortal kings. Apart from immortal domain's side, there were quite a few on the other side as well. To him, whether it was a true immortal or an immortal king, they were the most suitable source of nourishment for him at this stage. Immortal King Kuan-Xian noticed Gu Chang'e's expression, and a shadow appeared in his heart. He said in a deep voice, we can work together to break through this imitation of his. We can only wait for Senior Ming Wang to arrive. Otherwise, fallen true essence immortal king will definitely die today. They could see that the fallen true essence immortal king's source was rapidly fading, and some parts were becoming incomplete and blurry. As an immortal king, if he was casually swallowed by someone, it would be an unimaginable humiliation. However, there were probably not many people in this world who dared to believe that this was the truth. Boom. At this moment, dazzling golden light erupted, surging in front of heaven-reaching ancient city like a vast sea. The fallen true essence immortal king roared, as if he had a final burst of strength. He also understood that today was not good for him, and he no longer held on to any hope. Rather than being swallowed by Gu Chang'e as nourishment, he might as well burn his source and fight with his life. Perhaps there was still a chance of survival. Its source quickly began to burn, becoming too resplendent, simply illuminating the sky dome. Behind him, a huge true essence immortal king appeared, towering into the clouds like a golden mountain. That was the imprint of his ancient ancestor, branded in his bones. At this moment, that true essence immortal king's hair was even more dazzling like golden flames, and his entire body emitted unparalleled power. Gradually, it merged with the true essence immortal king that was being swallowed by Gu Chang'e, as if the true essence immortal king that had once intimidated the heavens had reappeared in the world. Boom! It used all its strength, slapping forward with its claw, and it instantly tore the sky apart. Its body was huge, and its divine might was world-shocking. It was simply like an invincible fiend god from the era when the heavens were created. However, Gu Chang'e's expression still did not change when facing this attack, and faint ripples appeared around him. The moment this claw landed in front of him, a terrifying mysterious force spread out, and it was as if millions of strands of celestial light had turned into a guillotine that directly slashed down, chopping off the claw. On the other hand, Gu Chang'e raised his palm and pressed down, and a treasure bottle of the great Tao condensed and appeared again. Strands of black light coiled around it, and it instantly swallowed the ancient ancestor's phantom. From start to finish, not even his clothes were lifted. What a pity! After being burned like this, quite a bit of source energy was wasted. Looks like I have to enter the foreign realm later, and kill a few more immortal kings. Or else I won't be able to make up for this bit of loss. Guchanga spoke, his eyes deep and lonely. However, even the fallen true essence immortal king was in despair. Why was it that even when it burned its soul, it still couldn't harm Guchanga in the slightest? It didn't even know what kind of method Guchanga used. It was powerful to the point where it felt despair, unable to resist in the slightest. Why are there 2 forbidden bottles? Where did he get so many imitations? In the distance, Kuan Xian immortal king, Qing Ming immortal king, and the others were shocked by the great Tao bottle that appeared again, their eyes filled with shock. They originally thought that Guchanga producing an imitation to isolate the 3 of them was already an unimaginable thing. But now, he produced this again, instantly devouring the fallen true essence immortal king's final method. How could this not make them shocked and horrified, finding it hard to believe? Hong. However, right at this moment, several star domains away, in front of Western Heaven Gate, terrifying halberd light suddenly descended, as if it could hack through endless time. It was faint green, carrying terrifying killing energy to the extreme. The stars in the heavens all swayed, the universe in all directions crying out in grief, almost hacked to pieces by this terrifying halberd light. This strike surged with heavenly stars, divine radiance intimidating all deities. It was just too intense, halberd light filling heaven and earth, as if this was the only strike left in this world. It's Senior Ming King who took action. This is too great. Worthy of being Senior Ming King. Just this strike alone is far from what we can compare to, completely unable to catch up to him. Kuan Xian immortal king, Qing Ming immortal king, and the others all recognized this strike. Excitement that was hard to hide appeared on their faces, as well as the fear of surviving a disaster. As immortal king existences, the reason why they treated the Ming King with so much respect was mainly because the Ming King had previously killed far more than one immortal king, powerful beyond compare. It wasn't an encirclement or scheme, but rather an open and above-board killing. Even the foreign emperor clan ancestors had summoned him before. Of course, the Ming King's seniority was even more ancient, existing since the Forbidden Great Era. It was to the extent where after Immortal Domain's heavens collapsed, he followed the foreign great army, slaughtering his way into Immortal Palace. The Ming King even more so spoke bluntly, previously witnessing an unimaginable scene, gaining enlightenment from it. When they saw the Ming King take action, they all felt much more at ease, releasing a breath of relief. Just now the pressure Guchanga gave them was just too great, making them break out in cold sweat, finding it hard to calm down. However, the Ming King's appearance was like a pillar of support, making them all feel a bit more at ease, deciding to follow his lead. Guchanga, who was currently planning to completely refine the fallen True Ho Immortal King, also raised his brows slightly, a bit shocked, feeling a bit of familiarity. Then, an expression of interest even more so appeared on his face. It's the Ming King. He actually appeared as well. Turns out there was another king hiding in the dark, moreover the Ming King. Jin Yuang spoke in shock, feeling incomparable restraining fear towards the Ming King, deeply understanding how terrifying he was. Even if it was Immortal Domain's immortal kings, when mentioning the Ming King, they would still feel restraining fear. Then, he even more so feared that Guchanga didn't understand, starting to explain, "Great One, your respected self might not know, but the Ming King is a well-known vicious individual from the foreign realm, previously killing several immortal kings of the same realm. He has lived for an incomparably long amount of time, dating back to the taboo Great Era, strength deep and immeasurable. Moreover, the most frightening thing is that he has a vicious weapon. It is rumored that he relied on that vicious weapon to cut down several immortal kings, incomparably powerful, even being summoned by the foreign realm's unmatched existences before. Ming King, this was the name the foreign realm's people called him, It could be said that there was no one who didn't know this name. There were no immortal kings of the same realm who didn't feel restraining fear towards him. Even the southern immortal domain behind Jin Yuang, the current ruler Moon King, when mentioning the Ming King, would feel restraining fear. Ming King? Gu Chang'e nodded slightly, but he didn't pay that halberd light any attention, instead devouring the fallen true, Ho immortal king's remaining source. Hong! This terrifying halberd light finally slashed into the vast black sea, setting off a boundless tide of energy, causing the surrounding star field to collapse and collapse. However, that was all. High up in the void, the great Tao precious vase bobbed up and down, pouring down boundless fog like a waterfall, converging into a black sea of energy. This black sea of energy completely separated the two sides. Kuan Xian Immortal King, Qing Ming Immortal King, and the others attacked for a long time, but they still couldn't break through. When they saw that this attack was still unable to break through this black sea, Kuan Xian Immortal King, Qing Ming Immortal King, and the others all revealed expressions of shock, a bit doubtful of their own eyes. However, they quickly reacted, respectfully greeting a figure who walked over from behind them. Greetings to Senior Ming King. A stooped figure wearing a black robe appeared. His face was shrouded by mist, so it was impossible to see his features clearly. However, the surroundings were filled with a terrifying aura that made even the great Tao rumble, as if this world couldn't bear it. No need to be overly courteous. He waved his hand, his ancient voice extremely calm. Ming King appeared. He looked incomparably old, but no one dared to underestimate him. No immortal king dared to underestimate that attack just now. Is it an imitation of that forbidden object? No wonder it can have such vast divine might, swallowing the heavens and earth omnipotent. It's pardonable that it can block my attack. Ming King stared at the great Tao precious vase suspended in the void. His gaze was a little serious, but it was soon filled with blazing heat. Following Ming King's appearance, in the sky above the western immortal realm, the great Tao rumbled and collided, even more terrifying than the scene just now. One universe after another was colliding, as if because of his arrival, they were about to collapse and explode. It had to be said that the reason why Ming King could have such terrifying power was deeply related to his cultivation. Many foreign citizens who recognized him all knelt on the ground devoutly, kowtowing to him continuously, full of reverence. Even in front of the ancient city of Tongtian, the foreign citizens who were scared to the point that their souls trembled when Gu Chang'e swallowed the essence of the fallen immortal king, were chanting Ming King's name loudly. All the descendants of the Western immortal realm also felt fear because of Ming King's arrival. Although they had never seen Ming King before, they had heard of this foreign immortal king's ferocious name from various ancient records and rumors. Gu Chang'e was also sizing up this Ming King at this moment, estimating his strength. If immortal King Kuan Xian and immortal King Qing Ming could be called early-stage immortal kings, then this Ming King's cultivation should be at the mid-stage, close to the late stage. For him to be able to make the world so fearful, just relying on his cultivation was definitely not enough. You have an imitation of the forbidden object, so you must have seen the real one before, right? At this moment Ming King spoke. His gaze passed through the vast black sea and looked at Gu Chang'e. Seeing the great Tao treasure bottle floating beside him, a divine light shone from his eyes, like a divine sword, shining brightly and oppressively. Ming King did not care about Gu Chang'e killing the fallen immortal king and swallowing his essence. His main attention was on the two great Tao treasure bottles. In his opinion, since Gu Chang'e could have two imitations of the forbidden object, it was obvious that he had seen the real one and refined it through many methods just like him. As for Gu Chang'e's identity of returning from reincarnation, he did not have any doubts. This was because ordinary living beings and cultivators could not have such terrifying strength at such a young age. That bottle is indeed a forbidden object that appeared in the ancient records. It is very similar to the forbidden existence that destroyed the immortal palace and destroyed the heavens in the forbidden era. He may also be someone from the forbidden era, who saw that battle, and appeared in this world through reincarnation. Kuan Xian Immortal King also spoke. His gaze also landed on the great Dao treasure bottle. He had only heard about it in the ancient records. He never thought that he would come into contact with it one day. It was just an imitation, but it had unimaginable power, almost destroying his pagoda. Listening to their words, Gu Chang's interest grew even stronger. He revealed a faint smile and said, "What are you trying to tell me by saying this? Are you trying to let me know that you have good taste? Or that you have some insight?" The far-sighted king did not mind Gu Chang's casual and contemptuous tone. He stood under the sky and said with an aged voice, "Dao friend, there is no need to be like this. We can actually get along peacefully." In his eyes, the fall of the fallen immortal king was not worth caring about at all. Moreover, in his opinion, Gu Chang'e appearing at this time, and even attacking the foreign immortal king, was very likely to make the foreign realm retreat from the Western immortal domain and return the territory to the Western immortal domain. This kind of thing for Ming King was just a matter of a few words. "Oh, get along peacefully? How do you want to get along peacefully?" Hearing this, Gu Chang'e still had a faint smile on his face. He said, "Do you want me to raise you, and then let me devour and enjoy when I need it? Or what?" Seeing that Gu Chang'e had no intention of talking to them, Ming King's expression darkened. The wise emperor said with a dark expression, "Cultivator, do you really think you're unbeatable after killing the fallen truth centipede immortal emperor? Since you have the imitation of that forbidden item, you should be able to recognize this old man's weapon." Boom! As he spoke, he snorted coldly and waved his sleeve. A terrifying murderous aura surged into the sky, as if it was going to tear this universe apart. A faint green halberd appeared and flew through the sky. Just a wisp of aura was enough to make immortal kings tremble in fear. Kuan Xian Immortal King, Qing Ming Immortal King, and the others were also shocked. They felt a piercing pain in their bodies, as if they were going to explode. It was unbearable. And this was just the aura emitted by this murderous weapon. It was stained with the blood of many immortal kings, and it had even slaughtered the true spirits of immortal kings. It was a true peerless murderous weapon. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support. And don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.